Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. And I guess welcome back to, I don't know, what would you say, Westeros or north of the wall, because we've got ourselves Frozen Shore Bear Riders. These are from Song of Ice and Fire. We've got four of these guys, well, ladies, prepped up. We also have somewhere around here. There it is. There's their movement tray. So we'll try and paint this thing too. And I think you can see that we utilized some of the basic. I didn't bother to file any of the little support dots off. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It didn't care it was a tree branch. And you can see we've got the branches on here too. So we also, we have a bunch of these chopped up because we're going to need a whole bunch of those guys. So again, this is what we're after. We've got four of these to paint. Not really looking to do any particular color greens and greenish grays. Now I have a Crazy Wolf. You actually beat Armored Wolf in here. So happy Saturday there, Crazy Wolf. And as always, sometimes the primer, well, that yields, that tells you where there's a mold line. And of course, these guys, it's a little bit tough to get rid of the mold lines, right? Because they're all one-piece manufacturers here. So Crazy Wolf, I hope that you're having a good Saturday. Let me see if there's any other ones here where there's some obvious mold line action like over here. We'll just get this taken care of now. And once we hit it with the pre-glaze, there's Armored Wolf. Oh boy, Armored Wolf, yeah, it's certainly been crazy all over the place, hasn't it? My goodness. Now, I didn't realize I figured it had to be. Now, I actually used some of the heavy gloss gel over here. But yeah, it seems like the stuff worked okay. Do I actually have that sitting around over here? No, don't have it sitting around. I did spritz it with a little bit of water to make it kind of activated again, but it seems to be pretty strong. Seems to be doing what it's supposed to do. And these branches, they seem to be okay. At first, well, there is one here that I actually drilled a hole in there so we could get it stuck in there, and that's actually got some pin support to it. Now, palette-wise over here, I mean, some of the stuff is left over from last night when we were working on this, so I just brought it over just in case we would need it. But I'm just going to get in like tons of Van Dyke Brown. I mean, pretty much tons of Van Dyke Brown. Maybe little accents of brown matter here and there, maybe a little spinel and indigo, but for the most part, Van Dyke Brown, bits of indigo, especially maybe on the base. Bases are going to be pretty darn dark because, well, we want to do the snow stuff over the top of these. Hey, Blades. Nice to see you. Well, happy Saturday. It is Saturday. Yes, it is Saturday. Look at me knowing the days of the week. That's not always a sure thing. Just in case you were wondering, that's definitely not a sure thing. So speaking of Saturday, so Crazy Wolf, yeah, that was our lizard from last night, our Slann Mage Priest. So we're just going to hit these bears right here. Brown matter, asphaltum. Why the heck not? Oh, gee whiz, that's right. It's April. So let's see what do they call that now? The Rogers Center. Of course, it's not like they only just started calling that. I still know it as oh gosh, what the heck was it before? What was its original name? But I think Rogers Center is what they go with now. It's funny, Blades, I still remember the Blue Jays playing in the football stadium where home plate was sort of in the corner and the outfield wall, well, was just kind of in the middle of nowhere. Is that where the Argonauts play? I think. No, yeah. Because Calgary, well, Calgary's probably called the Calgary Stampede. And I think it's the Argonauts play there, right? Sky Dome. That's it. Thanks, Blades. Oh, hey, Painterly Git. Nice to see you too. Sky Dome. That was its original name for the longest time. Well, just like Comiskey Park was then renamed U.S. Cellular Field, and then at least that they could call it the Cell. Now it's called Guaranteed Rate Field, and their logo is a red arrow pointing down. So they just call it, we just call it the grate because it grates on our nerves. Ah, so it is the old Argonaut Stadium. Okay. I remember there was you would see the people that were sitting way the heck out there a mile away from the game. Well, I have at least 2 books on baseball stadiums, and that was always one of the more curious ones that would be in there. Comp Native, nice to see you again. So this I did manage to get these prepped. The downside is I wanted to do a basing video on all this, but since Colemani's supposed to be sending more of these, well, I don't know if more of these specifically, but more boxes of stuff, it should, I guess, give me more opportunities for basing things. So these are the 3D printed branches, and I've got a few different sizes on here, and they seem to be holding up pretty well, that's good. And we're just kind of bouncing around asphaltum, brown matter, Van Dyke brown. This is that super messy stage that we talk about. Now, of course, it's going to be quite different than what you've been seeing here for the last week, right? We're ending the week from all of the super bright colors to somewhat more compressed color range. And I don't even like to say, we don't like to use the word L. We don't use the L word around here because that just kind of gives people the idea that if you don't have every single color in the universe, somehow you're limited. We don't want to be thinking that way, do we? All right, we're just going to keep bouncing around here, bouncing around. So Armored Wolf, I haven't checked the other jars. It was just as it was. I think it was about 4:45 when these things were completely ready to go. So now I primed them earlier today. That's what I was waiting for the primer to dry on these guys. That's why I couldn't get started at say 4:45 or so. Still waiting for the primer to dry. So Blades, the one last night, I think that was overall that was about 5 hours, maybe 5 hours 5 minutes or so. And there is still one more of these Slann, but he's sort of on a big, I don't know, floral palanquin. I've got the Slann printed. I could swear I printed out all the other parts of that. I just, well, with all of the mayhem on top of mayhem, especially the Adepticons thing, I have no idea where those are. So I have to find those. I know that some of them got over. I'm hoping that those weren't the ones that got overcooked because that was where I thought I had the timer on for the curing process, and it turned out that I didn't. Thanks, Blades. Yeah, those Slann really nifty. Now, of course, we've got. I mean, technically, there's a bunch of Song of Ice and Fire stuff here. It's just I don't know. I think maybe some of the there's a couple of the Bolton units that might be good for certain things. Maybe for even we could even do some metallic things with those possibly. So I'm not quite doing the whole thing here because I want to get some greens up on top. Just want to make sure that we get. Oh, I still have the base itself, so we're probably gonna try and hit that as well. And that's the movement tray. Now, of course, since we're doing this part with the oils, there's no way I'll be able to do the snow on these. I figured I'll just film because we haven't done just a special video alone on the Armored Wolf Replica Nature Crushed Glass Snow. So what better time is on an entire unit like this? We can do the icicles, right, hanging off the branches. So that'll be a little standalone tutorial there instead of trying to squeeze that in on a stream. Hey, Bill. Actually, believe it or not, Bill, ideally, remember, I don't know if you remember back in the day when I used to start at almost like 2:30 in the afternoon on a Saturday. hopefully we can maybe get back to those days, or at least maybe 3:30, 4:30. Ideally, I would like to be starting at 4:30, but at 4 something o'clock, I was still waiting for this primer to be all nice and dry so that we could do this here. Hey, Deck Knight, how are you doing? And Super Lazy. So Bill, I hope that you're doing well today, and Deck Knight, Super Lazy. It's kind of funny, Bill, and all the new folks, we were just talking about how different this is going to be from all the other stuff that we did during the week, which is all the super bright colored Slann. And now it's going to be, you know what I wish I had? Of course, I don't have the pictures of the polar bears, the arch villain ones, darn it. Yeah, well, there wouldn't have been time to do that anyways. It was quite a full day as it was. So hopefully we can start getting some nice extra little pictures made of the old arch villain polar bears that we did. But we did 3 of those. Yeah, we did 3 of those on stream. Full Wildline, how you doing? Yeah, sorry again that this did not start earlier. That really was my intent. Sorry, was to begin earlier. Just things didn't quite work out. It was more just so many tasks to do instead of some kind of hideous thing. I'll take it. I'm sure that's not going to last very long, but I'll just take that for today. And that's a win for today, I'm sure. By Monday, that'll be all different. I might want to get some Perline Black up here. That's kind of why we're only going so far with the, well, it's kind of it's like asphaltum matter, or it's brown asphaltum. I'm not sure, but it's a little bit of a combo of those. You can see how look at how we're destroying that brush. But that's why we use the one true brush, because, all right, this one gets destroyed. It's been used many, many times. We've gotten our, well, now about 35 cents, 37 cents worth out of it. So what I'm going to do is come back, and then we'll wipe some of this off, and then we're going to kind of do a final application with the Perline Black up around here on some of the leathers and clothes and all that kind of stuff. Full Wildline back into the hobby again after 20 years. It's interesting that you should say that, because, well, now it's been more like 22 years since we started doing the miniature painting thing. You're kind of getting back in a golden age of miniatures, I can tell you that. Between, well, stuff like this, and then the digital, the 3D printing stuff, like all of these fabulous guys here. To be able to print these things out. I've already printed out a second one of these because I'm going to do a tutorial video on that one. So yeah, just being able to print these out is so amazing. Absolutely love it. Nice to see you, Happy Heretic. I hope that, I hope that you recovered from your big birthday bash yesterday. Because it was yesterday, right? Your birthday, not the day before. Pretty sure it was yesterday. Yeah, I mean, this is a precision implement right here, right, Bill? Precision instrument. Oh, by the way, again, Song of Ice and Fire. Where'd my card? There it is. So there's your card. Again, these are the Frozen Shore Beer Riders. A little bit more of the Van Dyke Brown. We should be like the cool kids and just call it VDB or something like that. Just because everything has to have its own little cool name now, like, or abbreviation. Nothing can just be the word. Even though VDB and Van Dyke Brown, well, you ain't getting much of a difference. Same amount of syllables there. All right, more of our brown matter here. And then whatever the heck else is on the brush, because don't really care. Oh, I did use the heavy gloss gel. I was talking about using it for, say there's a big old mold line or whatever that runs through here. Well, that's what was running through there and there. If I had more time, I might have done, say, a second application of it or whatever. But didn't have the time, so one's good enough. It's better than the big old gap that was there, because, oh, it was a gap. There was a big old gap there. So Happy Heretic, I mean, well, see, you can join in the wonders of adult undergarments and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I mean, there's got to be some advantages to getting older. And of course, I think if they made more fashionable ones, they should have like Lord of the Rings themed ones. The Crack of Doom imagery on some maybe some adult helpers right there. Here, let's get some more of our darker brown out there. As such, more over here, cause spears. I guess they can throw these things. Boy, I wish I still had the polar bears around here, the arch-villain ones, because it would have been neat to have those around. I think, Bill, I think you saw some of those getting painted, didn't you? Alrighty. There you go. Oh, I can already see that, yeah, look at that. See, we got ourselves a nice little bit of something already. Ooh, gotta be more careful down here. That's printed resin there. That's not this almost like bones type plastic. And again, these are Song of Ice and Fire. I know these aren't exactly the latest releases. They're close, sort of, ish. I think they gotta be pretty new. I'm sure. Well, Nessie would have a much better idea of what's kind of brand new. What's the most current thing when it comes to song stuff? Yeah, here, let's, I might just leave one of them with this stuff not taken off so that we can get that little impression of what it looks like at each stage from the pre-glaze on. I mean, you can see already, nice little difference there. Let's get some more of these sponges out. Bill, so you have my memory. See, that's the other thing that you got to look forward to, Happy Heretic, is plausible deniability, because you're not going to remember anything. You might want a name tag or something like that, because you'll start, well, unless you're not already forgetting your own name, that's going to happen probably about the next week or so. So yeah, you might want to have like your name sewn in your clothes or something like that, like you have when you were a kid, little labels and stuff, because that's the best part. As you get older, the more childlike you become. You need to have your gloves chained to your winter jacket so you don't lose them. You think I'm joking? Just ask Kathy. Yeah, she would pretty much say, yeah, he needs to have his gloves chained to his jacket, otherwise he's gonna lose them. Wow, those are pretty darn pointy right there. So yeah, I really love these 3D printed basing bits, and this is just cork. It's pretty darn simple. It was some cork, some of those little basing bits, nothing fancy. So Happy Heretic wears a name tag at work so that when he has one of those senior moments, he won't forget. And you think I'm joking? I think there's a few folks in the room here that can attest to the wonders of the aging process. Holy smokes, look who we got here. We got ourselves a Jarrett's Terrain Minis. Jarrett, gee whiz, how are you doing? How you doing? It felt weird to be at Adepticon, which turned out to be basically TwitchCon with all the Twitch folks there, and it's like, wait a minute, why is there no Jarrett, no Big Jim Slate? It can't really be TwitchCon without Jarrett and Big Jim and all the folks that we're used to seeing. So Jarrett, everybody please give Jarrett Terrain Minis a follow. Definitely do that. Let's see, it's all true or not. There we go. See, that's how it goes for sure. All right. So Jarrett, yeah, we've been having some fun with all these crazy guys here. These have been really fun. But now we're going from all these really bright colors to some much less bright colors for sure. Yeah, Jarrett, oof, I totally understand that. There was, well, I mean, Laminus, he was planning, he was all set to go, and then all of a sudden, life came along and said, "Nope, you ain't going nowheres." So I can totally understand that. Even for us, we weren't entirely sure it was even going to happen until pretty much a few months out, and then we said, "Okay, it looks like it's actually going to happen." Well, I kind of had to, otherwise there wouldn't be any more Adepticon. Yeah, three times would not have been a charm. Well, it would have been for getting rid of it, but not for keeping it around. Look at this. We got hobbies for happiness. Hobbies for happiness. How you doing? It's still hard to believe that these are not even a month old. Or actually, I think it was a month. Was it 3 weeks ago or a month? No, it was a month ago when we did this guy. So that was only 4 weeks ago when we did that, and then, well, we did the whole rest of the unit. We did, what, 4 of them on stream, and then one of them as just a video series. And now I'm gonna try and get some of the Perline Black shot into some of the areas around here, up on the rider. Not so much on our bear. Again, we're not gonna do a whole bunch on things like the bases because there's gonna be all kinds of snow and ice and everything else. I mean, huge surprise, right? Polar bears running around on snow. Okay, I think that just about takes care of... Oh, I was going to leave one of those not wiped off, but is what it is. It is what it is. So look at that precision instrument right there, huh? That's amazing. Yeah, here we go. So this is what we're doing here, the Frozen Shore Bear Riders. So now you can see there's a little bit of a greenish-ness up there. I am going to take somewhere around here is Perline Black. And we're just literally going to just dry brush a little touch of that here and there. That's it. That's all we're doing. Well, it's interesting. They're going to be a lot like our... Oh, these are going to be like our Dunlendings almost, with this little hint of green on them. It's the same green. Where the heck are my Dunlendings here? Let me get one that's got the nifty little... Well, he doesn't have the shield, but there's our... some of our Dunlending Huskarls. There's that same green that we used on them. There's got to be another one. Ah, that's the one that I'm looking for right here. This one. So yeah, there's our Dunlending Huskarls. That was a lot of fun. I still have a bunch of those to finish off. Oh, there's at least a dozen or so to finish off of those guys. Now, of course, these are the essentially almost like bones. It's kind of a combo of bones, plastic, and then regular plastic. So here again, all I'm doing is just dry brushing a little bit of that Perline Black, that's the dark green, over the top of this. And it is a dry brush. I mean, it's literally a dry brush. Actually, Armored Wolf, I was the Slanya miniatures that I was telling you about, they actually now have a bunch that have kilts. Well, not a bunch, but some that have kilts, so we could be doing some plaids on those, some tartans. I think I might just see if I can find my Keltos figures again, and maybe we'll have some fun with those. All right, time for a couple of filbert brushes here. I think there's another one hiding somewhere else here. There you are. I thought so. I thought so. Now this mostly gonna be some of that. Oh, that's what we didn't get out here. Some of the more Radiant Violet over here. So Radiant Violet going over there. So Jarrett, actually, now have you been doing more? I know it's been really crazy, you were saying. Have you done more stuff on the musical side of things, or have you been able to do any sort of stuff on the miniature side of things, or I guess both? Look at this. Look at that. See, that's gonna happen nice and fast, right? I'm gonna take advantage of that pre-glade. You can see it's mixing. It's not just dry brushing over the top. We're actually getting things to mix here, cause you can see it sitting there on the brush, can't you? So what's going to happen? Don't blink. Don't blink. It's going to happen fast. So hobbies for happiness. How have you been doing? Nice to see you as always. I think you heard us just talking about the whole Adepticon / TwitchCon thing. So many folks from Twitch at Adepticon. Now, not just streamers, but even folks that just kind of come in and watch on a regular basis. Either way, it's always fun. We're just gonna get some dusting over the top of some of this stuff. And it's amazing what it brings out in no time at all. But you can see how dark that's getting. That's because it's, again, mixing with all the stuff that's already here. And I'm just going to kind of bounce around a couple different things. We got the Radiant Violet. We'll use the Brilliant Yellow Pale. We might run across some mold lines here and there. Just the nature of these, the way these things are, there can be mold lines in really weird places that you maybe wouldn't expect. So there might be times where I just have to break out a file or something like that and deal with that one. Oh, JG was calling for the, okay. All right, well, have fun with your D&D game. Now, oh, Jarrett, you're still doing the, gosh, Truths and Liars campaign, right? You're still doing that one. And let's see, that one's on the Pyro Club channel, right? On Wednesdays. I think that's still going on. How's about a little bit more of our light there. Really, boy, it's too bad that I don't have those polar bears that we were painting, those arch-villain ones. Be a nice, nifty little replica. You can see, right, makes a big difference really quickly. So the campaign's been heating up a little bit. Because the last episodes I could see was literally right at the beginning, probably the first 3 episodes maybe. So it was definitely in its infancy. Oh yes, there's a crazy mold line that runs right along the top of his head. So we may, crazy as it sounds, we may have to break out a file and actually go after that mold line if we can't work our way around it.
Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much, Hot Sauce, for that follow. There's Gandalf saying, oh, there he is. Here he is. He says, whoa, you know what? If we could ride these things, we could get right through that passive Kara address. Yeah, see Saruman? We're gonna ride these guys. So you can mess with the weather all you want. It's like, who's that guy? He smells really bad. You finally got to one of the big guys there. Well, hopefully everybody's intact afterwards, or at least mostly intact. What are we doing here? Yeah, that's good enough there. And we can come back in with some, basically, ooh, look at all that darker brown. Look at all that darker brown getting onto the brush there. Which is just fine. We're just going to keep pushing that around. And here, actually, I'm going to not do that one. Now, not long ago, right? These guys, 29 minutes ago, they all just look like that. So it happens, like I say, it happens really quick. No problem. Hobbies for happiness. I know that when you're doing the D&D thing, you have to kind of be always keeping an ear out for what's going on. Where's that smaller filbert? That's the one. That is the one. How's about we get more brilliant yellow pale? We're gonna put just a little bit of the Indian yellow in there. Just a little bit, and it's gotta be a dry brush here. Got to be dry. We can still go lighter than this, right? But you can see, look at there's still dark colors getting onto that brush, which means we're gonna go back over there and get some fresh stuff. So comp native, it's not like in a, I kind of use the same word because it's about the same. There's very, very, very light touch to it, very light touch. But it's not going to do what it does with acrylics because, well, all of this stuff is wet. That's how we're able to get a lot of blending with the oils without piling up too much paint. Less is more and more is way too much. So the whole idea of that dry brush thing, that's what keeps the oil paint from getting piled up. Because as you can see, we're not doing traditional layers, right? There's no traditional layers here. You haven't seen me mix much in the way of paint on the palette. Even when we were doing these guys, the miniature becomes your palette. So even on this, there wasn't a lot of layers. We would take a much lighter or darker color, one way or the other, slap that on there, and then push it around with another brush. So it's really more about a feather type of brush stroke, but most people are more familiar with dry brush. Also, too, it's to emphasize how little paint should be on that brush. By very little paint, I mean very, very little paint. It's not needed to have tons and tons of paint on that brush. And here, let's do that here. So you can imagine, this was in our class that we did. Right, same thing here. It was almost the same kind of pre-glaze on this. Maybe a little more Terra Rosa over here. But we used the big filbert brushes like this, and we did essentially a dry brush, and that's what gave us that real quick down and dirty blending there on the dress part. Here, let's again, I want to have a little smidge of that yellow, little bit of that yellow on the brush. Now there will be, and it's going to be a while from now. It's not going to be anytime soon, but I don't know, maybe but somewhere between an hour and a half, 2 hours from now, there might be a chow, a pause for some chow. So I would say probably somewhere between 7 and 8. That is my rough calculation there for something like that. Could be sooner, could be later. But for now, and believe me, we can definitely go lighter than what we've got here. But for now, we're just gonna stay right there. Letting that pre-glaze do its thing. We also have to keep in mind this is all going to be snow. And actually, I do have at least this example here. So this is also the Armored Wolf crushed glass snow. And then you can see all the little icicles hanging off the branches here. That's what we're fixing to do on these guys. Same thing. Yep. Happy Heretic. Oh boy. Too bad I don't have chocolate-covered raisins. I would definitely bring back tons of chocolate-covered raisins for the class. That would be a very noisy classroom. Wouldn't take very long. Give it a few hours or so. That would not be a quiet classroom anymore. I think that's got to be the staple food of the Linseed Brotherhood is chocolate-covered raisins. Yes, indeed. Because if you want to be a healthy painter, you need ample doses of fiber. You don't want to be like Alex the Cave Troll, where He gets 20 loaves of lambus bread all at once. That was very explosive to say the least. Actually, well, Bill, you remember the conversation last night about that fudge? Well, if the Adepticon money ever comes in, maybe we'll try and get some of that. I have no idea when or if it's ever coming, but if I had that right now, I would certainly be tempted to. Well, I definitely want to get the oh gosh, the blueberry. It was the blueberry cheesecake type flavor, but then there's like a strawberry cream pie or something like that flavor. I want to try that one out too. There's Megan. Megan, I'm sure would love some of that too. We're just talking about that fudge that we were discussing last night, Megan. And I didn't even get the chance to look at all the flavors. There was other flavors that I didn't see at Adepticon there. So just trying to get some yellow into here. And then we're also going to try and get some blue into there, especially the stuff that's facing down towards where all the snow is going to be. Again, you're just going to have to play pretend and imagine there's a whole bunch of snow sitting on these bases here. And I'm just going to hit a little bit over the top. So you can see we've got 3 of them now looking like this in a half an hour. Hey, Deck Knight, nice to see you. So Megan, well, I guess Queez, he's getting to play. No, is it tomorrow that he's playing? Hopefully getting a little revenge for the rule that was accidentally misplayed. Yeah, so sorry, so sorry. Those accidents never, like we were saying, those accidents never seem to work in your favor, do they? They always seem to work in the other player's favor, and they go, "Oh, so sorry, so sorry." I wonder. I know Artemiko was talking about them getting snow. It snowed. There was a light dusting in some places, but nothing really to. Certainly nothing out there today. I don't know what Artemiko might have had. Oh, look at that, getting a little lighter. Starting to get a little bit lighter. Now, of course, the more of these applications we do, the more difficult it's going to be to get much left behind, even with the dry brush. Now he doesn't have a game set up, but it'll be okay. No, actually, Megan, I'm just glad that he's getting a chance to do that at all. I know he was working on those quite a bit, and well, actually, now how many? I know you have a bazillion dwarves that you gotta paint. Have you? How many of those have you been able to knock out of the way so far? Because there was a stack. That was a mountain of boxes of dwarves. And they were all fry slayers, weren't they? As we like to call them here, they were all fry slayers. Oh, look at the difference there now that we're starting to again get some of these lights in here. Not enough of them. And I know it's going to be interesting to keep that sort of fresh, right? But I know you've been working on other things too intermittently, just to not get too ground down on that same project. And again, hitting this with our little bit of the lighter color here. We can still go lighter than this. This is actually not the lightest that we can do, but in addition to some of the yellows, where's here he is. Just like Shadowfax here. See, there's purples, greens, Terra Rosa. There's all kinds of stuff going on in the white. Well, I actually, yeah, Meg, I'm glad that you don't have to rush your way through a whole bunch of fry slayers. and that's just never gonna get old. I think if people didn't get quite so up in arms over that, it wouldn't strike me to even ever say that again. But boy, people got so upset about that. It just made it that much more entertaining. Okay, that's good. That's good. Get to the next one here. Next up. Next up. Might get a little bit of this light core on the underside. That's about a bit, but then we'll figure out what we want to do for the rains. I think we'll maybe hit those with sort of a Terra Rosa-ish. So see some of the blue that's on. See, look at that, the yellow and the blue. That's we've been adding the yellow. We've fortunately got the radiant blue that we can also start to dry brush in here. Super lazy. Let's see, the crinkle cut fries and spiral cut fries. Who was that? Was that Arby's or something like that that had the spiral cut fries? Or is that? No, it wasn't Popeye's chicken. But there's a quiz. There's a quiz. We'll certainly like to have, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 10 refills of this maybe tonight. That would be spectacular. Quiz is gonna. So Quiz, are you gonna have some rules accidents that at least this time go in your favor? Just some rules accidents. Now, all kidding aside, and thanks again, Quiz. There was somebody that was talking. It was before the seminar at Adepticon, the big Geek Nation seminar thing, and someone taught him Lord of the Rings. And by taught him, it was he made up his own game and then just completely abused this person. So, of course, he hated Lord of the Rings. So it was the worst system ever. I said, look, you did not play Lord of the Rings. And he said, no, it's still terrible. I said, did he do this? No, he didn't. So did he let you do this? He said, no, he didn't. I said, he wasn't playing Lord of the Rings. I still hate Lord of the Rings. I said, when you don't play the game the way it's meant to be played, you will get the somewhat skewed opinion of it, will you not? There, look at that difference right there. So there was oh yeah, I was teaching somebody how to play Blood Bowl, and I was so intent on teaching them all of the stupid little, well, you really need to be aware of this, and if you don't know about this, this could really come back and bite you. I was so obsessed with trying to teach him that stuff that I only had 10 players on the field for the whole game. And he realized that afterwards, and he said, holy smokes, look, I really appreciate you. And he actually did really well during the season. And he said, look, if you had just taught me the game the way most people do, yeah, there's no way I'm in the playoffs. So that was good. So see, you can even see a little touch of blue right there. Again, this is the radiant blue that we're using. We got ourselves an Astravox. Nice to see you, Astravox. Happy Saturday. I know for some folk, I know in Australia it's already Sunday, but here it's still Saturday. It's going to be Saturday for a while because it is only 6:21. It's only 6:21 right now. A little bit later, a little bit later for some folks. Those in the east, those in that Eastern time zone, a little bit later. Boy, oh boy, this is really, it's mixing with all of that Van Dyke Brown there, but it is starting to get me that more of a bluish look in some spots. So, of course, the daylight savings thing, I guess that's a nightmare we won't have to be worrying about next year, whenever that stupid thing goes away. So because it would always take place at different times of year. It'd be like a couple of weeks before or after the Euros or the Aussies. Here we're gonna, here, let's do this. Let's do this. It's fun. I can really see the difference that that bluish color makes here. Gonna get some more on the back of this. Because I don't necessarily need that super dark brown. That's not necessarily what I'm looking for. And it does create, this is why I really do like these radiants here, because it's a way to get down, and I can see the difference now. Well, you can really see that sort of a bluish tint. Again, you have to imagine there's going to be a bunch of snow down there. One more guy here. One more. Blammo. This might take a little bit more of the blue here. I can just see more of the underside of him than some of the other ones. Again, the other thing I'm trying to do is get rid of a little bit of that darker brown that's in some of those deeper crevices. So Queez, is there anything now based on playing some of those games? Is there any other unit you say, well, you know what? With the way this meta is, or the way it is at least at the store, I might want to get this or try playing this. I don't know if there's any units that you started thinking, well, maybe down the line, I want to take this route with the army or something. Continuing with that blue there. Just hammering this into some of the crevices here. Again, it takes away some of the brown. Not all of it, because again, remember, we can still go lighter with this. Yes, we can. Might even take a little bit of that lighter blue and even start hitting that up here too. Some Contemptors and some dual Volkites. Megan says that Queez wants everything in his field of vision. Everything for the army. And of course, I'm sure they keep making new things for the army. So again, here we've got pre-glaze there, and now we've already got some of our lighter tones popped onto there. Oh, look at this. We got green leaf terrain, and we got ourselves a red dragon. Geez, red dragon, how the heck are you doing? Hopefully, the back didn't bother you too much while you were at Adepticon. And I guess did you get to see some nifty things? It was really weird not having Ken's booth in its usual spot, wasn't it? Queez, well, let's see. I don't know how much Nurgle stuff is available via 3D printing. Hopefully, maybe there's some. Secretly Paul, nice to see ya. You know what? I finally remembered to bring those up. Where did he go? Where did he go? Here he is. Here he is, the Ossiarchs. We certainly have done a lot with these. Actually, what we did here wasn't all that different than what we did here. And, well, look, you can even see there's a little bit of a similarity even between these two already here. So everybody please give Red Dragon a follow. Geez, when are you doing your streams? Red Dragon? Because, well, was that an involuntary, you say, you know what, I'm not going to bother with Facebook anymore. Hopefully Twitch is way kinder to you than Facebook. Well, now you know why I don't try to stream on YouTube or Facebook or anything like that anymore. So everybody please give Red Dragon that follow. Yes, indeed. Queez might have the Forge World Volkite file. Wow, that's really cool. Let's see. Well, Red Dragon, it's kind of funny. I mean, I have a schedule, but things just keep messing with that schedule all the time. And that's kind of been the case for a lot of other folks. It's and two, it's something you'll kind of go, okay, yeah, these are the days that I'm most likely to. Yeah, that's your schedule. These are the days that I'm most likely to stream, not the days I'm going to. These are the days where it's most likely that I'll get a chance to actually do this thing. So I can completely understand that. Now again, so everybody, please give Red Dragon that follow. So Red Dragon, were you painting some of the large scale stuff on your streams then? And of course, oh yeah, geez, what the heck am I talking about? Yeah, you should share your Instagram. Yeah, share your Instagram in the chat there, so people can see your Baby Yoda and some of the other big things. Oh, you were doing that Scooby Doo piece. That wasn't exactly yesterday, but it was within the last few months. So secretly, Paul, nice to see you again. Again, we're just trying to block in some stuff here. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy. And then we're still gonna, we still have to put in some of our darks too, right? And yeah, we're gonna leave. Okay, we're gonna leave this one here. We also have the movement tray. So 51 minutes ago, everything was just primer. That's just a primer there. Ah, now you're doing the Ashoka Tano. Okay, I think I saw some of your work in progress pics on that. But yeah, if you want to share your instas there in the chat so people can see that and do the follow thing and all that good stuff. And thanks, Jarrett, for doing the follow thing. That is appreciated. So this is pretty simple, pretty darn simple. A little bit of Terra Rosa, make it, and you can see we're continuing the dry brush action, right? But now, see if we can maybe jump in with some almost, not quite, almost pinline glazes here. We're just going to take some darker stuff, maybe even some indigo here and there. Might even do a dot of thinner out there. Poof. There. It's kind of funny how we're ending up the week when we spent the entire week doing this stuff. This was what, the Monday stream? Oh, Cobalt Blue, back on the palette for that. Then we did this right here on Wednesday. And then last night we did this one. So after all these bright, super intense colors, now we're kind of going oppo. We're going oppo. And of course, I think you saw these guys at Adepticon, right? Yeah, some lessons learned, Red Dragon, about that. Bruised Games, how you doing? Oh, it's been a little while. Nice to see you again. And thank you so much for joining us here. Actually, it's been a while since we last painted some song stuff. I mean, it's not like we've painted so much song stuff before. So I'm hoping that they send us another package of these because I would love to do some vids on those. The Dothraki, we did two units on stream of the, what was it, the Unsullied on the right, and I think we did 5 or 6 of the Cav units on the left. And then of course we did a whole bunch of Baratheon stuff here. The Wardens, Rose Knights, Kingsmen. I mean, that's again, that's just a tiny portion of it. And then, of course, this is from one of our army painting series right there. Was that the Baratheon R'hllor Faithful? So a wee little bit of object source slating on those and some multi-basing. And if everybody could please go check out the link that Red Dragon just posted. Go check that out. So Red Dragon, oh, Kathy's gonna have her tunes going. What was I gonna ask? Oh, and it's kind of funny because Kathy had to move that because it was in the way of the door. The paints from Scale 75. So Red Dragon, yeah, they sent those. I have a feeling they're not going to like what we have to say because something just tells me that you're just better off with regular artist oils. I don't think anybody's ever going to make a miniature painting line of oil paints that actually works for miniatures, which I think is hilarious. Here, let's do that. So Bruce game, nice to see you again. So all we're trying to do here is reinforce a couple of our darks here. It's sort of a semi pin line, not quite, not quite. Yeah, Red Dragon, it was oof. It was tough trying to squeeze everything in, to say the least. Now, of course, Armored Wolf, the genius that he is, got that voice amplifier, which completely saved the voice, kept that from getting destroyed. That still was that's one of the greatest Adepticon things ever, is that the voice was not demolished by Adepticon, which is what has happened every single year of Adepticon. Let me see, I think we're all caught up there. Yeah, I did not get to see, well, hardly anything. I got to see the places in the dealer's room where I had to deliver miniatures. Otherwise, not so much. And there was actually, did you notice, Red Dragon, how the dealer's room kind of looked like a mini Gen Con? The way some of the booths were laid out. So that was kind of impressive, I have to say, the way some of the booths were laid out. I thought that was pretty darn good. So you did a Hobby Lobby run. Actually, Red Dragon, does Hobby Lobby have Winsor & Newton oils? They don't have Gamlin or Williamsburg, do they? My assumption is no. They don't have either one of those. But we do have Galean. Nice to see you, Galean. Thank you very much for the sub, too. Appreciate that. Galean, what I would really love to be able to do is to actually, there's 2 tournaments that I would love to be able to do. I want to do the Bolt Action tournament and the Lord of the Rings tournament. Obviously, that's a significant time investment there, because I used to do, well, let's see, that actually there was one year I did 3 tournaments. I did the Fantasy Championship, the single, did the 40K Championship single, and then also the Fantasy Team Tournament. That was, oof, that was a full weekend right there. That was quite the full weekend. So they do have those. Oh, but you got yourself some Grumbacher. It's funny. I know I've used Grumbacher. I don't, not anytime recently, but I'm sure at school we used some Grumbacher back in the day. I know that we did. Actually, Happy Heretic, Red Dragon might be able to point you towards a really kind of a higher end X-Acto knife. I think that would be a person you would want to ask, and he's right there in the chat. So that would be something I would love to be able to do, especially the Lord of the Rings tournament, because we might have 1 or 2 or 12 or 15 Lord of the Rings armies. We have some to choose from, needless to say. We've got some to choose from. All right, I think we're starting to get there. Starting to get there. So I think, yeah, let's get a little more dark there, and now let's well, you can already see the difference just that little bit made. So Alexander, we're doing a Twitch stream with these, and then I'm going to be doing a video with the, what I wanted to do was actually a basing video, because I used the new basing bits here. Unfortunately, time and circumstances didn't let me film that last night. There's more, whatchamacallit, on the way. There's more stuff from Cool Mini on the way, so I'll be able to certainly do some more videos with that. And there's also these, oh gosh, what are they? The wolf chariots. So I thought, well, okay, I didn't get a chance to do these as a Patreon vid. I'll do the wolf chariots as a Patreon vid. And here, let's again keep going with that. We maybe don't need that quite so dark there. I think we're caught up, right? Yeah, I think we're caught up now. So again, this is a little mix of some indigo, some Van Dyke brown here. Just trying to get caught up on some of these spots. Good enough there. Do some more here. And thank you so much, Alexander. Appreciate that. I think you saw, did you see the conclusion of the one we were working on last night? Now, of course, I wish I had the picture of the polar bears that we did, the archvillain stuff. So there's the conclusion of last night's big old Slann. Now he's on a 60 mil base, so that kind of gives you a hint of just how big that thing is. So thanks again, Alexander. Appreciate that. But well, that's going to start a Blitzkrieg with Sarge. Sarge is going in. So Sarge, did you just fire off an N-Law, or did you fire off a javelin? Which one did you use there? So here, let's get. Yeah, actually, what I want to do secretly, Paul, after this is all dry, I want to throw actually some extra water on this to really kind of enhance that. Might even use a little Achillean green mixed with the same heavy gloss gel that we're going to do for the icicles. Oh yeah, I really wish I wanted to get the pictures of those ready so that people could see, those in comparison to these, but there was just too many other things to do. So Sarge is going with the javelin. Actually, so what was the new? I guess there was the switchblades. Yes, the switchblades. That's the new thing. Well, not exactly super new, but new to me. Oh yeah, full wild. More linseed oil, more dry in time for sure. Well, it really became apparent when we started making our own paints, right? The homemade fluorescents, the homemade metallic paints. When we started doing these, and well, the ones with the weathering powders too, that's when I started to notice just what a difference, more or less was gonna make with that thinner, or sorry, with the linseed oil. Now, of course, I think it wasn't it. It must have been Grimm that was talking about the scale 75 paints and how they're probably chock full of linseed oil. So, because I think he's been waiting 12 years for those things to dry. I think we're all caught up. Yes, we're all caught up. I'm just gonna get some darker colors back here over the top of this, and it's almost a pin line. Well, you can see it's not quite there. I probably would have needed 5% more thinner, maybe 10% more would have turned that into a pin line wash. Not what I was looking to do, but it can be a very delicate balance. It doesn't always take very much to have that happen. All right, did we get our darks there? Yeah, so here is something where I might have to go back in there and maybe mess around with that mold line, but there's one more of these where we got to get, oh, wait a minute, we never did his collar here. Let's get the rest of that collar. A little bit more of that thinner to have that flow, just reasons there. Oh, we did the other side. Okay, so we had done at least some of that color. Now, of course, there's mold lines running through all of these little spikes on there, so not sure exactly what we can do on those. This branch was sticking into my finger there. It's like I can't move this thing because that branch is just stuck on my finger. So this thing here is one of those 3D printed basing bits. Actually, now Sarge, have you gotten any of those the basing bits, say from either Make It Epic or Pelennor, any of those? Thanks so much, Queez. Appreciate that. Let me see if I can grab this thing over here just on the off chance that we might need it. There we go. Just set that right over there. And thank you so much, Queez. Appreciate that. I guess Queez was firing some kind of Nurgle weapon right there. So yeah, some unconventional is what Queez just launched, I'm sure. Oh yeah, the rest of his collar there. And of course, that is super thinned down. How many times have I said you can thin the oils, you can't dilute them. You can try and thin them down all you want, but you can still see this is actually covering. And that's a dark color that's normally semi-translucent, and it's about 95% thinner, and yet it still covers. And thank you so much, Alexander. So it looks like we might see something here. We just might see a little bit of something here, and I pulled it out just in case because that's one of these, and this bear's like, yeah, I'm out of here. There goes that bear getting out of the way. He knows why. He knows why. Get out of the way of the Hype Train Express because that's coming right your way, right your way. There it is. Hype Train, choo-choo, choo-choo. There it is. So thank you so much for the Hype Train time. I know it's been I think that's the first, is that the first Hype Train of the week? No, maybe the Monday stream. We might have had some Hype Trains there too. I know there was one, might have even been, it was last Saturday or something. I could swear we had like a level 4-ish Hype Train there. It was definitely a higher one, no doubt about it. And thank you so much for those bitses, of course. Well, they always come in handy, but this particular time they are huge. It's almost like each one is multiplied by 3 with how important it is as far as the timing goes. So they are definitely appreciated, no doubt about it. You know what? We need some more dark down in here, don't we? Let's just shove that down in there. Yep, a couple of more areas here to deal with as well. And I keep saying, you gotta think of this as being essentially white because of the snow that's gonna go there. So we've got to just kind of mentally prepare for that and say, all right, we got to remember in that area. Actually, Red Dragon, I meant to ask, have you guys still been doing the, whatchamacallit there, the stream, the Friday night hangouts? Sorry that I haven't been able to join. That's kind of my big, well, Friday night stream night, like we did last night. So apologize that I haven't been able to join in on one of those in a while. I don't really get to, this is my hobby hangout right here. So it's always great to hang out with everybody here. You know what? I'm gonna take, purple matter. Yeah, purple matter and brown matter. Let's mix those together and I'll give her a slightly different color here. here.
So
Something
say
like
we
that.
all.
And thank you so much, Queez. Is that some gift sub? Oh, it's a gift sub to Red Dragon. Thanks so much, Queez. Appreciate that. Yeah, still doing it. I wasn't sure if the if the Facebook situation there affected the Friday night hangout there, or because of where it's hosted, it's kind of beyond the reach of Facebook, shall we say? I'm kind of hoping that it is, so that they can't spoil the fun. I'm just gonna get some. Ooh, yeah. Here, that's a little bit of the French Indian red on that spear. Just raisins. Oh, we need to get our dark Mr. Polar Bear here. His eyes, his nose, such as it is. Collar done, and there's that. Okay. So we've done 3 of these 1 hour, 10 minutes ago. All of these things just were like this with a little bit of primer on them. That's it. And of course, it's always Steino Res. Always the Steino Res. Ooh, there might have been one last thing here. Yeah. Well, you really can't quite see it so much here, but we'll hit him anyways. The claws there, good enough. That's got those taken care of. And let's get some other colors here in his mouth. How's about some of the Egyptian violet and a little bit of that purple matter in his mouth there. I think the other ones, the mouths are closed, so no big deal. And they can't touch the hangout though. That's good. That is good. So here we go with that. The bear's gonna be, oh, not this again. Oh my goodness. Not sure why the bear is so afraid of the choo-choo, but there it is. There's the choo-choo coming right at you. Boom, there it is. There's that choo-choo. So full wild, they can be anything from almost right out of the tube to 95% thinner and anywhere in between. So there is a full range. It will depend on the color. It's going to depend on the situation itself. So it can vary wildly. So basically, these are some will be commissioned things because they will be getting purchased by folks. Some of these are I'm just kind of doing these for the vids and also to help out. Well, not so much Cool Mini, but Dark Sword, because if you'll notice, Dark Sword Miniature, their name is on the box too. In fact, yeah, Cool Mini wouldn't have any rights to use any J.R. Martin or whatever his name is without Dark Sword. So it's really to help out Dark Sword. Cool Mini, they're sort of good on their own, but we're definitely trying to give Dark Sword a little bit of a hand here. Like I said, I don't know what else Cool Mini. They're supposed to be sending stuff. Apparently, there's a box on the way. I have no idea what it might be, but you'll know. You'll know when I know. So again, this right here, the stuff that I'm putting on this miniature is darn near straight out of the tube. However, as you can see, it's very much a dry brush, and so we're just kind of stabbing this in here and letting it mix with what's there, which does mean that the next layer or any other application afterwards, well, we're going to have to thin that stuff down, aren't we? But that's the game with the oil paints, thin over thick, vice versa. That's the little game that we play. Gonna keep forcing in some of this lighter bubble. See how look how that darker color is getting all over the brush there? getting all over the brush. That means I have to go back, get some fresh stuff here. Oh yeah, never really did get the, well, it's almost more like a mid-tone here. There. How's about a little bit more of this here? And then I think we got one more. One more. Then I think we might start to either find some more lights in our bears, or we might start doing a little more lighter skin tones on the riders. Might start doing that. And again, these bases, we have to keep in mind that they're going to be, well, almost more like this. More like that. So we have that dark bear. I know the bear is looking awful light now, but believe me, once that snow hits, that bear is it's gonna be totally different. It's gonna be more like this, right? Again, we will be using the crushed glass snow effect done by Armored Wolf. That stuff is really incredible. You'll find that on the Armored Wolf Etsy page. It's part of the Replica Nature series. I think tomorrow I'm going to be posting the next video on the YouTube channel. It's going to have some more of just the Replica Nature grass tufts. And I'm going to fire in a little bit of the more bluish, yeah, right there. Now let me see if I can Radiant Green, Perline Black. Just want to get some different colors into here. It's not like we specifically want something to be green. I just want some different colors in here, so we're just gonna throw some of that in a few different areas here. Whatever. Take some of that again. Same thing that we did for the, was it the Dunlending army? Perline Black. There we go. And a little bit over here. You can see it's just, we're not mixing anything. Well, at least not on the palette. It's all happening over here, right? This is the palette over here. The miniature becomes your palette. And this is why I don't need to bother with any airbrush or anything like that, because I can get all these nice smooth blends. No need for a mask, no need for ventilation things, no need for masking things, right? Because that can be super targeted with where all this stuff goes. Very nice. Little green out there, maybe on the whatever, some on the saddle here, perhaps even. Maybe on the shield, maybe even a little bit on this. This is still going to be mostly covered with snow, and of course our fabulous ice as well. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Of course, you can go to the Instagram and see the latest Dark Sword tutorial that we posted. We're almost done with the latest army painting series. This coming week, we'll be finishing off these guys. It's mostly the freehand. That's one of the main things we have to do. And then sort of final details slash highlights. So that's some of the final stuff that we have to do on Army Painting Series 30. And now as we start to get some lighter stuff here, I think on our bears, that's going to, yeah, it's going to make a big difference here, I think. Yeah. And you can see we're not just throwing one little slightly lighter color, and we're going significantly lighter, and then we're letting it all get mixed.
Hello,
Let it all get mixed together.
Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much, Rondo. I appreciate that follow. So does Gandalf. Again, Gandalf, he's like, you know, the more I think about this, this polar bear riding thing, it sounds good. He's like, yeah, why don't you try riding a polar bear first before you talk about that? Like, Oh, didn't quite think of that. We got Valfera here. Well, so Valfera, hopefully you're actually upright enough to be able to make all of those decisions there, which I guess is an improvement over what it was earlier in the week, hopefully. Yeah, I wanted to actually start earlier, more like 4:30, but at least I was able to start at I think it was about 5:35, something like that, somewhere in that neighborhood. You could see all the bears starting to change a little bit here. So happy here. I know there was a period there where you were doing a lot of the mechs. There was a bunch of mechs that you were working on all at once there. Again, this has been thinned down quite a bit here. Even though it's been thinned down, you can see in limited areas here it can still cover, right? Because, well, it still is essentially sort of a titanium white. That would not happen with your acrylics, right? Because as soon as you start to thin that stuff down, it starts to lose any kind of covering potential. Again, that is very, very, very different with the oils. And of course, none of this is a final color here. We're just trying to poke our way through this here. See if this is light enough, too light, whatever. So well, it sounds like when somebody has mechs, they have a whole bunch of them. I know that Bithron probably has many, many more mechs that he could be painting. All right, let's get a little bit more of our white, maybe a smidge of brilliant yellow pale in there too, just to have here and there. Oh, well, that I'm sure. Well, you'll be posting that in the Discord, right? In Grimm's Discord thing. What was he called that? The Painting Guild. I think that's what Grimm calls the Discord that he set up. There we go. And let's see a little bit of light there on the neck. But we only do a little bit, and then we have to move on, right? We're not going to dwell on any one miniature, any one area for too long. And even on the brush here, you can see the darker paint. It's mixing the entire time I do this stuff. So if I want to have that lighter look to the color, I've got to go back and get some fresh paint, and really just freshen up the brush, because with each and every brush stroke, the previous color is mixing in, and that's actually the advantage of the oils. That's what saves us so much time, because we're not having to just do one layer on top of another layer on top of another layer. We can kind of go 3 for 1 or 5 for 1. Just throw that stuff down, grab another brush, mix it around, poof. So I do believe it's called the Painting Guild. There's a couple of different channels right within it, or is it? Yeah, I think the Discord. There's a server, and then there's channels within the server. There is a Wapoville channel there as well. It would Grimm. He's got a lot of stuff going on. Normally he's in the chat, and he can also post links to his YouTube channel and his own Twitch channel. And there's thanks Armored Wolf. There's Armored Wolf with the link to the Discord that Grimm set up, so you can go check that out now. Oh, what the heck?
Hello,
Maybe we'll
little
get some light
hobbits.
on this
Spark
too.
my ganja.
Thank you so much, Ikert. I appreciate that, and so does Gandalf. Here, let's bring out Shadowfax. He's like, "Hello, little hobbits. Time to fly, you fool." It's like, hey, that's my line. So again, you can see we're going to be coming back with some of these violets in here, and you almost have like a indigo type of color. And then look at the mane has more of the almost like an orange in it. And that's the same kind of thing we're trying to do here on our polar bears, is to make sure we have enough color variety, even though it's white. Well, Valfera, actually, there is an old cassette tape that I used to listen to that I have not been able to find on anything else, on CD, or certainly not any kind of MP3 or whatever. So I'm I'm hoping that I can actually find some kind of adapter where I can just sort of hook it up to the boombox, up to the computer there, and at least make a copy of that cassette tape thing, because it's miraculous that it's lasted this long. And again, I have tried and searched for it. There's no version of it in any other type of media. Yeah, a little bit more of the light there, but we're going to be coming back in with some of the Indian yellow mixed with the white to really get some pretty intense yellows on this here. Let's get back to some of that brilliant yellow pale as well. And that's going to go in this area here. We're also doing a little bit of dry brushy thing. Even with the smaller brush, still doing what's tantamount to a bit of a dry brush. Now, of course, these figures here, just given the nature of how they're made, they're going to have not quite as much detail as, say, the 3D printed stuff, but you can see the difference that's already made there. Here, let's move on to the next one. Keep the line moving. So this is an hour and a half in. So we've basically spent less than a half an hour on each one of these. Because remember, we did the pre-glaze on this one. I figured maybe we would start going on that one after the food pause. So oh, thanks again everybody for all the bitses and subs and cheers. Extra important because, well, all of the streams that I couldn't do while we were at Adepticon, so that makes up for lost time just a bit, so much appreciated. See if we can get some on his ears here. Might put just a bit more thinner into this. And then again, we'll probably come back in with even more of a, I would say, maybe a bit of, no, not Prussian blue with the violet. I think we'll actually have to come back in almost maybe a little bit of cobalt or something. That would be wild. Look at this. We got ourselves a Big Jim Slade. Big Jim, how the heck are you doing? Actually, well, Jarrett was in here just a bit ago. So everybody please give Big Jim Slade a follow. Big Jim Slade, nice to see you again. Let me see, where is our Big Jim Slade? He's marching, there he is. He's like, hey. Well, where'd you go? There you are. There you are. Hey, you have a quarter? It's like, we don't use money north of the wall. We have lots of skulls and maybe some, I don't know, hearts too. It's like, no, I'm really looking for quarters. He's like, nope, sorry, I got a bear. He's like, did you pay a quarter to ride that bear? So thanks so much, Big Jim. Yeah, let's keep going. And of course, it's quite the change from all of the really bright colored stuff that we've been painting all week long. All these crazy big old slan, and now we got some polar bears here. So yeah, a little different, a little bit of a change. in the colors here. Then the color scheme's not quite such a intense, bright color scheme anymore. Now there's still potentially some brighter colors, not super saturated. As we welcome in Chapman. Nice to see you again, Chapman. All right, here let's get a little bit. There we go. A little bit more of the lightest light here. We can still go a little bit lighter than this. Not much, but a little bit. I'm not gonna bother doing that till I come back in with some of those other colors that we were talking about. This definitely gonna get that a little bit lighter. So Chapman, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday. All right, well, firing a little bit more of this. And thanks, Bitron. So Bitron, I saw your Instagram post on the bank there. That's gonna be one of your very impressive buildings, for sure. Now I guess were you gonna print out any signs to put on the inside of that? Any, I don't know, many wanted posters or such and such, whatever. Because that's how I did for a lot of my Wild West Exodus stuff. Is I just printed out different little posters and signs. I guess maybe print out little bit of money or something like that. Now, of course, if you print it out on the sticky paper, right? You can just stick it onto the walls. But it only just occurred to me now. I kept trying to think of it in all of our other conversations before. I just couldn't remember until right now. Okay, there. Got a little bit of our lighter tone there. So I think this is our second one. I think this is just the second one that we're adding the lighter tone. So we have the third one yet after this. And of course, well, we still have the fourth one that we haven't even put any of the lighter tones on yet at all. So again, just coming back in a little bit of our lighter fur tone there, and then we'll come back, like I said, maybe even a little bit of turquoise in some places. Not too much of that. Because, again, it's something like this. That's what we're kind of going for here. Back to the lights up here. And the pre-glaze on all this stuff couldn't have been much more simple. As a little variety pack of, say, the Van Dyke Brown here and there. Every so often some asphaltum, a little brown matter. We did then our little kind of lighter dry brushy type thing of the brilliant yellow pale over the top of that, even a little bit of the radiant violet. On the shadow sides of some parts, we went with a little bit of the radiant blue. And we got ourselves Thousand Young. Thousand Young, how you doing? Of course, everybody, please give Thousand Young a follow. Thousand Young has been doing some amazing sculpting. So Thousand Young, if you want to share any of your latest fantastic sculpts in the chat so people can see those, they're definitely fantastic. So everybody, please give Thousand Young that follow. He's really doing some amazing digital sculpting there. It's fantastic stuff. You know what? I guess I'll let that get hit too. Start to think about maybe something lighter on. I'm just gonna say maybe those are tusks. Just throwing that out there. This one, yep, this one. Still gotta get the lightest on this one here. Again, it's a brilliant yellow pale into that. Lighten this up. Then we have to obviously do the the eyes on these guys. Little lighter something in the eyes. And of course, these are the Song of Ice and Fire. What are they? Frozen Shore Bear Riders. Don't know what that means. I'm just assuming this is Free Folk right here. Like it's like Free Folk have all the critters. They got bears. They have wolf chariots. They've got the mastodons or whatever, and of course, well, the ogres. And there we go. Please go check out Thousand Young's the My Mini Factory. Actually, with Thousand Young, it's you're gonna have to send me a link to your My Mini Factory thing so that I can see all of your nifty stuff. So yeah, Bithron, I figured these have to be free folk, right? They're on. It's all very frozen. These are almost a bit like the Shield Maidens or whatever the Spear Maidens I think they were called. It was kind of a bummer that these are they're so large as far as the scale goes for Lord of the Rings, because could have used there was actually one special was it Spear Maiden sculpt that would have been really good for that Greta Tallspear or whatever the heck her name is for Lord of the Rings, one of the Dunlending heroes for the Legendary Legion. Yeah, Thousand Young, you could do that too. It should show up. All right, there we go. See a little bit of the lighter white in there again. To get rid of the mold lines there, I just hit it with some of the really quick. Just blasted that with some of the heavy gloss gel, same stuff that we're going to be using for icicles, hanging off of these things. Thanks, Darge. So yeah, Thousand Young, just shoot me that on Instagram. Just Wapelius on Instagram. That's the way most people send me that stuff. And thank you so much, Sarge. Thank you so much. So Sarge still going with the javelins there. Well, I guess we have APCs here. I guess it's not quite a BMP2. Well, I guess there is a B in it, though. It is a bear. So here, let's get some more of our light here. There, that's more like it. And I think we'll try and maybe get some lighter skin tones on the riders themselves too. Yeah, there's a few less of those driving around a certain country right now. Not as many of those. Kind of continue adding in our light back here. Then we're going to have to let this set for a while. It is not going to dry, but if we give that a good an hour plus or so, we got plenty of other things that we can fool around with. You'll be amazed at how much easier it is for subsequent applications of paint to stick once you've given that paint just that little extra time to set up. Speaking of javelins and switchblades. All right, well, yeah, why not? Let's get a couple little extra light doodads down here. And we'll do the same. Walk this down here. And as always, I gotta keep in mind that the ground, instead of being dark like that, that's what it's gonna look like. That's what it's going to look like. So we have to keep that in mind as we're doing this. And we'll, oh yeah, let's lighten up some of this a little bit too. You can see it's mixing with what's already there, because didn't need these shadows of these to be quite that dark. So it's kind of doing a couple of things. It's getting the shadow more to a mid-tone and less of a super dark. All right, there's, oh yeah, gotta get some up here too. And this is where I had to use the heavy gloss gel to fill in some of those crazy nasty mold lines. All right, let's see what we can do here. Skin tone on them, and just to try and get some lighter skin tones here on these. These hands, oof. Well, as always, boy, you get really, really, really spoiled with the 3D printed stuff, don't you? Not having to deal with mold lines. And then all of a sudden you have to deal with them again. You say, wow, that's not something that I've been missing this whole time. Oh, let's go this way. Again, trying to get some lighter skin tone on that. We'll have to go back, add some shadows there. We could still maybe do some of the blood effects. Remember, oh gosh, oh, was the wolves? Yeah, go back and check out the ogres and the wolves. Well, somewhere, let me see if I can find one of the old ogres, if they're still around up here. There might still be one. Ah, there it is. There it is. Boy, he's kind of hard to get out of here, but there he is. And actually, yeah, this is oh, this is one of the cool mini one. That's right. Yeah. So again, I think that's what his base is gonna look like. That's another Song of Ice and Fire. Here, let's we'll leave that one out there. I forgot I still had that one. That's one of the. Oh yeah, that was the one from the last. What was that? Crystal Brush. Yeah, the last Crystal Brush. Lighter skin tone there, and then one last one here. Galen, I would certainly be all in favor of that. I would certainly be in favor of that, and of course, I would certainly be in favor of companies, well, more companies doing that sort of dual model, the way Arena Studios. I think Signum is another company doing that, where you kind of have the option. You could just get the regular miniature, or you could get the STL file. To me, it just seems to make more and more sense, since it's not like people aren't going to, since everything is pretty much digitally sculpted now, and there's what, 3D scanning. People are gonna heist your stuff anyways. There's nothing you're gonna be able to do to stop that anyway. So why don't you just say, okay, here's the STL, have at it. And then you could even grant printing licenses to people or something like that for folks that don't have printers. It seems to me, again, you don't have to abandon the other model completely, because, well, you just have STLs. It's not like you have to make a whole new product. The product is already made because you've already sculpted it. All right, Sarge. Well, we'll still be here. Now, I might be off on the chow break, possibly, but if that's the case, I'll be back as soon as possible. Oh yeah, I might want to get a little bit more of the lighter green up there too. Same over here. Now I can start to maybe think about getting a little bit more lights in the hair. And all I'm doing is just look at how dark the end. Now you can look how dark the end of that brush is getting. That is because we're dry brushing this over the top, and the existing, mostly indigo color is mixing right along with all this. Alright, what's going on over here? That's actually got a little bit of the radiant blue in it. Just a smidge. And pull that away from the rest of the, we'll just call it saddle. Alright, we've do the same here on the hair. Again, there's another crazy mold line running right through the face here. Let the saddle get some more of the lighter tone here, but you can see it's all letting it mix together. All that pre-glaze that we did,
Hello,
letting that do its
ones.
thing.
Spark my ganja.
And we're gonna welcome in Respawn. I keep, well, Kathy was playing Valheim, and they're your respawn point. So thank you so much, and Respawn, hello, little hobbits. Whoa. Yeah, where were you? We wouldn't have had to go down in the stupid mine. It's like, wait a minute, the dwarf didn't say it was a mine. He said it was like it was his favorite resort spot, man. Maybe it used to be, not anymore. So thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. Gandalf certainly appreciates all the little hobbitses. Well, especially hobbitses with pipeweed, I guess, because that's Gandalf for you. Gandalf never did accept the challenge for the pipeweed circle blowing contest from this guy. Where did he go? Here he is. Yeah, this guy said, "I'll challenge you to a play. You can make a ship. Wow, look what I can make right here." Full wild. They're tough to get to because this is all one piece, and because of the nature of it, instead of say running down the middle, you can see it's literally running right through his face, and this one's running right through her face. And of course, well, when you have miniatures like this that are literally one piece but printed, there's no mold lines. And mold lines, you know, they're always running through the hands, through hair, through all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, well, even things like this. So this is the bust that we're going to be doing. You know, being able to print that hollow means that this does not weigh a ton. And of course, we could print this bigger, smaller, whatever. So I really enjoy the fact that not having to worry about the mold lines, and then also not having to deal with Chapman doing a resub. Thank you so much. That is appreciated. Yes, chat. What was it? Oh yeah, you come for the miniature painting, but what do you stay for? You stay for the puppet shows, don't you? So yeah, full wild. Also, too, when you're doing, I guess, as many miniatures as I am here, the time savings it ratchets up exponentially. So you know, if you're because I still do the dark sword miniatures, right? And those are metal, so they're certainly going to have mold lines on them and such, and they're metal, so they will. Sometimes there's a little bit of a challenge getting those assembled, wouldn't you say? So there's actually, I probably assemble more metal miniatures than most people paint. Like than just miniatures that people paint. I would not be surprised, There's a lot of metal when it comes to the Dark Sword. And thanks again, Chapman. I really appreciate that. Like I've been saying, especially at this point, very huge because while we were away for Depticon, that took us away from our normal streaming, and Twitch, they don't like that very much, right? Very much. They want you to stream all day, every day, non-stop. All right, a little bit of the green there. It kind of gives us that greenish gray, like what you see on the card there. So Comp Native, I do believe it's a sort of a Chinese food type dish that she's working on there. So that's definitely looking forward to it because what was it the other day? Remember the other day she finds there's a plate of food in the microwave that I never actually ate just because I was that distracted. And I couldn't figure out why on the stream I was just absolutely starving. And pretty much everything became food. Didn't matter what the topic was. It just all of a sudden it devolved into some kind of a food thing or recipes. So this is just a little bit of that radiant green. And again, you can see there's no gradual layering here. That is significantly lighter than what's already there. But because I know I can blend it, right, I don't have to spend that extra time trying to mix or find the perfect green mid-tone or anything like that. I just say, you know what, here, look, see that? Just hammered that lighter green on there. And then we're just going to spread that down here, throw a little bit of it there, boom, that's it, done. That's it, nothing else to fool around with. And here on the shield again, look at that. That was there. I just made this one color. I've been using it all over the place here. Might as well use the oils to their advantage, right? Ask not what you can do for your oils, but what your oils can do for you. And she must be making some progress on it because I can definitely smell some of that chow in here. That's definitely setting off the hungry alarms for sure. Yeah, there's a little bit of that green out there too. Maybe a little bit of it on the saddle there. Nah, not gonna put it on the boots. I'll leave the boots go. So let's see, 1 hour 52 minutes ago, all three of these guys were just, well, actually they were just primer. So, and that's these three. So we have, obviously we've been making significant progress, haven't we? So Chapman still well using the filberts, right? And then of course the number 8 round. Crap! Look at this precision instrument there. Look at this. Look at how nice and destroyed that is. And then here they are. So the liner brushes. Now of course the Cotman liner brushes could work too. You don't have to use the Princeton ones. The only reason I got the Princeton ones is because the Cotmans had run out. And obviously that's kind of the way of things right now, isn't it? Stuff all of a sudden just not available. It's a bit of a bummer for sure. You know what? I'm gonna do a little bit of this here. Let me just take some of that's the little bit of our blue there, a radiant blue. Just mixed it with some indigo. There it was. So see, now I can really get some of the cooler blues onto the bear in some spots. So Chapman, Jerry's Artorama, Dick Blick, those should have Cotmans. Now, of course, they might have Cotmans, but they may not have the ones we're looking for, right? Because That's certainly, well, it's happened to me a bunch of times. Now, I haven't bought anything from Jerry's Artorama yet. I do get I get emails from them, that's for sure. Now, of course, well, the One True brush, we know that comes from Hobby Lobby. Let's get some of our blues in there, like so. And I'm sure, they'll have tons of Cotmans, they'll have zeros, and they'll have ones, but they won't have triple zeros if that's what you're looking for. Yes, definitely know that sensation. I suppose well, you could try Amazon, but they may not send those brushes to you in the correct way. So they might have that brush available, but it might be destroyed. Now, I will say Dick Blick is super careful about the way they send the brushes. And that's kind of why I keep getting them from them, because they kind of know how to make sure those brushes don't get destroyed. And sometimes, Chapman, you just basically have to keep looking every day. And then all of a sudden, when they have them, you just kind of have to pounce. Because that's pretty much what I've had to do. There, just a little bit of the, no, not on the hair, not on the hair. But we have, there we go. We've gotten some of the blue now. I feel like on our polar bear. Let's do that on the next one here. So it's mostly indigo. Little bit of the, yeah, radiant blue. There was just a tiniest little touch of the Prussian blue in there. I didn't want it to be that bright of a blue. So all I want to do here, again, is just reflect the snow that's not on here yet. Yeah, once all this stuff dries, then I can get down to doing the snow effects. So it looks like Armored Wolf has found on Dick Blick some Cotmans. Oh, the looks like the quadruple zero has been discovered. That was one that we used for quite a while. I only just kind of got out of the habit of using it because, well, they kind of disappeared, right? Those kind of vamoosed. And that's when we started going more towards the liner brushes. Sorry about that. Well, here we are. Get a little bit more of my blue-ish color again on the fur. I think there's still one more to do with this little extra bit of blue. Then we'll have to really stay away from the fur for a while. Work on other things. Could still kind of go back to the skin tones on there, and then some of these leathers. I think we can maybe even start to introduce some a little bit more orangey than what's there. We have a lot of different cooler colors there. Get that blue down into here. All the way down there. Why? Because there's going to be all that snow around it. All that snow. It's not super thin down. Well, I'll say that also. And you can do, if you want to do, you could do a pin line wash out of any color. Quite literally, any color could be a pin line wash. And of course, no matter how much you thin them, You can thin them as much as you want. They're still going to cover. All right, we got a little bit more of our light in the hair up there. Oh, and by the way, this looks like a highlight on the hair. This is barely a mid-tone. Everything is relative. That's why we'll work on the whole miniature at once instead of we just prime it black or white and then just work on tiny little areas. No, we work on the whole miniature all at once. And that gives me a much better reference, much better frame of reference, so I can kind of go, all right, you know what? If I want that highlight on the face to stand out more, I need to darken this area instead of just, well, highlighting the face to the point where it's practically a vampire, because that can happen. So now I feel like we've got introduced some of that blue here. Basically kind of substituting that for some of the original pre-glaze, which was the Van Dyke Brown, the brown matter. So now we'll take some of that, maybe even a little bit of the Indian yellow here. Just gotta have something different than all of the, well, sort of pale Terra Rosa and everything else. Just need a little something different here on each one of these. Maybe here the shield's also gonna get some of this. Just parts of it. Maybe the spear shafts here. Gotta say, these things, spear shafts, lances, banner pole, all that kind of stuff, so much easier to do with the oils. Oh my gosh. By orders of magnitude easier. So you could do quick change there. Again, that is not a light color. Sort of a mid-tone. What's a mid-tone? That if you were to just go, okay, 10 is the lightest color and or 10 is the darkest, 1 is the lightest. That whole 4 through 7 range, that's your mid-tones. And that's kind of what we're playing with here. Is that range. Let's go back this way. Hey, Brian, nice to see you. So, Brian, the Free Folk, they've got these guys, they've got the wolf chariots, they have the mastodons, and then, well, of course, they're just all about the critters, aren't they? Because, you know, the ogres, like that. Lots of multi-wound stuff. And of course, they are the, was it the Frozen Shore Bear Riders? Now, something to kind of keep in mind is that the Song of Ice and Fire game, it's not based on the TV show, it's based on the books. So there's going to be differences in the imagery massively, because again, it's based on the book, not the TV show. Which is why the Lannisters, everything, none of it looks like the TV show. The mountain, everything that they did, all the different sculpts for all the different characters, none of those looks like the TV show. Because I remember that was something people kept saying, that doesn't look like the TV show. I said, well, there's a reason for that. It did make it a little bit difficult to find references for some things. Oh gosh, what were the things early on, the guys that were all, not the King's Men, the King's Guard, whatever it was, where their outfits were all white, and then there was the Warrior's Sons or something like that, where their outfits were all, oh yeah, they had the silk rainbow cloaks or something like that. Oh, that was tough. The silk rainbow cloaks. So Brian, I never read the books, never saw the show, so that can't help you with that. I'm sure there's somebody out there that has seen the show. They could answer that question for you. But yeah, never saw the show. Certainly didn't read the books, which is, which is why the whole me even painting this stuff is just such a hilarious story. When Jim from Dark Sword approached me at ReaperCon years ago, and he said, "So what do you think of the Song of Ice and Fire game?" I said, "Song of what?" As soon as he realized that I had no idea what Game of Thrones was or Song of Ice and Fire or anything like that, that didn't put him in the best of moods, because that's like his favorite thing. And he knows what's his name personally, so yeah, that created quite the interesting interaction. And speaking of which, we do have several Song of Ice and Fire army painting series. I know, well, the most recent one was Series 24, and that's going to be where they at here. What, Raylor Faithful or something like that, some Baratheon guys. Whoops, I think we already passed him up. There they are. So these guys right here. Now we can scroll way the heck back up here, I think, and see things like the halberds. Where are they at? There they are. So that was one of the first army painting series that I did. That was the Lannister halberds. I don't think, no, that I might have done some YouTube lives on the pyromancers. Well, we did tons of live sessions on those guys. That was 2 summers ago, basically. Whoops, I think we already went past my scene here. There we go. So here, let's get a little bit more of our maybe later yellows into this. Yeah, never saw the TV show. I mean, obviously we've heard of it, but have not seen any of it. Well, you know what? Yeah, let's get some of this almost like a bit of a yellowish color here onto the boots, maybe even onto our leathers right there. Something like that. And again, we can still go lighter than this, but don't want to use that up right away. Not sure. Okay, wasn't quite sure what some of this shield was here. This not getting too light there, because otherwise our snow not going to stand out quite so much. Again, we're going to be using the Armored Wolf Crushed Glass Snow for our basing. That's what we used on the Ogre here. And actually, believe it or not, that's actually a tutorial video. Yeah, that's up on YouTube. That one, oh, that's right, I got a gold crystal brush. The last year they did those things, that's right. Never did get to spit that out before. We're gonna get a little more brilliant yellow pale into that maybe. A huge difference in all of the saturation and stuff in the colors than our stuff. Even just last night. Wow, look at the difference there. This could be an interesting little film noir here. Interesting. So you can see the difference the color contrast makes. Right here, you can almost see there's more value contrast than in here, because we had all of the crazy different colors that we could do. Here, let's bring that back again. Yeah. So color intensity contrast, color temperature contrast. All of a sudden, when you don't have that, you have to start to play around even more with things like the values. A little bit more of the lighter kind of yellowish orange there. I think I can maybe start to get down to one of our liner brushes here to start doing things like, I don't know, maybe the eyes, certain other little detail type things. Now let's get to the polar bears. Their nose is also going to have a little bit of reflected light. They can't just all be solid black, that's for sure. This is basically just a radiant violet here. Well, it looks just kind of like a light gray. Doesn't actually look violet at all, does it? Now we got some radiant green. Let's see if we can get some light on the pants here. Okay, maybe not too much. I can see, I think I need to get some, yeah, I need to get some other colors on the saddle there. Even if it's just some kind of warmer brown, something to offer that a little extra touch of contrast. Always have a blending brush around. Just something that you kind of get in the habit, always having that blending brush around. I'm gonna get some, well, let's do a couple little darks here just to start getting things, some of the eyes in there, a little more shading on the face. Then we have to come in there with the lighter skin colors too. We kind of have mid-tones on there. For right now, we don't have, we also need a little bit, some reds in there too. Maybe almost let's see if that can be a, yeah, that's just enough to get a pin line wash out of that. More darks up here. And the hands, of course, again, there's a mold line running through the fingers, so we'll have to kind of sort of restore those and almost paint in the detail instead of just using the actual detail of the miniature. But then these guys are virtually indestructible. They're one piece. You don't have to assemble them. And it will be difficult to get rid of things like the mold lines. That'll be a challenge. They're very rugged, to say the least, being all one piece, and most of it is, again, that bones style plastic. There we go. Here, let's get a little bit more of our dark along some of these edges here. Sorry about that. Darken this down. We'll come back with, we still have plenty of highlights we can come back with. Some dark over here now. Move on to the to the next one here. Got to get some darks on the face again. That's mostly Van Dyke Brown. Get some of these faces, they do have some mold lines. Oh yeah, there's one that run right down the center of her face there. It is the cost of doing business when you've got, well, figures like this that you essentially don't have to assemble and that are also kind of impervious to breakage. I know I've always played game back when I was taking these to conventions. I would just take painted ones and sort of chuck them across the table like dice. I also had a whole system for magnetizing these to the trays using some larger magnets. Now, oh, look at this. We got Joy of Painting Minis. Joy of Painting Minis. Geez, nice to see you again. I hope that you're doing well, and I'm guessing that you'll be streaming later tonight since it is a Saturday. If so, well, everybody please give Joy of Painting Minis a follow no matter what. But yeah, just if that's the case, just let people know. That way they can follow you and be ready for when you go live. Because I think usually weekends, especially, those are days that you're typically streaming, I think. So if you give Joy of Painting Minis that follow, you won't miss out when they go live. And of course, make sure to let people know what it is you're working on. Oh, here's Terror Shard. Holy smokes. Thanks so much, Terror Shard. That's 7 months worth of subscriptions. So 11 Pacific. So that's going to be what? 1 o'clock in the morning our time. So Terror Shard, nice to see ya. My Terror Shard, it's been this is quite the contrast to what we were working on all week long, which was a bunch of Slann, and even Cobalt Blue came out for some of these. Yeah, this one especially, the Cobalt Blue came out, but a little bit different, a little brighter color schemes, huh? A little more intense with the colors. So Terror Shard, what do these guys have? They have 4 wounds or something like that. So 8 points. Oh, okay, definitely Free Folk. I recognize that symbol. I didn't know they have a mall, but I guess it's hard to say if that courage is. It's been so long since I last played. Yeah, it did sound like a bunch of abilities there. Vicious Sundering. Well, that's the Spear and Maul. Now, again, it's been a long time since I last played. Now, actually, oh, that's good. Terror Shard. Oh, as far as what's new and super new, so the Mastodons, those have been out for a while. Are these are newer than the Mastodons? As same thing with the Wolf Chariots too, right? Because I actually have Wolf Chariots. Let's just say that Cool Mini is supposed to be sending me a bunch of Song, Ice, and Fire stuff again. I have Clegane Brigands. I've got the Lion Tamers, the Dothraki Lion Tamers. And I've got, well, these, the Baratheon Heavy Cav. That might be, I guess, the oldest of all of the stuff that I've got. So let's see, what is their movement? Oh, there it is. So it's only I think a typical cavalry is it 5 or is it 6? I can never remember. It's been a long time. It's been probably years since yeah, it's been years since I last played. So I'm not going to be super up on all those details. All right, continuing to add our darks to some areas here. So that would be, I forget what the giants move. I think they probably move relatively fast. Or no, are they giants? Or yeah, they're the, oh, that's right. These are giants. They're not, oh, those are giants. That's right. I know that some of the Baratheon, like some of the heavily armored cav, doesn't move quite so fast. So Baratheon cav, that heavy armored cav, probably doesn't move as Certainly not as fast as, what were those, Stark Outriders or something like that? I know that they're sort of redoing a lot of the original units. Now there we see, we're just gonna add a little bit of dark right there. Now the polar bears, they're definitely bigger than the wolves, for sure. They're on the same size base as the giant, so there they are compared to the giant. I don't really have, again, I just realized they don't have that Night's Watch unit anymore, and some of the other stuff that I used to show on stream, those were given away as Christmas presents at Adepticon. Did I? Yeah, sort of. I'm gonna try and do some little more there on the eyes, and let's try to get some, I guess, lighter skin tones out here too.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for that follow. We have Florin Witcher. Hello, little hobbit. So like, no, I just talked to that bird. He's like, do you think he's like your personal Uber or something like that? So yeah, you're not riding me. It's like, but there's somebody else already riding you. It's like, well, she's okay, you not so much. So Terra Shard, I guess I was told that what was his name, Varus or something like that. He how many times did his point value change? Sometimes, like during the game, his point value would actually change. I could swear. There must have been at least a dozen different changes on him. They changed the ability, they changed his points value. Now I'm just trying to get me some lighter tones here on the skin, just a little something there. Because, I mean, he was something that pretty much everybody had, right? Well, anybody that could get him had him. So basically, he was either going to be, they felt too powerful or just no good. Oh, thanks, Piram. Appreciate that. We actually have 4 of these going. So this is just one. And as soon as we get the some of these lighter bits on our hand here, we'll get to the next one. Again, that's there's mold lines running through that. So here's we got a couple of more, and then there's a 4th one here. I wanted to see people what that looked like just in the pre-glaze stage. We also have the movement tray right there. So poof. So Terra Shard, I'm guessing that the Clegane Brigands are also something brand new or relatively new, right? Then let me see, what was the other thing? Oh, there was the Baratheon Heavy Cav, the Mastodon. I think they'll be sending those. I can't imagine they wouldn't. I'm sure there's all kinds of new stuff for Stark and for Resurrection Queens and all those different factions. I'm sure there's more hero boxes. And let me see. Well, again, the Dothraki Lion Tamer guys. We'll try and get to those as soon as we can. And then there's the again, a lot of the redos of the original starter set stuff. It'll be interesting to see what the new halberds are like compared to the old halberds. I guess they'll maybe. Oh, there's a new Clegane, right? There's a new mountain, I think. Let's get some light there on the face. So that really didn't take long to make a difference there, I think. Nope, I'm zoomed in. Zoomed in all the way there. So yeah, like I was figuring there, Terra Shard, I'm gonna be well behind on what's new and what's old, and of course, there's also what's made it here, because I do believe there's a bunch of stuff that overseas and outside the U.S. for whatever reason was available long before it was available here. More of our light on the skin there. We got to get the ear somehow. And then we'll have to get some of the little bit of Fanchon red also on the face. Lighter cheekbone there. Upper lip, lower lip, chin. And then we'll have to steal a little bit of our Fanchon red into this. More like that. I haven't done this hand yet. It's going to be a little bit difficult again. A mold line kind of cruising right on through some of the fingers there. So we'll do the best that we can. And of course, we had a lot of fun using the 3D printed branches there. I'm hoping that's probably not going to happen this month, but maybe next month we get the trees so that we can not necessarily add those to bases, but I can just do some small, like scattered terrain type things and show how to use some of the different flock and everything that we've got to make the trees look like either fir trees, pine trees, leaf trees. So pair them to get rid of the mold lines. Let me see, do I have one of my sanding sticks here? I do happen to have one. So I tend to use these things. Like this has a very rough grit to it. That's usually the first thing I would attack it with. And then I use sanding sticks that have a finer grit. When you get a package of usually 20, it'll end up with the finer grit. And then I also have some of my old metal files too. So those are the kind of things that I'll use. They can be tough to get rid of because of where they're at. Since these are, again, they're all one-piece casts for the most part, the mold lines can be in mischievous places, not necessarily where you're used to seeing them. Like there's one right there. That is not typically a place that you're looking for a mold line. And that just, it's kind of a, it's just sort of a thing with these. But typically, now of course the prices of everything are more now, but you can get a box of, well, 4 of these, right? An entire unit with the movement tray and everything else. I'm sure you could probably look around and find them for less than $30. Same thing with infantry units. You're looking at between 12 to 13 guys in there. And typically, especially the older ones, gosh, you could probably find those for under $20 now. So yeah, now of course the weapons tend to be more like regular plastic. And yeah, so the giant here, that's all one piece. It just comes out of the box as one piece. Yeah, Terra Shard, would you say that some of the older stuff, I mean, you could, even back in the day when that stuff was not that old, you could get some of it, I swear, for $12 for a box of, a full infantry box if it was some of the old Free Folk stuff, like the old Free Folk, like Raiders and stuff. So yeah, you can definitely, well, like all those pyromancers that I showed you, those dragons that I showed you, all that stuff was all just one piece. And it's already on the base. Now, that means when I rebase these things, I have to saw them off of those bases. Which here's one. Yeah, so we had to saw him off of that base so that I could put him on something else. But that's not too bad, right, Terra Shard? You're talking about potentially a box of either 12 or 13, depending on if it has like another combat leader in there. So let's just say the 12, getting those for $18. That's 12 miniatures for 8. That's not too shabby, is it? And they are practically unbreakable. I wouldn't want to step on them, but if just kind of random getting bumped into, actually there might be. I might have. I don't know what this one is doing here, but I think that's probably one of the Baratheons there, isn't it? We painted a whole bunch of the Baratheon heroes, did those with the oils. So I think that's a Baratheon right there. There's tons and tons and tons of painting videos. Well, like I said, on the YouTube channel, on the Patreon page of Song of Ice and Fire stuff. It's just there was a little bit of craziness at Cool Mini, and it meant that I couldn't get the stuff anymore. I wasn't getting it. And well, now it looks like it's supposed to be heading back this way, which that would be nice. Again, it's not like I didn't want to paint the stuff. And there was a couple of streams where we painted 2, 3, 4, 5 of those heroes at once. I know there were some streams where we were painting all the Stark heroes. Actually, believe it or not, when I take my food break, you'll be seeing a slideshow of Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. Yeah. I don't know. I might just have to do a unit of Bolton Doggies. Because I did paint a unit it ended up just being sold off as kind of a commission thing. So I might do another unit of Bolton Doggies. Because we've painted them all in different colors. That was fun. And they were doggies, so we might just have to do another one. So here, you can see it's throwing a little bit of this rosy color there. I mean, part of it is, if it's supposed to be winter time and cold, well, why don't we have that kind of the rosy cheeks, right? Where the cold air is hitting them. Where is... We'll just use this right here as another blending brush here. Get some of that taken away. And maybe we'll just let some of this actually go in a couple other places too. Maybe even there on our polar bear. Maybe a bit around his ear. Go back to this guy, do that again. Sometimes I'll put the little bit of rosiness on the hands. I already did that over here. Especially with the wintry type stuff. Never did get the lighter colors on his eyes. Oh, let's see if we can do that here. Then we'll have to hit his nose too. And of course, we've never actually gotten the brightest fur color on him either. But like we said, we've been waiting for that the paint to set here, right? Trying to give it at least an hour or so before we get back into it. Tara showed the pre-glaze on all of this stuff really pretty darn simple. A lot of Van Dyke brown. There was a little bit of the brown matter also too in some parts. And then we went back in with some of the brilliant yellow pale, some of the other the radiants like the radiant blue, even a touch of radiant violet here and there. And the radiant blue, try to get as much blue down here. Might even throw some more because of all the snow, right? We want that snow to have an influence on it. And again, it's going to be, again, like this, right? So that base is not going to be dark like that. All of a sudden, you know, this what looks so light here ain't going to look so light anymore. Now, Terra Shard, in some ways, the pre-glaze has changed quite a bit. Well, especially now that we're doing more crazy things like this with all the wild colors. So something like that definitely requires a different pre-glaze than this, doesn't it? It's hard to trying to read just how different that pre-glaze was from just last night. And here I'm going to try and lighten up these pants just a little bit here, I think. Maybe even more. And then, of course, we still have the movement tray. We'll try and get some paint on that too. And then we'll let all that stuff dry. And then I'll be doing a tutorial video on the crushed glass snow and the icicles and all that stuff. Because we'll be using the Armored Wolf crushed glass snow for that. Again, replica nature. Little more right there. Maybe we'll also hit these two. Now let's see if we can get some of the lightest lights on the metal here, if we can. Like that. Never did get the highlights up there either. So again, are these going to be perfect casts? They are not going to be perfect casts. They're not going to have the super detail on them. But as far as price goes, and well, the ease of essentially take them out of the box, file some mold lines, paint, and so you got the price, you have the easy to put together because you don't have to. Now we got Spitman. Thank you so much, Spitman. Oh, little hobbit. So like, you haven't seen that bird, have you? It's like, oh, that's what's flying around. Oh, he's looking for you, isn't he? It's like, oof, yeah, that's Angry Bird. Oof. There's Gandalf doing it again. So Terror Short, actually here where we just, this is our latest army painting series where we've got, what, 10 of these guys? And we've been doing the full-on sky, earth, non-metallic there. Of course, the oils make that all very easy. Make it all very easy. And of course, I don't know if you had a chance to see our Ukrainian Marines. We did these all in basically a 2-week span. We're painting these up on stream, doing them again with the oils. So I did 5 of the, what are they, Blade Guard veterans, something like that, whatever. And of course, all of our Song of Ice and Fire stuff, or sorry, the Lord of the Rings stuff. That's all got the Sky Earth, well, even in some cases here. We've got our true metallic Sky Earth effect, all done with the oils. Oh, thanks, Bitman, and welcome in. Now here's again, this is another example of lots of, these are all oil paints, and you can see the The reflection on the helmet there, even the flag has metallic paint on it. The freehand is all done with the metallic paints. And of course, well, we painted tons of, oh my gosh, we basically painted everything Baratheon on stream here. So yeah, the Kingsmen. Well, there's the Wardens. We did, oh gosh, I think 4 units of those Wardens. We did the Rose Knights. We did the Kingsmen. All that stuff. Holy smokes. Oh, well, thank you so much, Spitman, for joining us. Yeah, you can go back to and check out. There's some other. Now, these are from, again, a while back, but we painted all the dragons and Danny. And we've got, I think, 5 or 6 of those Dothraki cavalry units, and then 2 of the Unsullied. So there's tons and tons of that here to see. Let me make sure there's my scene. They were in both Terra Shard. The early ones were in acrylics, but I had to do more for that same person as a commission. So there were more of the Wardens. Those were done in oils. And it was way easier to do them in oils. All of that stuff that you saw there, that was all basically oil painted. Massively easier. And of course, well, again, we have lots and lots of Lord of the Rings stuff. That would be my game system right there. That's the one that I play. And that's the one where we've got the massive project of doing every single army in Middle-earth, including the legendary legions. Again, I'm just going to catch a little bit of our lighter tones there. So Valfira, some of this will be commission stuff, some of it will just be sold off. These are going to be getting the Armored Wolf Crushed Glass Snow. And that's why we got the movement tray here. There it is. And we got the same printed branches on there because it'd be really fantastic for hanging those icicles, right? And doing all the fun snow over the top of it. Now, let's see. So actually, Terra Shard, it's been really nifty that when they re-released the game, well, now it's been more than 2 years ago, but when they re-released the game and they did the Pelennor Fields starter set, that really was a massive resurgence for Lord of the Rings, made us all happy. And we've done a lot of conversions here. So just taking regular riders of Rohan, made my own Gamling with the banner, the head, the cloak. Where's our Easterling War Priest? There he is. So that was a lot of fun. We converted these on stream. We painted these on stream. Did all the Easterling heroes, and then of course, well, our Army of the Dead Cav. Again, more conversions done on stream. Geez, actually, Terra Shard, well, you've seen some of the, well, oh, now we're getting big into the 3D printed stuff. So a lot of my armies are actually 3D printed. And even some of my Dunlending stuff is 3D printed now. So between the Printing Goes Ever On, Duvall, Kurzlook, Medbury, yeah, that's how we're going to be able to do every single army in Middle-earth. Thank goodness for 3D printing. And here we're going to get some of our lights in the hair. There we go. Spitman, I haven't, I've seen many a Loki video. I remember his was one of the first videos that I saw when they re-released the game, and he was so excited. I mean, with Loki, there's no hiding when he's excited about something, right? When he's excited, you're gonna know it. You'll know it from halfway across the world that he's excited about something Lord of the Rings. I haven't actually contacted him it would be nifty if we could, I don't know, do a painting stream together or something like that or whatever. It could be fun, or some sort of a tag team project. I kind of gave up on being able to send him any miniatures because of the way shipping is to Australia and New Zealand. Because if it had been the way it used to be, I would have said, hey, look, we can send you figs that you could, I don't know, do your raffle thing for your Patreons or something like that. So Spitman as a, and I've heard him mention Bunnings. Let me see. What are some of them? Well, he gets his phone from there. I know he gets his phone from there, but what else does he? Well, he probably gets his Spaco from there too. Oh, actually, well, here we should. Well, here's some of the other. I mean, this is all stuff that we painted on stream. We did what, the 15 goblins on stream, and then of course, well, love me some terrain. So we built those from scratch and painted those also on stream. And actually, I'm going to be painting this building too. So first Easterling test building there, and then of course a fair amount of Rohan terrain. Yeah, that's a windmill right there. There's our archery range, the not-so-great Hall of Erkenbrand. And, well, there was our first building that we made, and that's what it looked like before the paint. Yeah, it was very fun. And of course, well, we've been doing lots and lots and lots of Lord of the Rings stuff. Oh, look, there's our Treebeard. There he is. And oh, here's this is a little bit of an Imrihill conversion that I did right here. Just a little light freehand on him just for funsies. I needed something that was kind of a more playable Imrihill versus the old original metal one. Here, I've got this lighter orange. I still need to get lighter here on the trousers. There we go. Maybe a little bit lighter on the spear shaft right here. So Spitman, I'm sure he just gets so many messages and stuff. I thought, well, I don't know if I'll bug. I'm sure there's plenty of people that ask him and say, hey, would you want to do some painting together on stream? I know, was it the Battle Streams in Middle Earth guys or Top Table or something like that? At one point, I was going to do something with them. I have not heard from them in a long time now. Because I remember he did do some stuff with the original movie scenery way back when. And I know he wanted to basically, well, he's painted miniatures, hasn't he? Basically at the Edoras site, he painted some Rohan guys there, and that's what he was going to do, right? Was kind of almost getting a camper type of a thing and just go wander Middle Earth. Hey, Dr. Tentacle, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Glad to see you survived the stream last night with all the crazy Slann action that was going on. So, one of the nice things, Spitman is that because there's so many different folks, say just doing Arnor armies, I could actually do a Civil War in Arnor campaign because I literally have 3 very different looking Arnor armies. I think one from Medbury, one from Kurzlook, and one from, what's the other? I think, let's see, who else is doing the... No, not Printing Goes Ever... Oh, Diwali, that's the other, yes. Between Diwali, Kurzlook, and Medbury, I've got 3 very different looking Arnor armies. So look at that. We got almost a bit more of a reddish type color here, and then over here, it's got a little bit more of our orange going on. Oh, gee whiz, actually, you just reminded me, Spitman, I haven't posted anything in the Zorpazorp community in a while. Now that I just finished the 9 Nazgul, we'll have to post those. Now, do I have my... I think those are still downstairs, but the Diwali Merchant Guard, These have been really sensational. I absolutely love these guys. They've pretty much redone all of Harad, which makes me very happy. Gonna get some more of this light here, maybe even on the spear shafts a little bit. Kind of here in that center portion. I think I can get a little bit lighter here too. Let's see what, I think I might want to get some of the greens back in the leather there. So, where's that? This one. We'll just, whatever, we're going to grab some of that Perlene black and we're just going to, you can see that little bit of green gets in there. We're just going to kind of dry brush that in. You can see we didn't mix anything special, right? We're letting the paint mix here. Letting the paint mix right here. And of course, Spitman, what's his oh my gosh, the latest big gigantic project is with his Esgiliath board. The last video I got to see him do, he was doing a scenario on one of his redone Osgiliath boards. Of course, he got in trouble at one point during that stream. The boss came in and said, "Hey, you forgot to do something." I don't know if it was doing something with some orders or whatever. But she did come in there. And he said, "Oh, oops, sorry about that." Now, thanks for the clip there, Bithron, as always. So, Spitman, to be able to do my overarching project, I also had not just every army in Middle-earth, but I have to do all the different terrain of Middle-earth. So I don't know, is it SW Miniatures or is it, no, Atomic Cards Gaming or whatever? That Moria board that they use, that's very modular. I want to try and make a Moria board like that for myself, so that there's actually different levels that you have to play on, because that would be fun. And of course, Middle-earth War at Sea, right? So courtesy of Medberry Miniatures, I'm going to be doing my Corsair army. And I think it would be very fun to make Corsair ships and, of course, some Gondor ships. And have some battles at sea, because I think Lord of the Rings rules would work very well in that situation. Because it's mostly, it would just be boarding actions for the most part anyways, so I think it would work out really well. Alright, I think we're getting her a little bit more established here. So yeah, I just didn't want it to be the same old Moria with just pillars, right? Every Moria board you see is a bunch of pillars, which, okay, they're obstacles, people are just running around them, but that board that they did that has all of those levels, and it is modular, so you could make it several levels high if you wanted to. I said, ooh, that I have to do. I think I could also use a lot of my scraps for that, so could make use of a lot of my scraps, I think, for that type of a board too. All right, some more dark down there. Now let's get back to maybe this one here. Yeah, there's some darks we can try to restore here. Yeah, let's do a little something there. And the shield here, I think we might go the opposite way. So we did our green there. I'm gonna go Terra Rosa maybe. Let's see what happens with Terra Rosa. And it's the same sort of a dry brushy thing here, but not dry brush because all that's wet paint, right? But it does mix with, that's some of that original pre-glaze still. Still got some pre-glaze in there. Even let some yellow get into this, because why not? And I know there was the one guy that did the MDF stuff. It was also, I think, for the big Minas Tirith thing, that project that he was doing. Obviously, I think is he New Zealand based or is he Aussie based? I think he's Aussie based. Yeah, those buildings were pretty nice. There, we're gonna try and also, Dead Marshes, want to create that board. And of course, we want to do some elven terrain as well. Who was it that does? Oh, is it Battle Systems? I'm pretty sure that the SW guys, they use the Battle Systems stuff in their battle reports. It does. It looks nice in the battle reports because you're not really getting that close to see some of the little, the elements to keep the buildings together. If you were just staring at photographs, you'd see it, but things are just moving too fast in the videos to really notice that. So that might be, well, I guess for some generic terrain. Once one of my 3D printing guys finally starts doing Hobbit armies, well, then we'll make ourselves Hobbiton, of course. We'll make the Shire. So the SW Miniatures guys, I think that's Scott and, oh gosh, who's the short guy that's always playing the dwarves? But I know he uses that stuff on his Lord of the Rings battle reports. All right, just gave her some eyebrows there because she could use them. So I don't know, never heard of Knights of Dice before. And I'm always looking around for new MESG. Well, let's see. I think Conquest Creation. He's actually back to doing some new videos again. There was quite the layoff for a while. I was getting a little bit worried. Oh, he's the one. Oh, Knights of Dice. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, Bithron. I was thinking, he might have actually done a battle report or two. Was he in the one video where he was doing the 36 hours thing? And it didn't quite go according to plan? Or am I thinking of the wrong guy there, Bitron? But I think he might have done a battle report or two. Of course, there's other guys. The one guy whose voice sounds a lot like his, and I might be mixing those two up because they've been doing sort of a Dol Guldur campaign. So what are we doing here with our polar bear? Remember, I said I wanted to give the fur just a little while to set so that I could come back in with the lighter lights here. And that's kind of what we're doing. Now again, it's not even 3 hours in, and we've actually been working on 4 of these, but about 2 hours and 30 minutes ago, they all looked like this. And they look a little bit different now, don't they? That's kind of the wonder of the oils, right? So that was the 36-hour challenge. All right. Yeah, I was thinking of, there was somebody else that has a very similar name, and I thought I was getting them mixed up. So sorry there, Bithron. It's been a long time since I've seen a video from him. So hopefully he's okay. And we got ourselves a DiMarino in the house. DiMarino, how you doing? So DiMarino, we're actually back to the Song of Ice and Fire stuff. Yeah, this is the stuff that I brought back from Adepticon. Now, of course, we're also going to be painting conquest stuff. That it's on its way here. I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's on its way here. I'm glad that you're doing well. And it's quite the change. We're ending up the week after doing 3 different salon with 3 different super bright color schemes like this to be to be going back into the not so bright color scheme here. So I've been waiting for it to give you that news now. I think I told you that it was, we talked to him at Adepticon, but as far as I know, there's 3 boxes on the way here. I do believe it is the Orcs riding the Raptors, some 100 Kingdom stuff, and I don't know if there's an Old Dominion box in there or not, but hopefully, was it Cataphracts? Is that the new thing that's supposed to be coming up for Old Dominion? So hopefully they send those here, because those would be fun, wouldn't they? Painting the Old Dominion Cataphracts. That's going to be some monstrous cav, right? And it's just, regular sized people, but very large scale. Comp Native, it's kind of nice to be, I think the last time we did a Song of Ice and Fire unit on the stream was, woof, we might be talking the summer of 2021, maybe. It was all that Baratheon stuff. That's the last I remember. And it's kind of funny because DiMarino, as I was, I don't know, maybe I was just looking at pictures of him or something. And then in my YouTube recommendations was one of those history documentaries about Roman cataphracts. So yeah, it's not like your phone ever spies on you or tracks your internet history. Not at all, not in the least. Do I go later with the green? Yeah, I could go later with the green here. So we did that. We got that here. Little bit of light over here too. I guess we'll try and lighten up around the arm there. Yeah, I was sorry there. Now, oh, I guess I don't know if it'll be a discount code or anything like that, but I guess they're gonna be doing the affiliate thing with me or whatever. So I don't know if that means there would be a discount or something like that. Sort of like what Wicked Elf does. I'll let you know if that's the case. Now this over here, I'm gonna do probably something like just that. It's actually got a little bit of our violet on it there. That's all I wanted to do was just hit that. Okay, we got that's our blue there. Where's our indigo here? I guess I need to put a little bit of thinner into that. So yeah, I didn't, I guess what would you say, associate that with, when I saw Old Dominion, I thought, well, what is that? And then I was like, it can't be this, because it looked like Undead Romans, like you said, but apparently that's what it is. Because I knew absolutely nothing about Conquest until we saw him at Adepticon. I knew absolutely nothing. Let me see if I can go. No, none of the Tyros. Let's go with some more of the. yellow up here. Can try and get that to separate from the greens. Now we'll go a bit lighter on our yellow here. And you can see we're not really doing a lot of mixing of paint, are we? And I'm just going to try and lighten this up. We're going to let that mix with what's already there. That's just a huge key with the oils there. Thanks, Bitsron. Would you say he's got 6 different buildings, maybe? Something like that? I don't know, maybe more. They were pretty nice. Of course, ooh, it's been a long time since I put one of those MDF kits together. I couldn't have basically Wild West X. No, there might have been one bolt action kit, maybe. But for the most part, yeah, it would be the Wild West Exodus stuff. All right, just getting a little bit of that going here. And then I guess the orcs are the ones that are riding the dinosaurs. Couldn't remember what they're called, unfortunately. And then you've got, I guess, the elves. Not sure. I guess that's what they are, elves. Yeah, Bithron, that was, when it comes to the Gondor stuff, I just thought, well, I could make that myself, especially if I could maybe print out all the crenellation stuff. So Craig, back in the day, I used to, well, actually, here's that thing. I used to sort of thin them in advance, basically to the consistency of regular acrylic miniature paint. Now I just basically squeeze them out from the tubes onto the palette here, and I'll just thin them as needed instead of doing the others. I don't have time to be doing all the pre-thinning. For the most part, I did that just so that folks would be more familiar. It was originally done for a class. Well, the classes that never happened at Adepticon. I also did this for the classes here for this year. I just took some, squeeze a little bit of paint in there, threw a drop or two of thinner, and then thin that out. You know what? I might do. Let's see if we can get some wood grain. It's a little too late. Back off here a bit. See if we can get a little bit more wood grain on this. But again, not making it too light. Now, what's interesting, Bithron, is I know the, oh gosh, Burn In Designs. Burn In Designs. He made his, they were large. They were much larger than you would normally make them.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
Because he wanted you to be able to fit, well, any miniature in there plus your hand. So that's, remember when I was saying like the roof, when you said, oh, it's too high, I said, well, at least you can get your hand in there and the miniature. And thank you so much, Scratch, for that follow. That bird, he's looking for you. I see him. I see him. He's like, uh-oh, I'm out of here. It's like, oh, that's all it takes to get rid of him? So now DiMarino was, oh, gosh, I guess the oldest one is going to be the 100 Kingdoms. That sounds like that was kind of the first one. I guess maybe the elves. I know they have, a Norseman or something like that. That's is that one of their new factions? It must be because I hear some people talking about them, so that must be the new faction or whatever. So yeah, I was thinking, well, those are kind of older, but of course, well, they had the Cav, and we could do some fun, either Sky Earth medals on them or whatever. Now here we're trying to get a couple of little extra lights here onto the leathers where we can. So Flight Sim has we're we're universal sound in Flight Sim's house. There, we're in every room all the time. You can't escape. You can't escape the oils. Not in Flight Sim's house. Why would you want to escape anyway, right? Because they are so glorious. Let's see if I can't just get there. We go. That might a little bit more than I needed right there, but that we'll just let that break that paint down a little bit. And we're going to see if we can do a little bit on the fur here. So the orcs, those are the newest guys, because I saw the big boss riding the big dinosaur, or, well, is he a dinosaur? Well, he doesn't, does he have wings? I can't remember if he has wings. Would that make him more of a, oh gosh. What was the thing that they, I can't remember. AWOL Nation, welcome back. So Dr. Tentacle, like I was saying there, I don't have the time to do all that pre-thinning stuff, so I just put them out on the palette. Of course, I've been using the oils for, well, about 40 years anyways, so familiar with them that it's no big deal. Again, I did that just to try and make them a little bit more similar in consistency. So it's kind of like a feathered T-Rex then. Let's get the, there we go. Let's bring up more of our lights here. Bit more right there on the top of his forehead. We'll try and come back in, I think, with some of the yellows as well. Just going to try and lighten this part of the skin up a little bit more. So I guess if you're asking if we're doing all four, we are painting all four. We got the movement tray. We'll be painting that later on. We've got, well, here's the first three that we've actually been painting. And then, of course, we've got this one right here. I just wanted to let people have a chance to see the difference between one that is still in the pre-glaze and the other ones that have a lot more done on them. And we'll get back into some of the darks too on the, I almost said our walrus guy here, but on our bear. I guess the bummer is I forgot to have the pictures of the arch villain polar bears that we painted on stream last month before Adepticon. So back in again, a little bit more of the, again, that lighter tone here on our polar bear. Sort of fighting some of the mold lines, but that's sort of the price that you pay. Now, the one thing, DiMarino, someone did advise us is that the instruction sheets can be a little bit misleading. Yeah, you want to definitely double check and triple check what parts you're gluing together. Because, yeah, the instruction sheets, they can be a little bit dicey. Because somebody was putting together that figure, you know, the big T-Rex guy. And it was something with the, I guess because there's alternate pieces to the head or whatever. So AWOL, that's 40 years with the oils. Because you've seen that picture of the one that I did when I was, just a wee lad. So we've been working with them a very, very, very long time. Not necessarily just continuously. They were a big part of the 2D art business, of course. How much? Okay, so about 10 after 9 will be our chow break then, because Kathy has been working hard on making food all this time. So yeah, about I guess 10 minutes or so after 9 is when chow happens. Let's get the something. We'll probably get our lightest hair color on her too. Again, this is a tricky one because a mold line went right through the face, so we're pretty much having to repaint a lot of the face here. At least we gave her an eye there. So I think we gave her one here. And the mouth kind of disappears, unfortunately. So yeah, that's again, that's kind of lost to some mold lines. Hey, Tukale, how you doing? It's almost kind of back to the days where we worked on whole units at the same time of Song of Ice and Fire, because here's a couple of more that we've been painting on. And now that we got the fourth one here, we'll be going back into that one too. So yeah, let's see if we can do something lighter here on that lower lip just to try and make that exist. Well, it's Queez. It's instead of just being like a mold line, it's kind of like it's not there. There's almost no lips, no chin. So we're just gonna see if we can't somehow via paint just give the impression that it is there. It looks like we were able to do that. Thank goodness. Yeah, it was a little crazy there, Queez, because it's like, where's the lips on there? And there just weren't any. That made it a little bit difficult. Yeah, and there's basically no chin, so we're just kind of painting that in too. A Landrast. No, like say, well, so Landrast, were you able to fix that the FEP thing? Because that was a sad looking picture there, you know. We're very sensitive to those kind of images, aren't we? So hopefully you're able to get that sort of fixed up. Anyways, that did not look like a happy picture whatsoever. There's some orange now. Again, I guess I could have gotten out some cadmium orange or whatever, but we're just taking a little bit of the Indian yellow here, mixing that with the Terra Rosa. Yeah, Queez, there was, oh gosh, I used to have that one out here. It was one of the old Bones miniatures, like Bones 1 or something. And it had like half the face, there was nothing there. So I just basically painted it on. And people, they thought it was a metal miniature because they'd never seen that particular figure with an actual face on it. So I thought you might get a kick out of that one. You know what? I might just, let me see if I can get a little bit of our not cadmium yellow out here. So there we go. But oh, that terrain was really looking fantastic, Landrast. Now, was that what is that what failed? Was the terrain? Because it looked like you had gotten some good prints. Oh, the Zmood stuff. Okay. Well, I've never used that. We're gonna keep sticking with our Soraya Smoky Black Simple for sure. Get a little bit of our light here. So what are we're at 3 hours and basically 3 hours 15 minutes, and we've essentially kind of painted 3.5 of these. I'm thinking that could really help people knock their way through those vast legions of unpainted miniatures. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. So now, of course, actually, now Landrast, is that something that you could try and do the hot water trick with as well, to try and break through those supports without breaking the stuff? You know what, I'm going to throw a little bit of the Terra Rosa out here. Yeah. We did get the green in there. Now we're just throwing a smidge of our Terra Rosa. Yeah, well, Landrast, it's always the case, right? That's why us 3D printers are the most superstitious people in the world, because you never know why sometimes things just all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute, this worked all the time. Why does it suddenly not work anymore? And there's just some weird thing about printing stuff that does that, just to torment us, I guess. So there's a little bit of that shield that's kind of strapped onto the saddle there. A little something. Never really did much on the boots here. Let me see if I can get a couple little lighter areas on that boot. And you can see there's no mixing of colors, right? We're just slapping this thing on there. We'll grab something to use as a blending brush here. And we'll just feather that. This is why we're able to do this stuff so fast. The ones on those figures from Thursday peeled right off. But boy, Landrast, yeah, I felt really bad when I saw those pictures from earlier today. I thought, oh, that's a bummer. Now, you can't blame me because I didn't wish you good luck with printing. Now, if I wished you good luck with printing, then I would accept the blame for that. But I did not wish good luck on your printing, so that can't be blamed on me. I will not accept blame for that. We got Zero in the house. Zero, how are you doing? We're actually, believe it or not, we're back into some of our Song of Ice and Fire stuff here. Where are they? Here's the card that goes with the unit. So the Bear Riders here. Seeing what we can do with these. Okay, a little bit lighter there. And you know what? Yeah, know what? I might even do this. See if we can get a little bit of that radiant blue onto the sleeve here. Just for whatever reason, it's gonna give it kind of a grayish look. Something like that. So just a FEP change, I guess. The reason I was kind of freaking about that is the whole issue with the Frozen and not being able to change the FEP on that thing because of the way the stupid screws were. Well, and of course them not giving you the right tool to even remove the screws. Not super helpful, that's for sure. And of course, Zero, I think you saw, I don't know if you had a chance to see, this is the one that we did last night. Quite the difference, right, in the muted tones here versus all the wild colors in that one. My goodness, that's quite the difference. Well, hopefully you're making some good progress on that. All right, just clean it up. Maybe let's see if we can get some of the lightest skin tone down here. There's a little bit of reflected skin tone there. Let's see if I can darken down. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. That was getting a bit too light. Might even darken it down a little bit more, a little more Terra Rosa. Okay, that's better. That was just looking a little bit unusual. Let's see if I can maybe also darken down some of this. There's not a lot of shape to work with here. We're sort of trying to engineer some. I think Zero. Yeah, this was it's hard to believe we started the week this way, and that was where we actually brought out the Cobalt Blue. Then this one here, we brought out the Quinaconal Magenta, and now we got this. So a little bit different color scheme wise, is it not? Just a bit different. But the oils work really well for anything, right? If we want to do the super bright colors or stuff that is much more muted like this. And in any case, it sure makes it so that we can get these things done in a reasonable amount of time and pretty much look in the way we would like them to. The oils make freehand so much easier. We've talked about that a bunch of times. And yeah, we'll Zero. I think, well, we've done an awful lot of bolt action figures with the oils too. And it made the bolt action figures way more fun because you could get all kinds of sneaky, cheeky color combos in what would normally be just a khaki or a gray or a grayish green. You could do a lot more with those. Courtesy of the oils. Now I'm just trying to get a little lighter here on her shoulders. There was a mold line going through this, so we're sort of fighting through that here a little bit. Where's that green? There's the radiant green. This somehow didn't get the green. It got all the other stuff that's not green. Couple of extra little lights down there, bottom of that cloak or cape or whatever. Gonna start to maybe throw some lighter colors on the collar too. We gotta get the polar bear some eyes, I think. Maybe we need to thin that down a little bit more. Not too much, because again, if it's a pinline wash, that will not work very well. So there we go. Guess we need to get some more here. Let's see. Yeah, Zero, and of course you don't have to feel bad about doing some parts with the oils and some parts with the acrylics. Whatever's going to make it easier, that's the best way to think about it. If certain areas just easier to do with the acrylics, what the heck, go ahead and do them with the acrylics. And then you never know, over the course of time, you get more and more used to the oils, you'll do more and more with them. That was the case for me. Yeah, I didn't think I would be able to use oils for entire miniatures and busts and everything when I first started using them. So that was just something that kind of evolved. All right, that also needs a little bit of light on it right there. Now let me get back to it's that lighter grayish blue here. Maybe something there. I'll lighten this up a little more too, perhaps. Don't know. I just looking for a little separation from the cloak here. I guess we should probably lighten up that cloak a little bit. Where's that? There's the radiant green. Yeah, definitely zero whatever's gonna be the most comfortable at the time. Go ahead and run with that. All right, let's go back to this one over here, because I know there's stuff on the sleeves that I can still do here. And then whatever this is back here, I'm not quite sure what that's supposed to be, but I think we need to at least hammer out a couple of lights on that. And then we also want to get some kind of a wood grain texture on this. On that big old spear quiver. Yeah, Zero, I'm glad that they've been fun for you, and definitely a good idea to just take it a little bit at a time, though you'll certainly enjoy them more. They're not a source of frustration, for sure. But I bet you over the course of time, you'll find yourself using the oils for more and more on each minute, just as you get more and more used to them. Now, again, we've got to keep in mind there's going to be all that snow on the base, right? Have to remember that. There's going to be a ton of snow on there. The icicles, everything else. Again, I wish I had. Well, when I do the slideshow, you'll certainly see plenty of examples of snow bases on Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. There's a ton of videos on the YouTube channel of Song of Ice and Fire miniatures being painted. And of course, I've done several army painting series on the Patreon page that have Song of Ice and Fire miniatures as the subject. Who knows, that may be happening again if they're actually sending me these on a regular basis and we have enough of them. Okay, yeah, that I need to come back in here with a couple of darks, and then I think we need to maybe get some of our lightest lights here. I don't know, I might even, not sure if I want that to be a pin line, but it just might end up being one. Well, sort of a one. Not quite, but close. I think I've gotten the darkest darks in there here. I don't know, maybe just throw a little bit more. I think we'll do two of them with sort of a reddish brown here, and then we'll do these two with a darker color here. It does look like in the cover art, if you want to call it that, they show them all with the reddish hair. Again, looking to sharpen up some edges here. I guess we got to give them some eyes too. Let's do that here. And oh, there we go. That's more like it. Now trying to also get rid of that mold line right there. Again, don't necessarily want to have to take my files to this, not at this stage. We'll get a little bit lighter here with that bluish gray on this surface here. You know, I am gonna do it. I'm gonna get some of my Terra Rosa here. That brings out, it's not any different as far as the value goes. It's not any lighter, it's not any darker. It's just got that little bit of a reddish brown to it, and that's going to separate from the fur just a bit more. All right, Dr. Tentacle, you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out as always. Now, it's possible I could be streaming tomorrow instead of Monday, so don't be entirely surprised if maybe you see me live. It will depend on several things. Here, maybe we'll do the same on this side too. So here we almost actually darken that, but now that it's got that little bit of a reddishness to it, it does separate a bit more from the fur. Gonna grab this here, some of that radiant violet. We'll mix that with the yellow. It kind of almost creates a weird sort of yellow ochre in a way. And still not exactly sure what that all is supposed to be there. And I'm not sure if this is wood or reeds or what that is supposed to be either. Now, I don't want this to get too light. If it does, then all of the lights that we put out here, not going to be quite so effective. I just need a little something in there for shape, and then these. Oh, yeah, we did the lights on the other side, not on this side. So we'll lighten that up just a bit on that side. I think we're good there now. And now here, get a mold line there, so we're just trying to put a little bit of that on the hair just to again cover up where that mold line runs through it. So as we're painting the Song of Ice and Fire stuff, you're going to hear lots about the mold lines. You haven't heard me talk about the mold lines very much because a lot of it has been 3D printed. And I guess it's going to be kind of weird from doing all the 3D printed stuff now to maybe stuff that's more of a regular cast miniature. Well, like the Conquest stuff and this. And there are some GW things that I will be working on. Well, not just Lord of the Rings either. Okay, let's get the, yeah, again, a little bit of that lighter blue there. Here, let's go maybe all the way to a turquoise for the lightest light on the nose there. What about this one? And well, Flight Sim, I'm glad that you've been able to make that sort of breakthrough with the oils. And then the keys are, just as always, right? Less is more, and more is way too much. When you think you have almost no paint on that brush, take some more off. Less, always less paint. So I'm going to try here on his nose. Right there. And I do believe it is, it sounds like it's actual chow time here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up the Albi back screen, and well, you'll get to see some more Song of Ice and Fire stuff, that's for sure. So we will return. Don't go away. We will be right back. We have one more miniature to finish here, plus the movement tray. And now here's some more Song of Ice and Fire stuff. And like I said, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. And let's see, do we actually just get ourselves a raid here? So let's quickly change back to our regular scene as soon as I can here. There we go. So, Pun, how you doing? I know you were just streaming. So if we could please give Pun Expected a follow, that would be fantastic. Now we get Frayed Brush in the house too. So, Pun Expected, we were talking about Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, and they are back. There you go. So doing a whole unit of these. We've done 3. Oh, we also have a Grumdy in the house. Grumdy, thank you so much. I guess we're gonna have to. Well, and maybe we need to get a 3rd refill here. That would be fantastic. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. And now here's this 4th. Remember, I was saying we were gonna be saving this to for our post-chow break. So we did the post-chow break, and here's again another one right here. So let's start to power in some of the lighter stuff here on this guy. Not going to be any different than the other ones. And Pun Expected, hopefully your stream went really well. And of course, you know, the usual. I know you don't have pictures right now of what you just did, or maybe you already do, and you've already got them ready to put in the Discord there. And yeah, here, we're just gonna do a little bit of our dry, brushy stuff in there. See how simple that is, right? It's so simple. More on that, the Thanatos there. There you go. There you go. So please go check out what Pun Expected just posted there in the chat. And then, of course, go give Pun Expected a follow, because Pun Expected also streams the oil painting. Yes, indeed. Now, what's interesting is this stuff has been on here almost 4 hours, I don't know, 3 hours, 40 minutes or so. And it's different than it was when we were doing this stuff right here, right? Because the pre-glaze was much fresher when we were working on it. And thank you so much, Frayed Brush. Appreciate that. I'm glad that you were able to get that gold a little bit closer to what you were wanting. I know sometimes it can be a little bit of a pain trying to get things to come out the way we actually want them to. Here's my lighter filbert brush. Again, we wanted to get some of that yellow in there, right? Wow, this is it's interesting how different it is with this having set longer. So thanks so much, Frayed Brush. I really appreciate that. And I hope that you had yourself a good Saturday. We really quickly overnight, after last night's stream, we did the movement tray for this. Well, again, we're going to be slapping some paint on that later too. It's not anything super fancy or spectacular.
So say we all.
But we did get ourselves, we're using, the 3D printed bits right there from, and thank you so much for that gift sub there, Frayed Brush. Appreciate that. So from Make It Epic Basing, I do believe that's their actual name. And I don't think they're on My Mini Factory. They're on something else. I don't know where it is. You would just kind of have to do a bit of a Google search for Make It Epic Basing and see where they show up. Thank you so much, Crack. I appreciate it. Craig, sorry about that. Thank you so much for that sub. I appreciate that. Always appreciate the subs. Well, like we said, especially during this particular time, they are especially helpful. So thank you so much for that. And here, let's keep going with our. Again, we're trying to raise up. You can see the polar bear starting to look a little bit closer to like what we have right here. And what would seem, sorry, it would seem that we also have ourselves a bit of a hype train there. So like you said, it's like, wait a minute. I heard this before. What is this thing? I'm out. I'm out. There it is. Look, it's coming right down the track right for you there. Hype train. Hype train. There it is. Thank you so much for that. That is appreciated. Back to the brilliant yellow pale. Now there is a little bit. Little bit of our brilliant yellow pale and a whole lot of Reiner raid. Got ourselves a Reiner raid. Reiner, thank you so much for that raid. Guess what? We're in the middle of a big old unit painting exercise. These are from Song of Ice and Fire. And everybody, please give Reiner that follow. So we've been painting all of these.
So say we all.
And thank you so much, Pun Expected, for all the gift subs there. So here, while we have the new folks in here, these are, again, from Song of Ice and Fire. These are, what the heck are they called again? They're called the Frozen Shore Bear Riders. And now we've done, again, 3 of these, 4 hours ago? Yeah, not even 4 hours ago.
So say we all.
These had no paint on them whatsoever. No paint on them at all. Now this one here, this is still mostly pre-glazed. We're just trying to get this one caught up to where all these other ones are. And thanks again so much, Pun Expected Painting. And of course, everybody please give Pun Expected Painting that follow. Because, again, Pun Expected also does the oil paints.
So say we all.
So Reiner, oh, I don't know if did you have a chance to see that it's look at this. The little bit different colors set here, right? A little bit brighter colors that we've been using all week long compared to this. A little bit, here, let's get one of our ones that's pretty much done here. So a little bit more of a muted color scheme right there. A little bit more of a color, here's...
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
And a little bit brighter, right? Look at these guys here. And thank you so much, Fish. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And of course, well, let's see. Gandalf walks in and he says, don't see that bird around, dude. He's like, what bird? I don't know. I'm new here, man. I'm totally new. I don't see any bird. It's like, oh, that's fantastic. It's like, oh, wait a minute. The one that's flying overhead? So, oh, well, that's one way to get rid of, that's one way to get rid of him. Hey, Prometheus. Nice to see you. Now, of course, there is a 4th one. So these are from Archvillain right here. There's a 3D print. There's a 4th one. I just haven't, I have to locate all of the, it's like a plant palinquid. I'm sorry, that he's sitting on. And I think I might have to reprint that. It might have gotten overcooked when I was curing it. Not sure. So yeah, right. It's pretty wild to finish up the week after doing all that really bright colored stuff to be going to something that is much less high chroma. And of course, all the bases are going to be getting icicle effects, snow effects with the crushed glass snow. So all these areas that are dark, they are not going to be dark. They're actually going to be a whole lot lighter. And again, those are from Archvillain. These are from Song of Ice and Fire. And we've done a ton of Song of Ice and Fire stuff on the channel before. Where's our dragons here? Well, we did all the tons of Baratheon stuff. My goodness, tons of that. And let's see, oh, we also did these. This was the army painting series here. So where's my dragons? Well, somehow we scrolled on past those. Not sure. There we go. So hopefully they actually do send me another box of these because it'll be fun to do videos on those. And then we did, 2 of those Unsullied units and 5 or 6. I swear it was more like 6 of those units of Dothraki horsemen. Oh, somewhere I've got the zebra guys. The Zorse Riders. That's right. Yes, the Zorse Riders. I guess there is such a thing as a Zorse. I don't remember what my Zorse material was to find that. See what I did right there? That's more linguistic gold. And Reiner, of course, if you got some pictures of things that you've been working on, I know you got kind of an ongoing thing there that you've been painting on the channel. You want to share that in the chat? That would be fantastic. We'll just use this. Some of that radiant blue, and we're just going to chuck that in here. mostly because we want to have, remember, snow down here, right? So we've got to get some of this blue in here. Let me see, I think there's this is the brush we were using for it right here. Very much a dry brush, as always. That's the thing with the oils. Less is more, and more is definitely way too much. So there, please everybody go check out Reiner's Instagram post there, and you can see what Reiner's been working on. So Reiner, it's great to see you again. I hope that the stream went really well. I know that sometimes streams can be very, very active, and other streams are a little bit, you actually are able to focus more on what you're painting. Here we're gonna try there. Oh, that's right. This one also has that mold line kind of running right through it. So again, these Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, they're all one-piece casts, which is handy. Sometimes it can be less handy because it can be a little bit rough. Sometimes the mold lines go through weird places, really weird places sometimes. So, and again, thank you so much, everybody, for that. We'll do a hype train in just a second here. In just a second, and thank you so much, Craig, for the for the subs there. That is appreciated. I just want to make sure that I don't forget to pop some of this, well, Perlene Black-ish. So it's kind of that dark green mix, and that's what we've been using here on some of these. And let's see, we're gonna get our hype train a-going here. Oh, wait. It's not just that hype train. We did have a level 2. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means this. That means a level 2 hype train. Yes, that's it. Hype train. And yes, that is a cookie that we decorated on stream. Now, where did that go? I know this last. No, that's not in the same room. This last Christmas we did the ornament decorating streams, and of course, well, those were really, really, really fun. Had a blast doing those. Nixel, that cookie depleted uranium is probably not as tough. As we welcome in Lando. Boy, Lando, it's been quite a while. Gee whiz, I hope that you're doing okay. Man, it's been a while. So I just realized that there was a little bit of this lightest light that I also wanted to get to. See how that stick in there? That wouldn't have done that so long, not so long ago. That's kind of how the oils go. You have to give them that time to set, right? So thanks again, everybody, for all the subs and the follows and the bitses too, because that really makes a difference. Particularly so right now. Most definitely. And let's this is about as straight up close to white as we've gotten here on our polar bears. Might still come back into some of these areas, maybe with a little bit of the Indian yellow. I'm just going to use that as a blending brush right there. So you get to play some 30K, and it sounds like some victory too. Well, that's a nice added bonus there. That is fantastic. You know what? Let's see if we can also sharpen up these spear points. Might try to get some Prussian blue on those too. Thanks, Pawn Expected. Cause yeah, we're still waiting on Adepticon income there, so it's extra helpful. And again, since we were away at Adepticon, you know how it works. You've done more than enough streaming to know that Twitch really wants you to just stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, don't they? And they have fuzzy math, so to say. There's times I'll be just like, so wait a minute, how exactly are you counting up that number? How did that change so quickly over a 24-hour period? There we go. I need just a smidge more here. Maybe on his nose. I don't know. Let's see if we want to. Do I really want to have that bright of a highlight on his nose? Maybe that's just enough. Lothar, actually, I have, like I said, tons of videos on the YouTube channel. Obviously, the Patreon page too. And also a bunch of Twitch sessions. And you can just check those out. They're all saved as highlights. And I know I've got the halberds painted from that original set. I don't want to scroll past them here. Somewhere our halberds are right about there. So those are from the original starter box. And I painted, let's see, Mountainsmen too. I painted the Swordsmen. So yeah, we've done all of the stuff from the original starter box. All the NCUs did that stuff too. Oh, you're running some D&D stuff too? Yeah, I guess so then all of the cards will be finally up to date. Because I mean, that was one of the neat things about it, is that you just had the cards instead of a bunch of rule books to haul around. Then they started to change things, and all of a sudden, you know, you never knew which set of cards was good or not good anymore. Lothar, that's I have that too. They sent that back when they were still sending stuff to us here. They did send the Rising Sun. I was hoping to maybe paint some of those either as tutorial videos or on some streams. So I don't think they'll work as an army painting series. That was my original thought, but I think we'll just kind of do those on. We also didn't have. I was only just starting to do the streaming on Twitch, so I think that might just be a better place for some of them. All right. Yeah, Nixel, that's for sure. So Valfera, let me try and get you a film noir if you're still here. Sorry if I missed you. There was a lot of activity all of a sudden. So here, this is gonna be interesting,
Hello,
especially
little
with.
hobbits. Spark my gun.
And thank you so much, Lothar, for that follow. So here, let's get Valfera his film noir. Now you don't see the greenish tones there, the almost yellow tone in the trousers. Here, let's come back to this. Let's have both of these guys here again. So hopefully Valfera is still here to see his film noir. And I'll just, there we go. So, man, the big difference there, right? Those two, all of this stuff looked exactly the same in just regular film noir. There was maybe some value differences, but that's about it. And thank you so much, Lothar, again for that follow. I appreciate that. Obviously, Gandalf does too. Appreciates all his little hobbits. Now, of course, Gandalf had been challenged to a smoke ring blowing contest by this Slan on Wednesday, I think it was. All right, let me get to this one and let's get some more lights here. No problem, Reiner. It's been really very crazy here too, so I understand being distracted, and thank you so much, Valfera, for that. I'm glad that you were still around. Sorry, I didn't see that you were about to head out. It is on the late side, so hopefully you were able to take care of all the stuff that you wanted to today. I know that was kind of an unusual task that you had. Definitely not the usual thing. Hopefully that's all done with. You don't have to fool around with that anymore. No, thanks, Reiner. Appreciate that. I know that this is, even though a lot of folks are using the oils, I know it's kind of still a new and different thing for a lot of people. But boy, it is so darn helpful. It has helped me get so much stuff done, and it looks better too. It's not just it's done faster, it looks better. Also too, while the oils are more durable, there's those advantages as well. They're more durable. The color's just more intense. It's kind of the nature of the beast. It's why they always used to paint buildings and everything else with oils and not acrylics. Well, okay. Well, here's hoping they're done tomorrow. And Velfair, I might be streaming again tomorrow. Again, everything is kind of up in the air over at least the next 5 days or so. So don't be surprised if I'm streaming at weird days for sure, if not weird times. Yeah, Reiner, I basically at Fort Wapple, the one time is sort of late at night, that after midnight time, because there's much less chance someone's going to say, "Oh, you have to go over here and judge this," or "You need to go over here and do that." Now I know that's also the time when most people are wanting to go to sleep. I realize that. And it would have definitely been fun to be able to at least break out the oils in Fort Wapple there and just do a couple little demos, especially with that audio amplifier. Ooh, wow, that could have been really interesting. Not that anybody could have seen what I was doing. They could have heard me, though. They could have at least heard me. So again, just trying to get some of the lighter colors down here on his feet. Again, I have to be thinking. Keep in mind, there's going to be a bunch of snow there. So this is all going to be much lighter here. Not dark the way it is now. Yeah, actually, that was unexpected. That was another reason why Armored Wolf thought it would be really a fantastic thing to have that audio amplifier, because I tried years ago to do some oil paint demos for people, and they were sitting right next to me. Well, gee whiz, you were there. You saw how loud it can get there, and especially when those classes come out. Whenever a classes or all the classes kind of come out at the same time, and it gets noisy out there. Well, gee whiz, Ryan, I remember when I first was seeing your streams. That was it was a bunch of the terrain pieces that you had. I think you were painting a whole bunch of terrain. I mean, it was a lot of it. I don't remember exactly how many pieces, but you were telling me it was a good amount of terrain pieces. So well, I'm hoping that maybe if I take away one of those classes, I wish I didn't have to do the seminar thing. That would be beautiful if I didn't have to do that. That would pretty much free up all of Thursday. That would make a big difference. Oh, geez, you still have. Oh my goodness. Now, Reiner, if you've got some, oh gosh, dare I say group shots or something like that of all those terrain pieces that you were doing there, boy, you have to share those in the chat. Just the volume of those. There was so many of those. I was just every time I tune in, you had more of that terrain going on. Now here again, we're going to try and do that Prussian blue like we were talking about here on this side. There we go. It's just that little add on a color there. We'll do the same on this side. And we'll do the same on these guys up here. Just to, again, put a little bit of sky color on that. I think we did both sides of that. And let's see. Oh, we've got two deer kits and that need building. Oh, and then all the BattleTech terrain. And there you go. Also a TikTok. Boy, Reiner, that's the other thing I have to start. Among the million other things I have to do is I have to actually start making some kind of TikTok videos. Mostly of group shots, things that just don't really work well as pictures, as still images, aka army stuff. I think that might just be a thing to do. Here, we're going to get some of that blue into the hair, just reasons. This one, we hadn't done this one yet. So I know, Reiner, it's been suggested that we put all of our Gandalf puppet shows, give Gandalf his own TikTok channel, basically. But I mean, there's really, most of the videos are 4 or 5 seconds long, maybe, if that long. I know that there's folks almost doing like little mini tutorials almost in a way. So yeah, that's something that I can hopefully start doing maybe more in May or whatever. With all the Adepticon stuff, we had to just kind of let that work its way through. And there we go. Almost somehow didn't get our darker tone there. I'm just going to take this brush and fade that out a little bit. All right, back to the lighter light right here. I gotta get these. So, like I said, sometimes the consequence of these, they are cheaper. They're all one piece, easy to deal with, and very sturdy. But it also does mean sometimes things like spear ends or whatever can be a little bit wonky. It's a trade-off like anything else. So yeah, I guess we'll have to figure out how to get some of those basically little videos on the armies, because it's so hard. Instagram is because of the vertical format. Well, obviously the videos are sort of vertical format too, but it's really tough to get armies photographed for Instagram. That's for sure. Now, I don't know if IGTV is still a thing, because it was not that long ago. I think it was actually right around the time where all the fun stuff began that I was trying to look into doing some IGTV. I don't know if that's still as much of a thing, or if it's more like Reels and the TikTok stuff. That's what all the cool kids are doing now. So that was something I was studying, was the IGTV, but I don't even know if that's still a thing anymore, really. Going to let that mix with a little bit of the darker green there. What the heck? This book could probably use some more darks, and I'm guessing, yep, this one too. Mostly just a cleanup here. Yep, a little bit of cleanup's going to happen over here too. Darken this down. And this is the same thing we were doing on the lizards. The last 3 streams is kind of coming back and cutting into some of the mid-tone there, and then instead of trying to get just the bright highlight on the edge. You know what? I thought I already did the eyes on this guy, but we didn't already do those. Now we've got them. We've got those ready. Again, I've got to keep in mind, cannot lose track that we're going to have all that snow out here. That's going to be very important. It's going to make a huge difference. Where did this guy go again? So again, the crushed glass snow, you can see, well, here, look at that. So see how the polar bear is going to change a lot once all that dark is gone. Let's see, I think we got all of our darks pretty much there on his face. I'm gonna head back to our new one right here. And we're gonna get back into this brush here. Let's take some of that brilliant yellow pale here. Then we'll go back into some of the dry brushing of our lighter color into these things. His fur. This more of a Terra Rosa. More of a Terra Rosa. We'll get. I think we did get some of our Perlene black in there. And of course, we can certainly go lighter than this. But we're doing that. We always talk about the dry brush. Even though the brush is not dry, brush stroke is very light. Look, no thumbs. Hashtag no thumbs. That's how light that brush stroke is. Continuing to add more of the... Let's see, I think, oh, that's right. We're going to go with more of a reddish tone, I think, for the hair on this one to match one of the other ones. So when you look at your polar bears here again, you can see they got the yellow in the fur, but we also want to have that reflected blue light as well. So let's keep going here. And what are we? We are 4 hours, 23 minutes in. You got to subtract probably about, I don't know, 10 minutes for me actually trying to eat some food and reacting to other things. So essentially about 4 hours for all four of these, all four of them together. And I'm going to get back into the, that's our bluish tone there. That's especially for down here. Down here. The pre-glaze was mostly browns. Brown Matter, Van Dyke Brown, that sort of thing. And now it's not quite so light. And then I know what we did is we came back in some of our Van Dyke Brown and indigos and such to make these areas stand out a little bit. Not quite a pin line wash here. Hey, Greenleaf, how you doing? Now, I do believe, was it chapter 29, I think? I think it was chapter 20. I'm going to go back and see if that's it. It was either chapter 29 or chapter 33 of our Book of Wapol here. So I'm going to go with chapter 29. There it is. Caress the brush, don't crush it. What does that mean? That means no death grip on the brush, no metal or no hand on the metal ferrule, right? And of course here now, when it comes to some of our contrast, right? Well, we don't have as much of that to play with. So we've been actually mostly going with the temperature contrast. That's about all we have. And of course, value contrast. But you have value contrast all the time, right? That's why we just did a film noir not long ago, right? So that you could see how the greens and the oranges and stuff disappear. So we'll tag team the Book of Wapol with film noir. It's even more dramatic on something like this. That Slann, it looks like he's barely got even any values on him. Well, let's see what happens when we do that. All of a sudden, poof, look at this, right? Much more contrast magically appears. Look at this. See, we got a reflected light there, but that's almost like a turquoise green on the golds there. So even though the palette, oh gosh, I don't like the L word, right? It's a limited palette, so to speak, but it's not really limited, is it? All right, Lando, thanks for hanging out as long as you could. I appreciate that. And it was great to see you again. And good luck with the campaign. I'm sure it'll be fun and you'll have a blast, and they will too. So, Greenleaf Studios, hopefully you are also having yourself a good Saturday. Gonna hit this, the collars. We just kind of did those as almost more of a indigo slash Van Dyke Brown thing here. And of course, this is pretty darn close to a pin line wash. And of course, this is that messy stage, right, where things don't really look like much of anything. They don't look like much of anything. I know that the average typical approach is you're painting one tiny little part of the miniature at any one time. That's not what we're doing, is it? We are painting the whole thing all at once. Going to try and get a little bit of my light in there. Now some more darks over here on these spears. I just know I want a little separation in that. I think we've got just about all the darks we can there. Looks like we're set there too. One last thing on this. This is done a little bit differently than some of the other polar bears here. They do a good job of making each of these units have different poses, even though again they're all one piece. Now, you know what, I might even, okay, there's a little bit of the cadmium green in there. We'll just, once again, caress the brush, right? We're not doing this, right? Look, I can't even reach the darn miniature. But here, I just have basically 2 fingers on that brush. And as you can see, hashtag no layers, right? All I did was I just took this lighter green and we're essentially just dry brushing it over the top of what is there. And we're letting it mix with all the stuff that's already here. That is the key. It's gotta be a little bit patient. You don't want to be a hasty little hobbit. Haste makes mud, that's for sure. Again, this bit right here, that is from Make It Epic. That is a 3D printed bit there. So hit a little bit more of our lighter greens along here. Then the hair. Let's see if we can get some of this. That's actually a little bit of the purple there. Purple matter. Also, not Terra Rosa. That is the French Indian red. And we'll throw this into a couple of spots, not just on the hair. We'll get some of this maybe on parts of the saddle. Probably throw some of that over here. You can see how now we're just starting to quite literally dry brush some of that. I might even throw some of it on the tree. This is also, I think it's actually chapter 1 of the Book of Wapol. The color goes somewhere. It must go everywhere. All right, Pun, you have a good one. Thanks for all the gift subs and the bits and everything else. And everyone, please go give Pun Expected that follow. Because, again, Pun does all the oil stuff too. And also, too, you'll find out about different colors, different range, like the Moschini range. And so it's always good to see more things. So definitely go, please check out Pun Expected Painting. This is what I'm looking for over here. Some of this kind of yellowy orange, just to get some of that out here. So I can see very quickly, this thing is starting to get a little more color on it. Little more variety here. And with each one of these colors, I just kind of take it and chuck it somewhere. Little something everywhere. All right, maybe some of that on the saddle too. Okay, let's see if we can get some lighter tones on the face, maybe. Terra Rosa, probably Yellow Pale. And we'll do this as close to the other ones as possible. We'll have to, I don't know if I'll have to come back and add quite as much of the rosy color to the face. I think this one will have more of that straight away. So thanks again, Unexpected Painting. You have a good one. All right, here, let's get the lighter color here on the cheek. And this might be the only one that doesn't have a mold line of some kind running right through the face. I don't know. There could still be one, but I have a feeling maybe there's not, at least on this one. And I think we've only been painting on this one for a matter of, what, 10, 15 minutes or so? Post pre-glaze. Like I said, it happens pretty darn fast. Why? Because I call it blind blending. Or I can pretty much just start chucking some of this and let it mix with whatever is there. Oh yeah, so there was a mold line running through this face too. And through the hair as well. Yay, look at that. With these, just be ready for that. That's going to happen a lot because, again, they are one-piece casts. It's a bit of a trade-off. It is a little bit of a trade-off. And all those other Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, some of you that were nice enough to stay through the slideshow when we were off getting some chow. All of those, same deal. Had to deal with the mold lines on those too. See if I can get some lights in her eyes. I don't know, maybe we'll go all the way over here to some her actual light. Might have to get some more of our white out there, and I might also too. 1 second here. Just a dot of thinner on there. That's again something I do more and more instead of trying to do all the pre-thinning of the paint. I just don't have time for it. Don't have the time, so I've just kind of been doing that more and more. Now, actually, I'm gonna, sure enough, there was a little more paint on there than I wanted. Gonna get the eyes here. This one also, again, has a mold line kind of running through it. Now I think I'll try and get a little more light on the polar bear's face here. When we get the magenta color in there for some of the more rosy parts of the face, we'll also put that same color in a couple of spots on our polar bear here. Actually, Serge, I don't have any of the urban rubble stuff. I'm hoping that after some things, well, when I finally get the Adepticon money, whenever that's coming in, I have no idea. I was really hoping to get the Make It Epic trees because I seriously want to do some videos on those as far as adding the flock and foliage to it. I want to see if there's some ways that we can really turn those into some fir trees and deciduous trees really quick, but also make them look nice. Because I think you saw the Ardennes board that I did for Bolt Action with all the trees and everything. Well, that was me just taking actual twigs and sticks and then adding first the moss and then adding the flock and such afterwards using the spray adhesive. And believe it or not, you can actually, well, do shading and stuff as you're adding that flock and moss and such. So I'm hoping that's possible with the Make It Epic trees instead of me, well, trying to find sticks, right? As much as Well, a lot of the trees around here either were cut down or whatever, so there's not much in the way of sticks anymore. Not like it used to be. All right, here we're gonna get some of that lighter tone here on our polar bear, on his face. So Sarge, now are you printing the urban rubble at just, what would you say, the 100% size, or are you messing around with a couple of different scales on the urban rubble? And I guess too, I try to never print out anything that goes just flat on the build plate anymore, even though sometimes printing it on supports means well, probably using way more resin too. But I don't think I've got any of the urban terrain. I know I don't. Oh, I just printed up I think it was last night, the kind of ocean weeds or the seaweed type plants. Those seem to print up really well. And now, Sarge, would you say the urban rubble is more sci-fi urban rubble, or could it potentially be, well, I guess almost bolt action era urban rubble? It's been a while since I looked at those, and I didn't spend too much time looking at the urban rubble stuff. It was obviously more of the foliage and that sort of thing that I was looking at. Was Pelennor, those are the ones where they've got like the little birds and the mushrooms, and of course the little frogs even, and on the snakes. That's right. Printed out some of the snakes. So it would still be appropriate for bolt down. That's good to know. In many ways, piles of bricks are piles of bricks, which are piles of bricks, right? Right, Sarge. All right, so our polar bear's starting to look a little bit closer. Getting closer now to the other ones, because again, we want to have our unit done here. And of course, we've only been streaming for 4 hours and 38 minutes. And now we are pretty well into our fourth polar bear here. We're working our way through these. Where's that? Yeah, a little bit more of the, well, that's actually got some of the Terra Rosa in it. Wasn't quite what I was expecting, but we'll use it anyways. And we're going to start to throw some of the lighter color here into this. We already have different colors. See that? Look, that was just a couple of brush strokes. Did you see me mixing any colors at all? Hashtag again, no layers. I'm just going to take this lighter green over here, and we're just going to start chucking that around. Again, hashtag new layers. You know what? It's hard to tell if that's meant to be skin or not. I'm going to take a quick peek here. Maybe not. I don't know. But first, let's do this. And then we might go back in there with some dark too. First, we'll try that. Here, let's get some of our lighter lights on this. We got these here. That's quite the collection. She has way more of those than some of the other spear ladies do. Back over here to this sort of bluish gray. And even that's just being allowed to mix with it. Even here on the saddle, what the heck? I know it's supposed to be wood or whatever. but little bluish gray there. Heck, we're gonna put it on our leather because it's going everywhere. It's going absolutely everywhere. Indigo here. Poof, like so. Some more there. I'm gonna take this brush here and some of that Van Dyke brown. I'm just going to toss some dark down in here. Same there. And just gonna redo the wood here on those spear shafts. We're also gonna get some darker brown in areas, which is also, you can see it's kind of blending that green as well. Think of it like a blending brush that has actually some color on it instead of just the usual blending brush, which is just the brush by itself. And the mouth here, there's a big old mold line running right through that, so we're gonna have to do some gymnastics there on the mouth to try and get that to be right. Gotta get some Terra Rosa on this. Either that, or we're gonna get some of the French Indian red. And thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Repentia. Actually, oh gosh, do I have one here? I swear I've got one. Is this one here? No, no, no. Ah, there we go. No, that's not one. Darn it. Where is our sister Repentia? I have a sister Repentia around here somewhere. I had one. Well, we'll do. Ah, there it is. Yes, for Repentia. Thank you so much, Repentia, for that file. There's a sister Repentia. Boom. Look at that. We just happened to find one. It was driving me nuts because I know I had one of those out at Adepticon, so I'm gonna keep searching till I found that darn thing. Now I feel a little bit better here with, yeah, that's a more of a color separation. The value wasn't interested in that. Could have been lighter, dark. I don't care. I did need a little bit of color separation there. Now I feel like I've got some of that. Look at this. We got ourselves K-Sauce in the house. K-Sauce, nice to see you again. A little bit different color flavor, right, than all of our super bright lizards. A little bit more muted, would you say? Just a teensy bit, right? And every time I hold the lizards next to these polar bear riders here, it even stuns me more at the difference in palette from one to the next. So yeah, this is what we were just doing last night. Less than 24 hours ago, that was our color scheme. Trying out a new armor style. Well, hopefully it's working well. I know sometimes it can be a little bit of an adventure, right? Trying some new things. But I hope that it's working out well. So here, just trying to throw out a few darks here. Then we'll have to come back in with, I think, our lightest lights here. Whatever this is around her neck here. Don't know if it's supposed to be fur or maybe a necklace of bones or something like that. Could be bones. I mean, it's free folk after all. They seem to like that kind of stuff. Thanks, Bitron. Thank you so much for doing that. Nice clip there. And so yeah, this is again, from our newest army painting series. This is a 3D printed miniature here from Highland Miniature. And obviously lots of reflections here. Not exactly the brightest color scheme either, right? Kind of muted and reduced in range, but still plenty of reflections, lots of interest, right? Also lots of edge contrast. This is another thing where we've been trying to get squeeze in some edge contrast too, because well, we don't have that as much of the color slash temperature contrast. We don't really have any intensity contrast with the colors. So we have to find other ways of doing that. And of course, with the non-metallics, that's what it is really all about, those reflections. And you could again do some Instagram search for cosplayers, those armory guys. They're wearing actual suits of armor out there in fields and whatever. And boy, it is a fantastic reference. Because this way you really do get to see all the reflections, and you just kind of have to let those guide you. Let the reflections guide you. Anything that's pointed towards the sky, well, it's probably going to have a bit of a bluish tinge, right? Anything that's pointed towards the ground, if the ground is grass, it's going to have more of a greenish tinge. You saw there on that Highland miniature that night, things pointed towards the sky. Well, they had that bluish color on them. Doshi, how you doing? So Doji, we're finally getting into those Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. This is actually our fourth one. We've got the other three; they're pretty well done. We also have the base to do, or sorry, the movement tray out here too. All right, Megan, you have a good night. Thank you so much for. I know you've been here since the beginning. It's been quite a long time, and I hope that that you guys have a nice, restful, peaceful night. Nobody waking up doing weird things. No, no more exotic diseases or anything like that. Just, I don't want to jinx you, of course, but we can hope, right? We can all hope. Now let's get down to some of those lighter colors on the hair, such as it is. Now, thanks, Doshi. We were just talking about how after a week of the super atomic colors from all the lizard men, all those Slann mage priests, now it's really this much more compressed color range. So all week long, bringing out things like cobalt blue and everything else, and now all of a sudden it's very much the opposite. See if I can get a little bit of wood grain there. And maybe that looks like we got some ropes here. Maybe we'll also get a little bit of our lighter yellowish color onto those. Well, I hope that you're able to get some painting done. I know, well, I know it's Sunday for you, that's for sure. If Sunday's only an hour and a half away here, it's gotta be there for you. So I hope that you can, well, as they say, make up for lost time. Get back into maybe some of the rosy color there on the cheek there. And thank you so much, Alexander. And now, again, I might be streaming tomorrow, but thank you so much for the bitses there. And hopefully, Alex, that opening stage with all of the pre-glaze stuff is useful for you. And thank you so much again for the bits. I appreciate that. And you have a good one. We got that same lighter green here. Of course, there was a mold line that went right through all this. So we're going to try and tame that mold line a little bit. Now, were those the ones where you said, well, kind of, there might be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 15 new tubes of paint that showed up. And of course, I still have to try and, well, it might be tomorrow actually, where I just try and do some simple color chart things with the, what the heck are they? The Scale 75 oil paints there. Because I have a feeling that's about what my brain's going to be able to handle as far as making videos goes tomorrow. Oh, that's right. Well, of course, Doji, there does come a point where they have to make themselves useful. And I do believe that's where mold line, yeah, I can definitely be engaged, getting rid of mold lines, learning the value of work at a very early age. Usually get them started at 3 or 4 months or something like that. Again, so that they understand the value of hard work, especially for them so that you don't have to work so hard. That's a very important value for them to understand. It's kind of hard to put a value on that, isn't it? I'll lighten up a little bit more of our green out here. Bit more there. Now these might even do the same out here. Yeah, look at that. Going to take the green, and you actually have some green that actually goes in almost like an orange color right there. So yes, indeed, it's what else are kids for except to make the parents' lives just a bit easier, especially when it comes to getting all their miniature stuff done. I mean, they got those tiny little hands, right? I mean, what better for filing little tiny mold lines? Gee whiz. And they certainly have lots of energy, right? They have tons of energy. That's one way to sort of trim some of that off the top. You have them working on that stuff, I don't know, good 15 hours a day or so. They're probably going to be a little bit easier to get to bed, for sure. Orthober Studio. Orthober Studio, how the heck are you doing? Gee whiz, everybody, please give Orthober Studio a follow. Now, are you going to be doing your usual insane o'clock in the morning start times there? It seems about, I don't know, 5-ish o'clock in the morning. Maybe between 5 and 6 is when you're starting up. Let's see, so he did paint his first miniature last year. Yeah, Doji, gotta get them while they are young. Get them while they're young. Again, teach them the value of working hard so you don't have to. It's all about self-sacrifice for the greater good. And thank you so much, Clover, for that sub. That is a whole year with the subs. Thank you so much. Yeah, so, yeah, Orthobia, just, because these days, well, I'm usually, if I'm lucky, actually getting to sleep somewhere around 6:30 in the morning. So I do see, get the alert for you going live there. So everybody, please give Orthober Studio that follow. And of course, if you're up in the wee hours, or if you're just in Europe or Australia, well, then you'll be able to catch him at a nice normal time for you. The Prometheus, you know, when the greater good is you, that's, I mean, does it get any greater than that? Does it get any greater when you are the subject of the greater good? And again, sometimes sacrifices must be made. The needs of the painter outweighs the needs of everybody else. I think that's didn't they say that in the movie? Pretty sure that's how that movie scene went. Because you know, who knew that he was such a fanatical mini painter. Yes, he was. Yes, Orthober Studio. It is a very barbaric custom, right? Very barbaric. I mean, you certainly don't get much done, do you? You have a propensity to drool all over yourself and everything. So why would you want to do something like that when you could basically just be awake 24 hours a day? You, there's some things you trade off for that, but there you go. You'll get lots of stuff done. So thanks so much, Clover. And here's some of the other four, right? Because yeah, there's four of these. Here's another one right there, and that is what are they called again? The Frozen Shore Bear Riders. We even have the movement tray out here still. We'll be getting into that. I mean, that's not really gonna take anything crazy special right there. Yeah, Orthober, of course. You see, that's again, it's you're not getting any kind of exercise. You're certainly not getting any mental exercise that way. So I definitely advocate the 24-hour workday. It's a challenge to be sure, no doubt about it. Takes a little bit of getting used to, but boy, once you get used to it, you never turn back. Orthober, thank you so much. And there's Kathy saying goodnight because she just put away all that yummy food and everything, and she's getting the dog because it's time for Sambo to go to bed too. And there's a jumpy, bouncy Sambo for being that late at night. Well, JP, what was my old stage name? Bare Necessities. That's right. That's what the old stage name was. In the old performing days. Put a whole new spin on Dancing Bears. All right, I just get a little bit of the rosiness onto the cheeks there because there was none at all. Well, Doshi, yeah, now I could swear that I already looked through those and saw some really nifty ones. I know we were just talking about that the other day. I could swear I actually took a look through those. And looking forward to seeing those for sure. Yeah, Orthober, it was pretty wild to actually get a chance to actually just talk, right? After lots of just looking at chats and typing in chats, to all of a sudden actually be able to go, oh, well, look, the person's right there. Why don't I just talk to him? So again, just getting some eyes on this one here. A little more dark right there. Toward that. Yeah, let's get a little more dark down in there. Again, a mold line kind of cruise through this area right here, so we're trying to manage that as best as we can. Yeah, I know. Well, of course, there's no autocorrect, right? Can you? Oh, actually, now I wonder, has anybody ever done a comedy skit where they speak with autocorrect? That would actually make well, I'm sure somebody's already done a comedy skit with autocorrect or something like that as they're talking. Because something tells me that would kind of be, there would be some hilarity involved with that. I, I don't even want to attempt to do a conversation with myself in autocorrect because it could probably be something very, very unsafe for work because you just never know how that's going to turn out. Thank you so much, Doji. Appreciate that. And hopefully you get a chance to paint later. Now, I could be streaming on Sunday. It's going to depend on a few factors because I really don't think I'll get to on Monday. So don't be surprised if He says that, wait a minute, why is he streaming? It may not be the longest stream in the world either, but we just might be streaming on Monday, or sorry, on Sunday. That's typically our substitute Saturday, I realize. Oh, you know what? I've got some of that purple, or the little bit of that violet, the radiant violet there. Gonna try and see if I can lighten up the face some more. See if I can do that. So Orthober, after doing the Adepticon thing, did it really? I know you've had that even now the schedule is still crazy, but hopefully just being at Adepticon really got the miniature painting vibes really flowing at super max. Just being around all that, sometimes that really helps to kind of get that mojo going for folks. And a little bit of the liner magenta, just trying to, there we go. Trying to do what I can on the skin tones here. I probably have to go back in. Yeah, I'll have to go back in with some darks to sort of redraw some parts of the fingers too. I mean, again, that's just kind of how it goes sometimes with these particular miniatures. Ah, well, that's good. I was kind of wondering, because that's kind of how it's been with a lot of the folks that were at Adepticon there, where they've really it kind of got things going for them. Yeah, this is okay. I'm just gonna take that same lighter color, and all I'm doing is just dropping some of that onto here. So we've got this one. This is much more caught up with all of the other bears that we've been working on. Now Orthober GWiz is that one of the GW giants, a 3D printed giant. And of course, if you want to share any sort of work in progress images or Instagram stuff in the chat there. These new projects you got going on, I'm sure people will get a kick out of seeing those. Well, especially if it's something that you'll be painting on stream. And I'm just going to chuck that lighter color in there, and maybe later we'll come back and fade that, blend that. Don't have to do that right at this very second. That's the beauty of the oil paints, is it not? Oh, that one there. So yeah, definitely Orthober, definitely pop a link in the chat there if you got any pics of it for sure, so people can see that. Let's keep going with our lights there. More here. More right there. It's definitely a bare necessity. For sure, Bitron. I'm sure that somebody's probably could lay claim to that performer name, but we're just gonna until we are challenged, we will claim that one as our own here. And there we go. So definitely, please, everybody, go check out Orthober Studios. Link to Instagram. Go check that out. Now here we've got this is a bit thinner, and sure enough, see how that sticks very nicely there. Why? Because the thin paint sticks to the thicker paint, and of course, vice versa. Do a little bit more here. Again, just to try to lighten this up as we go along. Directional brush strokes too, trying to keep track of which way the fur is going. Bit lighter here. So that is the diorama project. Okay. I have to realize that I do actually have a diorama that's part of a multiple part painting series. I keep thinking that I've already done the Galadriel one and the Dark Sword one, but there's actually a third one. Now, yep, Orthober, all the brushes that I use, they're all synthetics. Now, this happens to be the Princeton Velvet Touch liner brush. I also use the Cotman liner brushes. It sort of depends what's in stock. So yeah, I gave up on the Sable brushes years ago because, well, the quality level on those was just tanking. I mean, it was dropping fast. And I actually prefer the synthetics anyway because they just have, well, they're really durable. They got a lot of snap to them, especially in liner brush form like this. And of course, now with the current craziness in the world, I'm not sure where you're supposed to get Sable brushes from these days, anyways. So I would imagine there's going to be some more shortages of some of those Sables. JP, you know what? I could swear earlier today Instagram kind of displayed a little bit weird, so maybe that's kind of part of the same thing. Obviously, I haven't looked at it since 2 o'clock this afternoon, so that's almost 8.5, 9 hours ago was the last time I looked at it. See if I can't get a little reflected light on the face. I need some more light here. Just grab some of this. See how this will work. No, that might be a little too much. I'll cut down on some of that. Bring back just a smidge there, and now the ear, maybe some on the neck. Again, not sure if that's supposed to be like a shirt or something there. Now we did some of the Prussian blue on these, and I think I got sitting right over here somewhere. Yeah, that's about what we did. Yeah, Orthober, the liner brushes. Now, there was a while couldn't get those, and I had to do more of the spotter brushes. Oh, not a fan of the spotter brushes. Boy, they just don't last very long. They get beat up so darn quick. But these guys here, even when they do get a little bit more beat up, I just kind of use them for more of the rough work, for pin line wash type things. I use them for even for micro blending brushes. So things that maybe I wouldn't want to do with one that's a bit more pristine, shall we say. And these tend to be between, say, 520 and 550, I think, on Dick Blick. As far as price goes, I haven't bought them anywhere else. Only gotten them from Dick Blick so far. Yeah, getting a little bit more of the blue down here. Again, we're thinking the reflected light from the snow onto the bear's fur. And you can see it here, right? You got that lot of yellowish color to the polar bear. In fact, we are going to try and see if we can inject a little bit more, maybe via some Indian yellow, I think. Indian yellow. Do something like this. Maybe a little bit of brilliant yellow pale into that. And I'm going to see if I can just introduce a little bit of that yellowish, not too much. Don't want to make him look like a golden bear or something like that, but we wanted to have a little bit of yellow into this. Oh, and by the way, this is, I don't know, I think we've been painting about 45 minutes on this thing, maybe. I don't know exactly, but doesn't take long, especially when we got the pre-glaze all set like we did. Just hammered through. Again, getting some of those lighter tones on this. And once again, we're doing a bit of a dry brush kind of an effect here. And just to get a little bit of the yellow into the fur. And I'm going to use this as a smidge of a blending brush here. And then we'll come back in with more of our lighter, not almost white, just about white. Just about, but not quite. White. That would be a heck of a name for a color. Just about white, but not quite white. Yep, Orthober, that's our mango yellow. To the point where we were starting to call Egyptian violet mango violet because of its intensity, much like the Indian yellow. And then the indigo from Williamsburg was so incredibly intense, I started calling that mango indigo, or indimango, which sounds really weird, but that's what happens 5 hours into a stream. We start talking about weird things. Now this is the Brilliant Yellow Pale here. Brilliant Yellow Pale. Going to try and play off of some of these areas here where we just took some of our mango yellow, or the Indian yellow, as I guess it's officially called. But mango yellow is definitely a more fun name. Orthober, I definitely prefer the Williamsburg one. I mean, that's not really a surprise, right? Now we did, ironically enough, for the oil painting class, because I didn't have enough of the Williamsburg stuff, that's actually the Winsor Newton. What it looks very different in some ways, like when you're not painting with it, but once you mix it with some of the same colors that we typically do with the Williamsburg, it sort of looks similar. I don't think it's as powerful of a color as the Williamsburg, but then that's kind of the case for most things. There's just those Williamsburg paints, I guess because they're hand ground or whatever, they just have, they got a lot of power to them. It's very impressive. So again, doing some of that lighter, almost kind of yellowish color here. So JP, sorry that Instagram is being mean over there. I wonder if must be affecting Facebook too, right? Because since the two are tied together like that, must be okay. Let's get some of again our sorry, not Indian yellow, but some of our Brilliant Yellow Pale. Now this is one of the reasons why I I think I'm just more used to working with, or it was easier for me to get the radiance to work really effectively, is because a lot of the radiance work, I use them in many ways as the same way I use the Brilliant Yellow Pale here. And they have some of the same as pixie dust, that's it. Yeah, Orthober, I've got, it's almost like a 30-30-30 mix, or 33-33-33 mix of Gamblin, of Winsor Newton, and Williamsburg. So we kind of utilize all three. In some cases, just, well, the Williamsburg works better than this one, or the Gamblin, or maybe they just don't have it. right? I'm not sure there's a Terra Rosa in Williamsburg. I know there's a French Indian Red, which is close, but it's not quite the same. It's definitely different. Time to get some lighter chompers here on our bear. I need some light over here on his face. Like so. We've got the Van Dyke Brown from Williamsburg. So the Winsor Newton Van Dyke Brown is just, well, it's burnt umber. So you save yourself the money. Just get burnt umber if you want that, because the Gamlin Van Dyke Brown, that was the first one that I tried. I like that one. We actually use that here on all of these guys, but I think my favorite is the Williamsburg. I mean, you're sensing a theme here, right? That the Williamsburg kinda is the stuff that I like to use. And I'm sure the fact that it's all ground / made by hand is just has something to do with it. Okay. Well, sorry to hear that, JP. Oh, look at the difference that makes. See how much lighter we can get in there. Yeah, so it is, even here, look at this, look at that. Same thing. A little more here. So like I mentioned at the start, what the idea is here is that once all this is dried, all the miniatures, the movement tray, all that stuff is dry, I will film a video doing the crushed glass snow effects and the icicles and such with the Armored Wolf replica nature crushed glass snow. I mean, I have other videos, lots of them with crushed glass snow, but that's kind of that company doesn't exist anymore. So we want to have lots of videos with the Armored Wolf version, which is, well, I think I actually kind of like it better. All right, Orthober, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate that. And again, everybody, please give Orthober that follow. And well, just I think you already popped into the chat when you might be streaming, but you know, if you have a pretty well set time when you might be streaming again, toss it in the chat, and that way they can kind of make a mental calendar of when to expect that. Lighten this up too. Oh, yeah, here, let's get a little bit lighter here on the top of his head. Something like that. And this will even start to let some lighter stuff work its way here onto his nose. We'll have to, I think, get some of the blue in there. So about 5 a.m. or earlier every day. And again, everyone, please give Orthober Studio that follow. So your early morning, get you some Orthober pink-ish something in the ears. We did that on the other ones. Now we've got it on this one. So yeah, there's some people wonder what when they see pictures of at least areas where I dwell, there's always lots of little almost like Christmas lights on and LED things and all that sort of stuff. That is on because, well, when you're going to sleep routinely, when the sun is either rising or is just about to come up or whatever, or it just yeah, that's rough. So I just basically, if those lights are on, at least it's still, I can pretend that it's just nighttime instead of actually morning. Hoping that at some point that kind of changes a little bit. That would be nice. You know what? I'm going to let a little bit of the, look at this, a little bit of the pinkish color get on the shield, because why not? Why the heck not? We could probably make that a little lighter. Possibly something like this. Here. Oh, the wood grain on that. Now, of course, there again, there was a big old mold line that ran through this whole thing. Had to deal with that. That's where I took the, believe it or not, the same heavy gloss gel that I will eventually be using for all of the icicles. And those will be, oh, these trees are going to be so perfect for the snow and the icicles. I just cannot wait. Cannot wait to play with that. I think it's going to be very fun. And the rest of the base is pretty standard stuff. Nothing super unusual anyway. What do we got here? We got some of that brown matter, and again the mold line ran right through the fingers there, so I have to paint those in essentially by hand here. Boom. There we go. I think we have some hands on her, or at least some fingers. I try and darken down the skin a little bit, maybe even fade out some of the light on the hair. Just, well, reasons. I'm looking to see, I need to tighten up that edge there. And then, of course, there's these guys, which, they're not, I thought they were sort of almost strapped onto this thing, but that's not how they are. So we'll change that back. No big deal. Might even do a little bit of pin line wash over that rope or twine or whatever that is. Dark there too. Dark there. I think we'll try and snag some. We'll use this, whatever that is. It's a lighter yellow. Oh, pretty much the same stuff that's on the hair. Maybe I'll lighten that up one step more. And that is, it's thin, but if that was too thin, it would be a pin line wash and it would just sink down into the crevices. That is the opposite of what I want. I want it to sit on top of those crevices. So, again, always gotta be thinking about that. And we've got a big old mold line running through the face here. So we're doing the best we can with this here. I swear I've got to find some of the old Keltos figures. Now that is something I would love if somebody did a digital sculpt of stuff that's like the old Keltos figures. I don't think Artisan Guild has ever really done just sort of like a, remember the old Rackham things, the confrontation stuff, something like that. That would be really nifty to see. I don't know if anybody's really done that or not. Just taking a little bit of a dry, brushy approach to this. Again, it's got some color on the brush, not a lot. Gonna get a little more of the Prussian blue in there. Now let me see. I might see if I can grab just some of my white here. I'm actually trying to steal some from one of my classroom things because that's already been thinned down. Let's get back into some of our lighter stuff on the bears. Might do this on the other ones too. Now that I know I've got a really straight up white going here. The other side of his face. Just about there. Alright, so that one, so much more caught up. Oh, much more caught up to where we were on all these other ones. Yeah. Again, normally I would be working on all 4 of them at the same time. Not falling behind on one like that, but I did want people later on in the stream to get a chance to see what it is like in those sort of beginning phases. Because typically that pre-glaze, that gets blasted through very quickly right at the beginning. So only usually the folks that are in it right at the beginning get a chance to see that. I'm going to see if I can't solidify that line, this dark line, and then maybe come back with our light on these couple of chompers here. At first though, see if I can't get some of that grayish blue on his nose. Now let's see if we can do this again on his teeth here. There's one here. Lower lip. Using the Brilliant Yellow Pale right now. There's a piece of fuzz on the end of the brush there. Yeah, Art of Michael, otherwise people may not believe it, right? They'll say, no, that was not some hideous, nasty looking thing just an hour or two ago. So Art of Michael, hopefully you didn't get too much of the snow up there. I know that you were just kind of brace for impact or whatever up there. But we always want to prove that the pre-glaze is real, it's genuine. It's not like the Snuffleupagus or whatever. More of our light there. Yeah, more of our light right there. Yeah, that's that's just gonna be the way of things, aren't they? And well, like you were saying, it's just it's swinging wildly back and forth. I mean, it's one thing, okay, it's cold, whatever. Then it gets warm. But it does that in minutes now. What used to take days or weeks takes minutes, apparently. Again, trying to find just a smidge of the lighter stuff here. That's not the Brilliant Yellow Pale. That's just mostly the regular old white there. And keep in mind, this is going to look darker. This is going to look darker here. All right, we'll get that here. Can't do too much more on the hands there. I mean, I wish I could, but only do so much. I think I need to get a little lighter edge on the bottom of that. We'll get some here. There. And we will get a little bit more of our light down in the... What about the skin tone there? At least here it was mostly able to... no, I have to come back here again. Right here underneath the eye. I have to... The brush has to go around the spear to get to that. We're back into our white again. There's some more fur here. So hopefully you can see there's the tans, there's some blues, and there's lots of different colors in that fur. We've been trying really hard this whole time to make sure it's not just white. And of course, I really do wish that I had the references or the pictures of those arch villain polar bears that we did with all of the colors that we got in the fur. But here we do have at least this. This is kind of handy right here, right? You got the blues on this side. Look at how intense the yellow is right there. So these are Free Folk, Artemichael. I mean, well, you can tell by the rider for sure. But definitely that, well, this is Free Folk colors. And that right there, that's the Free Folk symbol. So they've got the dog, the wolf chariots. They've got the mastodons. And, well, they've got the bears here. Apparently they're pretty darn slow, especially for, well, cavalry, but they have apparently 4 wounds and a whole bunch of other stats. Now, apparently they're a lot of points at 8. I'm trying to think. The flayed men, I think those used to be 7 points or something like that, but then maybe they changed them. It can be a little bit tough with the Song of Ice and Fire. They had a tendency to keep changing things all the time. Artemichael, that I don't know, because this is the first time I've actually, well, since what was it, the summer of 2021, right? That was the last time I had a chance to paint any Song of Ice and Fire stuff. So I'm way behind on what's new or what folks are getting. So unfortunately, I wish I could answer your question, but I just don't know enough. I didn't even know they had these until Adepticon. Or maybe right before it, because someone might, like Nessie might have mentioned it or something. And well, also too, since I never read the books or watched the show, that would it's a little bit difficult for me to know what the Free Folk had. I just kind of know by well, what I've either painted or seen. So that's a little bit of the Indian yellow mixed with some of our white. Yeah, might even let a little bit of that lighter color work its way onto the spear here. And who knows, we might do some blood effects on these guys too on the snow. We've certainly done that a bunch of times. All right, here I'm gonna do something with the lips on this one, I think. Let's see what we can do. I just happen to have that purple matter out there from the miniature last night. Let's see if we can do something with this. Okay, that's better. Yeah, it was It's a bit of an odd shape there, so now I'll have to try and come back in with some light for the lower lip here. See what happens. Not very much. Boy, what, maybe one step lighter here. I don't know. Now the saddle's in the way. Okay, that's it. That's it. Not gonna mess with that anymore. Good. Sometimes, what was it that better is the mortal enemy of good? Yeah. You just keep fooling around with stuff, and eventually perfection is also the enemy of completion, as we know. A little bit more of our light here into this. And again, I saw, and I've used that sort of kind of a greenish. That's the Perlene black, and you can see it here on some of the riders there, on the cover art, box art, whatever it's called. Going to use this as a little bit of a micro blending brush, perhaps. So I don't know. I guess either in the, well, if it happened in the TV show, don't count on it because the Song of Ice and Fire game it's just from the books. So I guess if something like that was in the TV show, well, it will not be appearing on in miniature form. If it was in the books, different story. I almost forgot about some of the lighter highlights down there on the bottom over here. Never really did do much on this side over here. Kind of a broken edge along here. Nothing too precise. Okay, we'll move on to our next one here. So it's pretty wild to see all four of them now at this stage. Especially since it's just 5.5 hours in. I seem to remember some of the one of the very first units that we did. It was one of the Cav units. I don't know if it was the Night's Watch or if it was one of the first Dothraki Screamers or Cav, whatever they were. I swear that was about a 9-hour stream. Now, of course, I think that also included, well, painting the movement tray and putting all the grass tufts and stuff on there because we were doing that with the acrylics. So I guess that's another little factor in the time. But still, this is it's practically half the time. That would be some of the increased efficiencies, right? Things that we've learned about the oil painting since that time, which was pretty much 2 years ago. So yeah, Art and Michael, now of course I have no idea. Don't again, like I said earlier, my knowledge of what they're going to do with this is, well, zero. But I don't believe there was going to be any of the, what are those guys called? The White Walkers. I know that some people have done, what would you say, their own home brew version to try and put it in the game. Obviously, nothing official and no miniatures for it. that could be the thing too. Oh, that could be the thing as well. They may not have the you might never get a miniature for it because they may not have, well, the rights to it or whatever. Yeah, it didn't occur to me till just now. Of course, all I keep thinking is, was the last Lord of the Rings battle report that I saw. It had a bunch of spiders. It was basically a Moria list. And I tell you, that Moria list has a lot of different things in it. It's probably one of the most varied armies in the game. You don't actually have to have the Balrog. All right, now here on the face, gonna be tricky. But I need to get the eyes in here. And then get some of the lighter skin tone. So I think we got the eyes well enough. Let's see if we can do some kind of pupils or something like that in here. Look where my hand is on that brush, right? Nowhere near that metal ferrule. Just think of all the leverage that you can get. Now she needs to be looking off this way. All right, that worked out pretty well. Better than I expected. So Bithron, even the Khazad-dûm dwarves, right? So with Moria, you can have the Cave Drake, you can have the Balrog, you can have the dragons, you can have those Warg Marauders. You have a lot of crazy little heroes. You also have, well, you got your cave trolls, right? You got your cave trolls too. And then hey, even the Khazad-dûm dwarves with Hearthguard and even like the Rangers, you basically have dwarves with bows and elven cloaks practically running around. Then you've got spiders and bats and all kinds of crazy stuff. Those bats are very handy. Nothing like having the fight skill of some guy that's fight 9. Just putting a little bit there, that's a touch of the purple matter underneath the lower lip. And now here trying to just get a little bit of shadow there on the side of her head. Now I am trying to get some stuff together for more. Obviously, I want to have the Beast of Golgoroth, well, a couple of Beasts of Golgoroth. I just have to find that stupid file again. Don't know where the heck that is. But the Beast of Golgoroth file, because I know a whole lot more about hollowing stuff, and I know that it was not the right scale, so can give that another shot. Well, especially with the larger printer, if I can ever get that set up. Now, of course, the Blackguard of Barad-dûr, those are very interesting. And of course, well, Mordor pretty much allies with everything. So just about everything seems to be a green alliance for Mordor for obvious reasons. Not everything, but most things seem to be. Keep grabbing a little bit more of my lights on the fur here. So working with the white again, working with that white and there. More of our white here. Like so. here. I'm not sure if that's what that was supposed to be, but we'll just throw some lighter lights there. Now maybe I don't want to go too light on the hair that's in the shadow over there. Yeah, Bithron, we're still trying to figure out the mystery of the keyboard collapse and how exactly. Let me see something. See? Yeah, there's no reason that should have happened. Now I'm just trying to figure out how in the world the keyboard falling killed the stream. Like where could the mouse have been that the keyboard falling, and what key outside of just like the enter key, what the heck key could have been pressed that would have turned the darn stream off last night? That is just a bizarre, crazy mystery. All right, now let a little there we go, a little bit of our might work its way on the end of that. Lethal Shadow, how you doing? So Lethal Shadow, that's the. Now I'm starting to wonder. Okay, how did it just happen to manage as it's falling down? What did it land on that somehow conveniently at the same time pressed something like that? I was thinking, boy, there's no way it could have been a multiple thing, but I'm pretty sure that I didn't have. Well, it was early in the stream. It was only a half hour in. So it is possible that the cursor, like my mouse, had somehow still been sitting right over the, well, obviously once you go live, now it's end stream, right? So it is possible only a half hour in that I hadn't moved it. Prometheus, that keyboard is that's been moved well out of the way now. We don't want that kind of mischief happening anymore. Oh, thank you so much, Lethal Shadow. I appreciate that. Oh, at Lethal Shadow, if you want to get the your store there, post a link in the chat. So these are for folks that you want to get stuff 3D printed, but you don't have a 3D printer. So here, if Lethal, if you want to put that link in the chat there, it's a place where people can go if you want to have some files printed, and they have a very wide selection of files to work with. And there it is, so lethalshadow.com. Go check that out. And again, for folks that would love to have something 3D printed, but you don't have a printer, they just might have the file that you're looking for. Oh, I never did get some of the other lighter stuff here. These just look like, oof, man. I guess I could have gone in and tried to clean those things up with a knife or a file or something, but wasn't any time to do that. So definitely go, again, check out Lethal Shadow Gaming. Let's see. Oh, 1P, that's it. Actually, I don't know. Do you guys, I don't remember if you do terrain. I think I might have spaced on looking to see. Because I know there were, well, some of those elven terrain pieces that well, I'd love to be able to print out myself. No problem, Lethal Shadow. Well, there's so many folks that I know that they just, circumstances really not going to let them have a 3D printer, at least not for the foreseeable future. And I know there's a couple of folks that just would love to be able to get a few things printed out. Well, maybe more than a few things. And that could be a very nice solution for them. Let's move that on up here. And yeah, that just needed to be done too. Oh, some high-end clients. Yes, that's well, Lethal Shadow. There's some folks with us. They just that it's not really the price thing. There is something that they want. It's for a campaign. It's for their collection, whatever it's for, and they say, look, I need that. I realize that's gonna be more, but that's what I need. Now, hopefully Comic-Con is not going to be too crazy. And just surviving Adepticon, I got through it. That's pretty much the one convention of the year here. Mostly because I sort of need to be here. Now, Adepticon we are very, very, very fortunate that it's only, well, somewhere between 45 minutes to an hour away, depending on traffic. So Comic-Con and PAX back to back, essentially. Well, I remember the old days when I was doing the 2D art. I would be at a convention, and then I would have to mail out art to 3, 4, 5 other ones. I don't remember which weekend of the year it was, but there was one weekend where I had to mail out art to 5 different conventions on the same weekend. That was not easy. Glad I don't do that anymore, given the way shipping is. Oh, that was the old days of the old sci-fi cons and doing the art. No, thanks, Lethal Shadow. It at Adepticon, that was the big surprise of all the unexpected things. Basically, selling all of the Lord of the Rings paintings. That was the last thing I would have expected to happen at Adepticon. I'm very glad, but that was not what I expected. Well, Lethal Shadow, you can get to that real quick. Well, especially if you want terrain. But yeah, I mean, a couple of, I'm sure, a few dragon-sized miniatures, because I think, I don't know if you want to sort of have some kind of a general breakdown. Monstrous infantry at usually about this much, and monsters like dragons usually about this. Obviously, it depends on the files too. It's not just okay, it's a dragon. Could also have to do with the file itself. Yeah, so, well, a decent-sized warband or a RPG group with some NPCs or whatever, that'll get you to your free shipping quick enough, that's for sure. Do we need, oh, yeah, let's just tend to this up here. Yeah. There's still some green in there. You can see it. Still got some green in there. Here on his face, I don't know. I'm gonna go back. It's actually some of the radiant turquoise right there. I'm gonna see if I can't get the nostrils here, or as we sometimes call them, nostrils. Okay, that worked. We never really did anything over here. That's more like it. So 2-inch base minis. So this might be a little bit bigger than 2 inches here. That's maybe about 60 mil. Now, that might just be it right there. So I think that's a 50, and that's our Minotaur there. That is the one we painted from Frameworks, the new Frameworks miniatures, and we're actually going to be the video where I'm doing some of the flock and the grass tufts. I think that's going to go up tomorrow, perhaps, onto the YouTube channel. And of course, that heavily features the Armored Wolf grass and flower tufts. That is the Replica Nature Armored Wolf. Yeah, the Minotaur, that was what was really fun. Obviously, anything with object sword slating is gonna be a blast, of course. But it was I took basically the footage of all the tattoo stuff on this guy. Again, another one of the frameworks here. So all the tattoo stuff that you see there, at least 90% of it, 95% of it, I took that together. I was able to create a video out of that. But first, we're gonna throw up the Armored Wolf grass and flower tuft video. That's you can see all the flower tufts and flock and everything on that guy, the ogre. He was a big part of that video. And then of course the Minotaur as well. And lethal shadows. Look at the difference here. So all week long we've been painting stuff like this, right, with the super high chroma palette type stuff, super saturated colors, and then this 4 of these things today, which should be interesting. Oh yeah, you can see how that kind of goes right along with the giant there. So this is back in the days when the game was Free Folk really first came out, and they had the Savage Giants, and that was the last crystal brush. And that was the gold crystal brush for that guy. Well, we got Landrast has returned. All right, so Landrast is the printing back up and running now with the FEP change, and maybe did you try? I'm assuming you tried out a different resin just to see what was going on than the Zmood. Now we were at the local game store. Well, Landrast very envious about that. There is no such thing here. I mean, well, if local, like an hour and a half away, one way, if that's local, then we have a local place. Well, I guess Grognard's is closer, but I mean, it's kind of like, is a volcano less hot than the sun? I suppose either one, not super ideal to be hanging around in. We'll try some of the Anycubic Gray. Yeah, I'm looking forward to finally getting that stupid Mono X set up. I have a feeling that's going to be a project potentially for May and not April, since we already lost a decent chunk of April so far. Now, was that the starter box? So I guess how many of those buggers are in the starter box? Or, unless you already have some of the starting stuff and you've added on, because, you know, that's possible. Once again, a little bit more of our light here along the way. Oh, the saddle. Let's do something here with this. Now, I did, if you remember me saying earlier, it was a big old split down these things, right? So I used the same heavy gloss gel that we use for our water effects, for icicles, for flames, all the same stuff. And you've heard me talk about how I'll use it for gap filling when there's a bunch of fur that's been destroyed by mold lines or whatever kind of mayhem. So there's 6 of them, 2 of different types. I've never even seen one of those. I don't think in person. What are they about? Do they go on 40 mil bases? Or are they on 50s or one of those weird sizes? Because I don't ever remember seeing one of those in person. Still hitting this with their lighter lights here. Told you I was going to have to wait till several hours in before this paint would be set enough to fool around with that, right? Now the paint is clearly more set because it's not too much of a hassle to get that paint to stick there. Well, let's see, the Titanicus. That was before the Indomitus box, and then the Dominion box came out afterwards, so maybe that's why they made 1,000 times too many of the Dominion box, because the Titanicus and the Indomitus boxes went so fast. So the smallest ones are on 50s, okay. Gee whiz, I didn't know there was bigger ones. Well, I guess, what are they going all the way up to the big honkin' Titan size or whatever? Here, you know what? Do I have one of these? Again, we're running low on liner brushes, so we're still waiting on the Adepticon funds. So whenever those come in, then hopefully I can get, well, a lot of different things. But that's a little too much light there. We're just gonna dry brush in a little bit of almost a bit of a brown here. Where's the asphaltum? That's more like it. That all was just getting a little too light there. When in doubt, make it darker. That is also somewhere in the Book of Wapol. Couldn't tell you what chapter that was. That's the other project that I have to do, is somehow turn the Book of Wapol into stickers. I know people would love to see a Book of Wapol, but that project will have to be handled by somebody else because I don't have the knowledge of doing that. So Bithron, what was the old, I almost said War Master, the old epic scale? Was that 5 or 6 mil or something like that? Yeah, people were still playing that when we first started doing GW stuff. It was killed away not long afterwards, just like Battlefleet Gothic and Necromunda and Mordheim. Yeah, Mordheim. So Epic was 6, okay. Because what you could, was it Emperor class Titan? That's the really big one, right? That has a city on the back of it or something like that. That was basically like the size of a regular 28 mil size Titan or something. Yeah, that's nope, that's not what I wanted there. Let's go back into some of our dorks here. Like this. Boom. And there. A little dark right there. What about these guys? Maybe also a bit of dark down in there. And then I almost wonder if I should put some bluish gray in some parts. I'm thinking we might hit this again, even though there's going to be all the snow that covers that. You know what, it almost doesn't make too much sense really to fool around with that. So yeah, we're not going to mess with it. Snow icicle effects going to be happening on this. So really, again, no particular reason to fool around with that. However, I need to get some paint down in there. Oh, whatever, some kind of green here. Just dry brush that in there. There's that blind blending I was telling you about before, where it's a hard to reach, hard to see area, and all I'm doing is just basically chucking in some of that lighter color there, doing a little bit of dry brush. With the acrylics, you'd have to layer that somehow. Here, I don't have to layer anything. It's just going to blend on its own. So all I had to do is just, again, just stick that brush back there and let it do all the rest of the work. Anzabo, how are you doing? Let me see if I can get all, I can maybe get all these in my hands. There we go. So over the last 6 hours and 7 minutes, we have painted all 4 of these. 6 hours, 7 minutes, not too shabby. Now let's go back to this one here. That's what I wanted to do, is more on that spear. So Anzabo, I hope that you're doing well and that you've had yourself a decent day. And hope for folks where it's Sunday, they're having a good Sunday. Anzabo, everything done with the oil, of course. Everything done with the oil. And these are the Song of Ice and Fire miniatures here. Free Folk. What do they call them? Frozen Shore Bear Riders. And of course, well, we did a much simpler pre-glaze than we did on all the lizards, all of the wonderful Slann that we had been working on. It's mostly Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the brown matter in some areas too. Keeping things relatively simple when it came to that. And then doing lots of the dry brushy type stuff with the brilliant yellow pale, even some of the, we even threw some of the radiant blue in there too. Thanks, Anzabo, appreciate that. Actually, I don't have too much of my other Free Folk stuff, but that is one. That's actually up on the YouTube channel. You can see that guy, and quite different from all of the bright colors of all of our Slann, right? Oh my goodness, that is so different. See if I can get a couple more lights over here on the trousers. If I can't, even maybe the saddle. I'm gonna use this as a blending brush, kind of been using this more and more as a micro blending brush. Hit the same over here. Again, letting that's got some of the French Indian red in it right there. And we're also going to get a little smidge of reflected light there. So Anzabo, yeah, we hit them with the pre-glaze really quick. And now, of course, these things, they don't necessarily have, say, the detail of, well, the Arch-Villain miniatures, because they're sort of like Bones miniatures, just maybe much snazzier, more advanced Bones miniatures. Or I guess you could say like the board game miniatures. And you know, you do notice it when you're going along painting the miniatures. You'll notice like, oof, okay, huge mold line running through a weird place over there. But when you can practically get just about any unit box of between 4 and 13 miniatures for less than $20 in this day and age. Well, that's not too shabby. And there's a bunch more of this coming. So cool mini. There's some new folks, and they've got more of the attitude of the older folks that they come before, where they said, yeah, maybe it's best that Jim actually paint some of this stuff on stream so that people can see it. Who'd have thunk it? That's about more of our Van Dyke brown in a couple of areas here. We never really did restore that edge. We did a bunch of the other ones, not this one. A little, there's just shadow there on that saddle. I'm thinking these are probably on 50mm bases here, just to kind of give you an idea of the size of them. I still think this is pretty darn close to the Conquest scale, but apparently I guess it's a little bit smaller. Soon I'll be able to answer that because the Conquest stuff is coming this way. Well, Ansible. Now, one thing I know when I got the second Frozen printer, I got that one from Amazon because they have a little better protection policy when it comes to things that, well, just don't work. So they've got their, no questions asked return policy. Basically, all you can kind of do is read up and also to think of the resin that you're using and just maybe look at the different ones. Like for me, I have to use a resin that is not super temperature sensitive because it's just so nuts here. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. So there are tons of Song of Ice and Fire tutorials on the Patreon page. I actually have, oh, wait a minute. Here's something else too. Gosh, what would these even be called here? So there were some Lannisters, but they were not Lannister. There it is. Yes, each of those is a separate tutorial video right there. That's on the Patreon page. So those are some of the last tutorials that I filmed with Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. And that was a commission thing. And I just said, well, is it okay if I do these as part of a video series? And I did all 4 of those. Each one is its own video. That is also part of the Patreon page. I completely forgot about that. That was a little while ago. I think that was around Christmas of 2020. You know what? I'm going to hit the Radiant Violet over here. Why not? More there. And we certainly need to get some lighter edges on the top of this because light's hitting that, right? How in the world do we not have any light there? I know we've got the Lannister halberds, the Mountains Men. The Mountains Men's actually in oils. Was that Series 24, the Raylor Faithful, that's also in oils. Got a ton of object source lighting. And it also has, multi-basing, which I had never done before. So that was really fun to get a chance to do multi-basing. And of course, there's terrain, probably well over 100 basing videos or dioramas. I think I've got a good 5 or 6 series of videos just on dioramas. 40K stuff, Sigmar stuff, all the stuffs. Dark Sword, 3D printing stuff. Forge World stuff. A little bit of it all. All right, let's get getting some of our, this is that sort of, we like to call it a dirty little magenta there. Okay, back here. I'm gonna see if I can't just take this. No. I'm gonna use a little slightly bigger one here. Well, let's use this one. Just use this. Wow, here's a brush that we haven't used in hours. And I'm just gonna take it like this. And all that did was reorganize all of these different spear shafts. So see, now I've got a nice little smooth blend there, and all I had to do was just dry brush this over the top. That's all it took. Seriously, it can be just that easy. Does not have to be difficult. I know we talked about that at Adepticon a lot. Is for whatever reason, there's an industry in making things difficult. You would think people would want to be showing techniques and whatever things that just make miniature painting easier instead of more difficult. I certainly would like things that make stuff a little bit easier and not more difficult. So tempted to put more stuff on that, but there's no reason to, because again, there's just between the icicles and the snow and everything else, it doesn't make any sense. It'll get lost. If anything, it might detract from things like the snow and the icicles, and don't want that. All right, I got a little bit of my orangey yellow in that. See if I can have this here get smoothed out a little bit. Like so. Here. And we'll, this is some of that orange again. I might actually go on the leather over here. So if you can see the leather's not one color. Look, it's starting to grayish green over here. It's almost like a purpley red over here. It's kind of an orangey yellow over there. Might even lighten it up a little bit here where his shoulder is. And now we need to get the light edge along the top. Let's see if we can make that work. Like so. And you can see how the edge is broken a little bit there, right? Just so, because the leather has some tears in it, it looks like. Yeah, I don't know if I want to lighten this too much, but I'm going to do it. Again, if I don't like it, it'd be easy enough to cover that, wouldn't it? Still using that lighter yellow here. I don't know. I was hoping to kind of keep the ends of the hair a little bit darker, but maybe it needs to be lighter just to stand out a bit here. Yeah, we're just kind of blending into this fold right there. Don't want that. And again, normally I don't use the spotter brushes here, but I kind of stuck using the spotters until I can restock some of my liner brushes. Now, speaking of brushes, oh, that's another tutorial that I have to film, is trying out the new those new brushes that came in from Australia. Again, I always worry about testing new brushes because they never ever like what I have to say about them. Ever. They usually get destroyed within the first 5 minutes of using them. Lots of weak and wimpy brushes out there for sure. And yeah, that ain't gonna work for us. I want to see if I can get some lighter skin tone here. I'm going to say that she's not wearing gloves. Not sure where her thumb went. But I'm going to keep trying to get the lighter stuff here on her fingers if I can. I think that just about does it. What about the neck here? A little reflected light on the chin. That's good. Where are we at? We're up here. This is some really light skin tone, of course. So, yeah, this is Bear Riding Cavalry. 6.5 hours. Not even, because again, there's that time that we spent snarfing down some chow. So subtract about 5, maybe 10 minutes for that max. Probably more like 6 or 7 minutes. I knew there was something that I needed to do here. This is some little bit of lighter something here. I don't know if I want that to be just the magenta. Let me see if I can get the violet in here. Yeah, because that would have been too much of the magenta in that small of an area. Now back to some of my dark here. Just trying to clean up the end of the spear. I'm going to see if I can't try and give her some eyebrows. Now, of course, the hand and the spear kind of getting in the way. But if I can get those eyelids and or eyebrows, that'll give it a little bit of expression. Now, oh, actually, so Aunt Majar ends about the old Winsor Newton Series 7s that I had. Those really lasted for years and years and years. But the newer ones, well, gee whiz, the new ones now, they're kind of garbage right out of the bat. But yeah, I just they lasted less and less and less longer. They went from lasting 15 years with no problem to, my goodness, they don't even last 15 days. Now they wouldn't even last 15 minutes. Now, of course, this is one of the brushes that we used. So this is one of the number 8 rounds. You can see just how they get really bashed up like this. You know, that's not exactly pristine anymore. Because here's what one looks like that's not destroyed. Right, that's the same brush. Yeah, one of those number 8 round craft brushes there. Now, do we want to, yeah, let's get a little bit lighter of our violet in here. that, I don't want to lighten that up too much. We may come back with some of our grayish green on that. So yeah, Dr. Tentacle, I don't even bother with any sable brushes anymore. Even if you can find them, just for various reasons, the quality on those has gone so far down. It's just it's too much of a mystery as to am I going to actually get a good one this time, or is it going to be junk? And since the synthetic ones work just fine, it's like, why even bother? I can get 3 of them for the price of one of those sables, and since they are synthetic, they're pretty much the same brush every time. Instead of, oh, am I going to get a good one? Is it going to be a bad one? Kind of takes away the mystery there. Now, Dr. Tentacle acrylics destroy brushes because that paint starts to get right here in the ferrule, and it just demolishes that brush. I know that the last time I used acrylics, it took almost 2 weeks of working with the oil paints to try and get that brush back to where it used to be, because oil paints do not dry inside the ferrule of the brush. Well, I guess they might if you let it sit there for a couple of weeks, but yeah, otherwise they're not doing that. Think of the oil paints like putting conditioner in your hair or whatever. And acrylics is, well, it's going to leave you with dry, frizzy hair. And unfortunately, that's kind of how that goes. That is another reason why people love their oil paints, because they don't destroy the brushes. Because, well, we're not using any kind of thinner to clean the brushes. We might be using a little bit of thinner to thin the paint. All right, let's get a little bit closer up there, and let's take away some of the pink right there. Again, having worked with the oils for quite a while, I've had a chance to see that up close. Watercolors are easier on your brushes. That I know, because, well, used watercolors for at least about 20 years-ish. No, maybe not quite that long. About 18 years or so. But again, different thing. The stuff is not drying in the ferrule, and it's also not a latex-based product, so not going to have the same destructiveness. More of our lighter blue there, kind of a grayish blue at this point, because we've got some of the indigo mixed in there. See if we can't get the nostrils going. There we go. Rest of the nose here. Now to get a little bit of that same bluish gray out over here. Maybe even, nah. I'll just grab a little bit of that Prussian blue. Didn't want too much of it here. Looks, yeah, we do have some on the metal there. We were talking about on some of the lower areas here of our fur, where we were thinking about more of that lighter blue color. Like so. Yeah. And we'll do a little bit more this way. Yeah, this whole area down here. I'm gonna take one of my, this one right here. We'll take our blue again. And it's gonna be sort of a semi-dry brush. Also gonna kind of slam some of that lighter color down into here. Gotta get rid of a little bit of that Van Dyke brown from the initial pre-glaze. Because all that initial pre-glaze, that is still wet. We can still work with that. Oh, there's a whole nother area there that needed our lighter tone. Need to get some light in there. Let me see if we can do that with the liner brush here. Well, this paint is kind of on the thicker side. I think it has to be. See that? See how that covers? No problem. That was just had to. Oh, look at that. It really does cover. Now, if I thin it down too much, it's not going to cover as much. Also, potentially turns into the dreaded pin line wash when we don't want a pin line wash. Hey, Flight Sim. Hopefully today's been a good day for you. I think you've been back and forth a couple of times. So Flight Sim, I just brush on the Steiner Res Primer. Nothing simple. I don't thin it down. I don't do anything to it except just brush that stuff on. I will usually kind of mix my own color. On the case here, I took, I think, like the sandy color, neutral color, whatever that was. Mixed it with a tiny bit of the olive green just for the heck of it. Sometimes I make a more neutral gray, sometimes a gray that's a little bit more of a bluish gray. And there, that's okay. Now I think we've got, I have to look at the other ones and see if there's any little area like that in between the reins and the straps. I'll have to look around and see if the other ones have the same thing happen. It looks like they do, but I might have already gotten those. Let's move over to one of these other ones right here. So I did get it there, and we had gotten over there too. So everything kept as simple as possible. And well, here you go. You can see that's the Badger primer right there. That's your badge. That's again that mix of the green and a little bit of the that sandy color yellow. And hello, thank you so much, the Macron. I appreciate that. And it's like, nope, you're not riding. I already got a rider, for crying out loud. Come on. It's like, well, what about a Hobbit? Hobbits sound good. Are they tasty? Are they good with barbecue sauce? So, boy, now there's a reason why people for the longest time thought we never painted hobbits on stream. Talk like that. I think there was one point we did declare that hobbits stay crunchy in milk. They're like hobbitos or something like that. You just, they even have like little marshmallows, sort of like Lucky Charms, but just made out of hobbits. Couple little lights along there. Not gonna mess with that. Nah. Never really did anything with that or this here. Let's do some more with the spear shaft here. We'll take something that we could use as a blending brush, like maybe this here. Nah, this one. And I'm not doing this, I'm doing this, just tapping away at it here. All right, that smooths out some of those edges. Now I have nothing against hobbits again. I mean, if they are perfectly tasty. Now, Treebeard, he just thinks they're orcs because, of course, he's still nose blind. So, yeah, Treebeard, he's probably got the most problem with the hobbits because he thinks they're probably orcs running around in Fangorn. Everybody smells like an orc to him. And we'll, again, I have to avoid the temp. In fact, I might even darken down some of this over here. Let me see if I can do that. Yep, I'm actually going to darken that down a little bit. It was, remember, snow probably going to be on this thing, so might as well darken all this down. That's, well, Flight Sim, I can sympathize with you. I can definitely sympathize with that. This is the one place you can go when you say, holy smokes, this stupid water stuff, and what the heck next? That I can definitely understand. So it sounds like that's something that's maybe been happening for a while, but you only just noticed it now. Yes, that I can also identify with, because those things, they never show up just right away. They take a while to show up. Now, of course, well, that was back in the days when I did home remodeling. I used to pretty much drywall and plaster entire houses by myself. Especially if I could use metal studs, because that made it so much easier. But you can cut away the portions that are obviously have some damage on those. And then what you'll have to probably do is maybe put some extra little studs in there just to kind of, because obviously where you're cutting some of it away, it's probably not going to be supported. And then you'll probably want to start with something like a Durabond 90, maybe, and where the joints are, because that's going to be your strongest. That's kind of the stuff you would use in a bathroom as well. And then maybe for your finish, something like it. Well, there's always Durabond 45. That's kind of your middle of the road. But you might want to get yourself either Durabond 20 or even the, probably not spackle is your final thing, because that wouldn't just be strong enough. But yeah, you're going to want to support any new drywall pieces that you put in there with some kind of extra studs or something like that. And again, the biggest pain is going to be well, first of all, cutting the stuff away, finding out which parts have the whatever, and then hauling a piece of sheetrock, because most vehicles today are not designed for hauling pieces of sheetrock home. You could, depending on what size you need, you could have it cut at the store, or you could just hack it apart in the parking lot. But of course, with drywall, you don't cut the stuff necessarily. You kind of score it and break it. You could also get yourself a drywall saw. Those aren't terribly expensive, but that's also good for cutting away just an area of drywall instead of just, well, taking a sledgehammer to it. And again, I can't see how extensive all that is. That's something you'll have to kind of ascertain there. Now that's going to be, I'm going to go back to, this. This is, I think, what we're going to do. The darker, bluish gray here. Because that sets up a cooler midtone versus all those warm colors right there. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. I'll lighten this up too. More of that same kind of bluish gray color. well, then obviously the process of sanding all that, you'll want to, I mean, you got an airbrush mask, so you can wear that, obviously, because all that fine dust from the sanding process, not something you're going to want to breathe in, just like your airbrush particles and such. And there, okay, that's again, that's a kind of a cooler gray. Got a little bit of a blue to it to contrast with those warmer colors right there. So that just about takes care of that. What is the, oh, there's, okay. All right, we'll get back over here to the Perlene Black. That's our dark green. That's what the heck all this stuff is. All right. There was a, well, guess what? Huge surprise, a mold line runs through this area. So we'll see what we can do with that. Back to the radiant green. Maybe not that much. Something like this. Just like that, and now a little bit lighter here. Boom, boom. Lighten up the top edge of this a little, maybe. Now we have some of the greens, we have some of the oranges there, but I think we need some more, some darks or something. I'm actually going to take indigo here. And see, well, no, actually, we've got some pretty strong darks in there. We actually need more lights over there. All right, Anzabal, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for hanging out here. Appreciate that. And like I said, I may be streaming tomorrow. It just kind of depends on a few different factors. I would love to be able to do my normal Monday thing, but I just don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, a little bit of green there. A little bit of that along the edge here. And then we'll lighten this up too. Okay, you can see how this marches along. See how it's picking up all the existing color there? Look at that. The hashtag no layers, right? I just took a lighter color, boom, put it on there, let it all get mixed together. All I had to do, that's all that I had to do, was just let that go over there. Let it mix, let it do its thing. So that's some really big stitching right there. We'll, here, let's get some of the lighter green on this side of it, maybe. Like that. Damage inside of the room. Well, Flight Sim, it's not going to just float everywhere. Well, it also depends where it is. If it's on the ceiling, well, then that's just going to float down. If it's just on one wall or something like that on the underside of a window, it should stay pretty well contained. You'll probably want to at least get some things out of the room. You could also just throw a drop cloth over the top of it. That's what we used to do. Just throw a drop cloth on top of things because we didn't have the time to move everything. Now you'll want to remember when you're taking that drop cloth away to sort of roll it up on itself and then take it outside. Because if you just kind of pick it up, which there were folks that did that, they just kind of picked up the drop cloth and then remembered, oh yeah, it's filled with dust. Probably not the best idea. If you're just painting, that's one thing, because the paint's just going to dry in the drop cloth. But yeah, if you got sawdust or drywall dust sitting on that drop cloth, I think you're just gonna want to take that and roll it up on itself and take it outside. Alright, we need to do the same thing on this one that we just did on the other one. So sort of create a thing where that stitching goes. Maybe a little hint of some light down there. Blending brush of some kind. We'll just use this. Boom. Good enough. I think we're pretty solid over there. Go up here. Maybe some more of that almost kind of a pinkish type tone. And oh, try a little bit of our light right there. A little more here. I suppose I could even just go back with some of my dark greens there, I guess. These crazy little straps here. Let me see what we can do with these guys. Gotta come back with some darks here, I think. Some darks. A bit more here. Yeah. Okay, there's again these things kind of suffering from that the mold line craziness there. Let me see if I can also get a little of this. There. I was wondering, missing a little something right there. Missing a little bit of something. That's better. Okay. That makes a little more sense to me. This does it's missing a whole bunch of little highlight type things. Let me see what we can do with this here. I think we probably haven't touched that since several hours ago. How long have we been on this now? Almost 7 hours in. Or bearing down on 7 hours. Do we have our light there? Now we do. And a little something here. Oh, her fingers, maybe. I mean, you could do some kind of tattoo type stuff on the faces there. I don't think I'm going to do that. It would be fun. Tell you, I've got to find those old Keltos figures that I've got. I know by today's standard, well, they probably look very stylized by today's standards, but it would be really good for tattoos and for tartans and that sort of thing. Okay, that's better. This is the Van Dyke brown here, and this whole edge right here, gotta tackle that much better. Sometimes you don't even see things until you kind of work on the area around it. Now here's another area where we somehow never really got that darker color. I think we need to, oh yeah, well this is, I was going back in with some of the lighter colors there. We took some of that away. Okay, that's, there we go, that's better. I think the hair does go over some parts of that. Oh, there's another area where we need to restore some of those darks again. You know what? I need to take this orangey color. I turned it around, saw the back of it. That spear got a little bit bent when I was doing the priming stuff. So for the most part, things like weapons, those are actually not that sort of Reaper Bones plastic. They're a different type of plastic. More like your GW style plastic, whereas the main body of the figure and the bear, or the rider and the bear, those are going to be more like that bone style plastic. So where you sort of need the most detail and the most strength, that's why the weapons aren't all like all over the place, right? Like Bones miniatures. Because yeah, otherwise they would be a little bendy, wouldn't they? Just a little bit bendy. When I just put that blending brush down, I need that one. Here it is. Because this, see this right here, we're just going to take again the blending brush. And it's like I'm taking the paint that's here and I'm just pulling out this way. You see I didn't put any new paint on here? This is the great thing about the oils. It's like paintless painting, right? Which I guess is better than pantsless painting. Well, I don't know. It depends on how warm it is, I suppose. If it's colder like it has been, pantsless painting probably not quite so much fun. I think we'll also get a little bit of dark right here. Do I need some green on that? Nah, we'll just let that go. This is a bit of brushstroke management over there. What's happening with this? This thing, yeah, I need to sharpen up that edge a little bit too. Sharpen up you. This, let's get a little light down there. Might go this route. Might be too light. This one's a little bit murkier as far as how far these tusks or whatever they are go down into the saddle. Now, I guess I shouldn't say these are one-piece casts. I mean, they cast more of it. It's not as many pieces, but someone actually is assembling this here. Black Skull, how you doing? Well, I guess Black Skull, that's what you call the after hours in Fort Wapol right there. Yeah, after hours, the restrictions kind of fall away, so to speak, in the after hours. Now, see, we got, this is something we got to figure out here. We'll try and do that as simply as possible by doing that. And then we'll just see if we can get away with something more like this down there. Fortunately, this one's not up on one of the rocks. Thank goodness we didn't do this one as one of the polar bears up on a rock. You know what? I'm going to also take, there's some of the bluish gray here. It is not a light color. It will look very light here. It is not very light. It's because everything around it is so dark. Because believe me, when that snow gets on there, and you can see it here, right? When that snow gets on there, it is going to really change the personality of this whole thing here. I never really got to stay in that area very long, and I think I just wear my usual hotel gear, so yeah, we're always dressed for, well, practically winter in a hotel. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna take that same blue, and that's gonna go over here. I mean, that looks light there. Believe me, trust me, it's not light at all. Oh, let's grab some of this. That's the asphaltum. Yeah, right there. Then we'll take the yeah, we'll darken that down a little bit. We lightened up some areas. We're gonna darken out some others. Here, thinking about doing this. Almost a little bit of greenish gray on the strap there. We'll darken this down, and hopefully that's enough. Oh, it looks like it's just enough there. Just enough to take care of that. I'm guessing some kind of tusks there hanging off of the strap. Go all the way over here. Look at this, almost like a grayish magenta there. And you can see what I'm trying to do is lighten this up right in this one spot. Why? Because it's where his shoulder is, and if I can get this just a little bit lighter here. So see, shadow, then light, and then it retreats back into shadow. That creates the turn that we are looking for. Also, some light on the top of that, and I think that's good enough for, yep, don't want to do too much more of that. Here, these things get a little bit too choppy as they get down into the saddle, so I think instead of, well, basically calling more attention to them by making them lighter, I'll just leave them the way they are. And hopefully that, again, does not call too much attention to something that's a little bit choppy. We got our greens over there. I might. Oh, wow, that sounds really good there, Sarge. Boy, that's making me hungry. Cause I know we had that food, but it's getting to be, well, it's getting to be 12:36 here. That is definitely a very good combo for sure. That is a ideal combo of tastes there. Oh, you know what? I never did do this. Thought there was something missing back here. Okay, and then two. We never really did anything on the upper reaches of that boot. Yeah, so mac and cheese, that sounds quite fabulous. Well, especially when you tag team it with some barbecue. Let me see. Oh, I'm gonna move you out of the way right there. Ah, you know what? I thought there was a little something here we didn't quite finish off yet. Yeah, this is a little bit dicey in here because of the big old mold line running through it, so I'm just trying not to call too much attention to that. I need some kind of shading in there. Look, we're just taking the same color, right? Moving all the way through here. Moving that all the way through. What do we got here? The radiant green. Potentially a few lighter lights here. Just like that. Like so. Oh, yeah, we need to get some lighter greens down in there. We'll do something up here. More, this here. It's still got a little touch of that green in it. Right along the edge of that cloak. I'm gonna take some of this down here. Let me see if that's too light or not. But is the edge right here? It's a little too much of a dark outline. Okay, it wasn't over here. It's just this side that was way, way too dark. And I think that works out a bit better. A little bit of brushstroke management there. Oh, let's get our... that's a little bit of our fanchon red here. But again, it's something I usually like to put on the backs of the hands, no matter what, especially here where it's got kind of the winter time vibe going on. Definitely. No, that was... This gets darkened down again. Do I have enough? I have some light colors around here, just whatever. I need something light here because we never did get the metal of that clasp or buckle, sorry. Also, we need to put the little stitching things over here, which we didn't do, at least not yet. And we need to get our lighter edge right along that, but again, it's got to be busted up a little bit. Got to bust that up here. Dang, what's going on there? Oh, Sarge, gee whiz, I knew there was something I kept forgetting here. Now, I know you've seen this guy before. So all of the black, right? All of these areas kind of pointed upwards, right? Those all have the blues. I got the blues. Then everything down here was all warmer. That was some of the green there, even a little bit of the violet. So warmer stuff down here, cooler stuff up here. I knew there was something I kept forgetting. Well, actually, it's a little easier for you to see that now than it would have been when you were either at work or on the way home. So I think it all worked out in the end. So just like you were thinking, should work just fine. Do I need to get a little more light there? Yeah, let's do that here. Get a little more light along, 'cause she's got the long sleeves going on. Just trying to lighten this up, and of course, look at this. I'm just taking that lighter color, letting it mix with the green. I don't need to make a whole new color or anything like that. I suppose maybe in the earlier days of oils I might have done that. But these days, try to be much more aware of that and say, why am I doing that? Why am I wasting all that time? That just doesn't make sense. Like here, I don't know, I might just grab a little bit of that mid-tone green and just hit some of that right. That's all I need to do. That's it. Got me lighter orange here, maybe? I don't know, is that too late? Might be okay. Let's see, so, yeah, Sarge, definitely, well, and it's all part of the whole Sky Earth thing. That's, and this whole series here, because everything, pointed towards the ground is more of a cooler color, and then everything up here, you can see it's got that sky even here, right? See the, especially over there, warmer color there and much cooler up there. And of course, all that stuff, that's just done in minutes. That miniature right there, I don't know, it was about 110 minutes, maybe 115 minutes long, maybe 120 tops. I try to keep the painting videos to about the length that maybe most people get to maybe do a work session of. Sometimes they're 2.5 hours. I'm really trying to get across some kind of point or whatever. But for the most part, somewhere between 100 to 120 minutes. Yeah, just trying to make sure that you see everything. No voiceovers, no speed ramping, none of that kind of stuff. Because speed ramping is not super helpful. You would be amazed at just how much you miss, how many details you're going to miss when the thing is literally flying by your face at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I mean, it's kind of funny when people say that, well, the other people's tutorials are only this long. It's, yeah, because they've speed ramped it. So it's like running 3 times faster. And that is not something I'm ever going to do on the videos. The lighter green down here, maybe? It is sort of in shadow area, so I don't think so. That might get a little bit lighter red. Okay. Oh yeah, no, that's your sleeve. That's right. That's your sleeve. You don't have to mess around with that too much. Not sure what, you know what? I'm going to actually let a little bit of the lighter green work its way down here. Just to do something there. Where's my blending brush again? Again, good enough, good enough. So Flight Sim, I know there's different names for the different type of plastic and such, like with the stuff that GW uses, maybe versus typical model kit plastic, because they can be different. Because, well, was that the Rubicon, their vehicle kits, you cannot use plastic glue. Stuff like GW, well, even the frameworks, you can use plastic glue with those. So there's all different types of plastic. Now, you know what? No, I was thinking almost doing a little bit of reflected light there, but that'd be too much. It's just supposed to be a wooden surface or whatever, so yeah, I don't think we need to reflect very much there. Now here, I do need to sneak in something that is lighter. Also, trying to let that do a little bit of blending on its own. I do think now that it is almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and we've been at this for over 7 hours now. I think I might just head on over to Joya Painting Minis. I do believe we're going to do that. Because, gee whiz, I don't think we haven't had a chance to raid Joya Painting Minis in a while. So in advance, I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the subs and the cheers and the bits. That really helps a bunch. And thanks Armored Wolf for doing the moderation thing. Thanks for all the follows, of course. Thanks Bitron for doing the clips. I know there was a few clips to be done while we were doing this. And so thanks again, Armored Wolf. I appreciate that as always. So I don't know what plastics go into the Gundam. I know the other folks have been able to get the Steinerres onto the Gundam stuff for sure. Here, let's get our last few lights right in there. And let's just here, we'll try and get these. I think I can get all 4 of them in my hands here. It's not easy, but there we go. There's the march of the polar bears. All 4 of these in 7 hours with the riders, all the good stuffs, right? So yes, there they are. Polar bear riders, Song of Ice and Fire. Oh, no problem, Bithron here. I'll get the raid countdown underway. Yes, indeed. Look at that. Wow. Some with red hair, some with darker hair. And what, maybe not even 2 hours per miniature. Not even 2 hours per miniature. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll catch you on my next stream.